Allergic to that word. Speaking of those multi-race wagers, let's take a look at some of the options we have available. If you like the Acorn and maybe want a single, you can do the Acorn Belmont Double. We've also got the All Dirt 2-Day Pick 6, which starts today in race 10. We've got the 50 Cent All Turf 2-Day Pick 5, which starts today in race 9. I mentioned the Acorn Belmont Double. We've got the New York Belmont Double, so a little turf to dirt action. The Woody Stevens Belmont Double, sprint to route action, and then the Met Mile Belmont Double with some of those horses that previously had run in the Belmont Stakes. So lots of multi-race wagers on tap today, some of those low takeout as well. We're gonna take a quick timeout here on America's Day at the races, but we'll come back. There's gonna be live racing here at the Spa.
To get up into the Pacific Classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire.
Race 1 coming up here on America's Day at the races on FS2. We have maiden special weight horses going to be going a 1 1/8 miles on the main track here. So route of ground, 8 minutes out, and we still have horses in the paddock with a very heavy favorite at 3 to 5. Samantha looking at Hadrian's Wall.
A comebacker for the Chad Brown barn. Not been seen since the end of December, but this is a lot of early money on this horse here, and it'll be interesting to see what he can work out, because coming off of a few months of a break and going into the 1 1/8 miles, you're getting thrown right into the deep end, Michelle.
Well, I like the fact that they have always wanted to route this horse, right? He ran a mile first time out. He ran that 1 1/8 miles in his second career start, only got beat by ahead to Otino, who we'll see line up in the Belmont Stakes. Let's actually take a look at his last race.
Yeah, this was the other Chad Brown runner that won the race, and this horse got stopped a lot. This was quite a trip-filled type of run here, and he didn't have a chance after that, Michelle, and the winner was just so good. It'll be fun to see what he can kind of put together after this race here and see where he moves forward.
A lot of that's going to be leaning on pedigree as well. He's by Curlin, who's obviously a really nice horse. He cost $1.3 million and is damn thoughtful. He was a grade 2 winner right here at Saratoga. So he's got some expectations to live up to try to graduate today. I don't know. I feel like 3 to 5 feels very low when you're talking about the quality of horses lining up against him, who also bring in credentials nearly as good as his.
Yeah, they really do. And it's kind of interesting, too, because Chad Brown is such a staple at Payson Park throughout the winter time, just kind of legging his horses up 4 spots like this. This horse, after the late December break, did not start training at Payson Park until mid-March. So I don't see that necessarily as a huge positive here.
Watching him out here, I felt like he looks a lot calmer than I watched a couple of his works. He looked very aggressive in some of those works, and here he's acting picture perfect like a complete pro.
Yeah, and that's a good thing to see here, especially when you make that step from 2 to 3. You want to see some maturity in these young horses.
All right, one of his competitors is going to be Mr. Willian, trained by Jose D'Angelo, who is standing by with a third member of our team, Matt Hill. Good day, Matt.
G'day, Michelle. Lovely to be with you, and Jose with me as well. You're just as relaxed as your horse, I think. Mr. Williams' run the other day, terrific. A good late close into second. Can it improve today?
It's a horse that we are trying a different surface, trying on the dirt now. He ran a nice second at Gulfstream running on the grass, but the way that he moved on the mornings make me think that he can like the dirt, so that's why we're moving him here, and we really like the way that he worked for this race.
So what have you been seeing on the dirt? That's obviously caught your eye.
Yes, you know, he's on there, and he's by Quality Road on the dam side, so that's why we are trying today.
And exciting horse, Bentonado, obviously winning the Breeders' Cup sprints late last year. Heading to the True North tomorrow. How's the horse coming along?
Yes, Venturnato is doing great. He ran a huge race in Dubai, coming from the layoff. He really likes Saratoga. We trained here last year, and he really loved the track, so hopefully we're going to have a good race tomorrow.
First things first, good luck with Mr. Willian here.
Thank you.
Good on you.
Thanks so much to Matt and Jose there. Talking about Ben Tornado, Sam, he's mentioned he likes to train here. He hasn't run in Saratoga, but he certainly does bring in some good credentials.
Oh, yeah, he does. Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, and just was so impressive in doing so. And that was a tough race overseas in Maidan, and I think he's looking to bounce back in a big way here this weekend.
Finishing up the post parade right here, there's a look at Hadrian's Wall, your current 3 to 5 favorite. Does he look fit enough for the return?
I would say I would like to see a race over the track, Michelle.
There's Dark Assault coming through now for Shug McGahee. You know, first time 2 turns for this one, who did stretch out to a route last time, but go in the 1 turn. This is a nice progression that you see from a McGahee runner.
Yeah, you really do. And I like the fact that we're going to stretch out to this 1 1/8 distance. He's just such a beautiful horse, and I think every bit of ground's going to help.
All right, let's take a look back now at Ben Tornado, who we were previously speaking about. He is your Breeders' Cup Sprint winner. He ran really well that day, beating Imaginations. That form line holds up. He didn't have to face Bookham Dano, but he was the best on this day.
Yeah, he was, and Jose D'Angelo back-to-back Breeders' Cup wins that day, so that was very exciting for the team. And whenever you're a barn, when you're hot, you're hot. When you're not, you're not. And you just hope that it's all systems go coming from a very long and taxing trip overseas back to the U.S.
You know, he's previously, when he ran in Saudi, he came back and he ran well in his return to the stateside races at Charlestown. He did get beat that day, though, so that you have to think about that. Does that set a precedent? Also, I'm not necessarily convinced this is going to be his best distance. I feel like he really prefers 6, and the 6.5 to me just sets it up for Bookham Dano.
Yeah, that's very true. The old hard-knocking Jersey bred. What a very cool and classy horse he is.
All right, horses on track now. We're 3 minutes out from the lid lifter here. There's a nice long look at the 7 with a solo warm-up. You know, I feel like we see these a lot more on the East Coast. I love a good lone warm-up.
Yeah, it really does help, especially whenever you're exiting a race on the turf, Michelle, where things just move a little bit slower. I do know that this is a 1 1/8 race, and sometimes things can move a little bit slower as well. But you look back at his race at Gulfstream, he was a bit wide on the first turn, and he was traveling fine across the turf there. But as you know, Michelle, that Gulfstream Park turf course is just, it plays to horses that could sometimes like the dirt as well.
Yes, it certainly does. There was a look at the 3 also in here, Commerce, for trainer Bill Mott, teaming together with his main man, Junior Alvarado. This horse was second on debut at Keeneland. The winner of that race actually came back to win an allowance race at Woodbine. I feel like he trains very aggressively. Oh, speaking of aggressive, our 5 rearing up right
Yeah.
there. Nice job, Cowboy. Johnny V holding on there. What kind of credence do you give the 3 Commerce in here?
This horse took a lot of live money, Michelle, on debut at Keeneland because a couple of the works that you could see on him prior to the race, he was breezing with Sovereignty.
Yeah.
So that was really the case there. I thought it was a nice effort to go the mile on the 16th first time out. That's never an easy task to do. And he presented himself quite well, but what I like about him the most is he just is one of those grinding types. So you would think the extra 16th is definitely going to help. And he's got a race under his belt.
There's a look at him warming up. I wanted to see the 5 again because we saw the 5, Sorrentino for Todd Pletcher and Johnny V rearing up there. Johnny V kept a hold, but it looked like they were giving him a little blowout on the track. How important is that when a horse is acting up to just wake them up on the track?
I think it's great. You know, Michelle, whenever I was getting on horses and stuff and they get that little bit of wind behind their back, behind their tail, and they kind of just shoot out, it's better to just smooch them on and just go with it. Just get a little bit of that energy out. And this is why John Velasquez is one of the best of the best. He's just very good at getting a horse settled down and a horse that just mentally a little bit more immature. And you could see that in his running lines. He had one start at Gulfstream. He didn't take a lot of money that day at all. And for a gun runner, to me, just physically, he doesn't look as imposing as a lot of the really good gun runners do.
Yeah, he's not as blocky. He's
Right.
a little bit more lean, but love what Johnny V was doing with him there, keeping him moving. And we'll see if it can help him break a little bit better because he was tardy to break in his unveiling. Here's Dark Assault. So many opportunities for him, Sam. He's
Yes.
0 for 6, but he's hit the board plenty of times. Is this just regular Shug McGahee progression for him, you think, or they haven't found out what he wants to do?
Yeah, it seems like we're trying things a little bit. I do like the fact that last time out they did pull the blinkers off a horse that it was almost halfway through his 3-year-old career, and nothing's really working so far, so let's pull the blinkers off. And I thought it was a decent enough effort. He was kind of up on the pace, which I think was good for him to just say, hey, you know, this is what we're doing. Let's get involved early on. Now from this outside post, I'm curious as to see what Manny Franco's going to work out with him, and what a day he had yesterday, Michelle.
Yeah, when I left, he had won 4. Did he win any more
no,
after that?
it was just 4, yeah. Just 4
Just
on
4 the
Belmont.
first 5.
Yeah,
It's fine.
exactly, yeah.
What about the 6 Copious in here? We just got to see a quick sneak peek of him. Blinkers off today, which Linda Rice claimed him, and he had blinkers on, left him on, and now she takes him off as she stepped him up in class.
Hey, it's a 4-year-old. This time of year, I harp on this a lot, and it starts to not be as big of a deal as the year moves on, Michelle. A 3-year-old taking on 4-year-olds and vice versa. But I do like the fact that Linda Rice is taking the blinkers off here and just does hold that edge being a 4-year-old. But he opened up on the field early and really just folded late.
He looks actually a lot like his mom. He's got the exact same big white
Yeah.
blaze as she had in that crazy looking white eye. All right, race 1, we're at post time. You can hear Frank Miramonte. Check out the crowd that's been pouring in here to Saratoga. They were waiting at the gates. They are in and they are ready for this excellent first race that gets to start right on the front side. I always think that's a great way to kick off the day.
It really is. It's just a up close and personal look for all the fans, getting a look at these amazing thoroughbred athletes we get to watch all day long, Michelle.
All right, a field of 9 assembled, 3 to 5 on your favorite. We'll see if Chad Brown can kick off the day in winning fashion. Frank Miramonte with the rest of the load and the call. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Michelle and Samantha, great to hear your voices as they move into line for the first. Commerce is coming up in the famous Pin Oak stud colors. Here's Mr. William. Hadrian's Wall, the heavy favorite. Both first-time starters are trained by Danny Gargan. Here's the second of them, named Battle. And the Cherry Cap that will be in the spotlight again tomorrow. Dark Assault goes up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Copious is hustled hard. In the middle, however, is Sorrentino. And Sorrentino dives toward the rail and will lead Copious. Those two, 1-2 into the first turn. Mr. William, though, has other ideas and sprints up on the outside of them to create a very honest open tempo. Commerce is next, and Dark Assault is racing a joint fourth, 3 wide, 3 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths clear then of Storming as they make their way onto the backstretch. It's a gap of 4. Back to battle. Luz de Guia is second to last, and Hadrian's Wall inches up outside of him. 23-1 for the long shot, Mr. Willian, who will head toward the half-mile pole in front by 2 lengths over Copius and Sorrentino, who race side by side. Dark Assault with the cherry cap on the outside of Commerce. They race together 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 4. Back to battle. Luz de Guia is next. Then Storming and the favorite Hadrian's Wall will have to pass them all. And Manny Franco is now on Dark Assault, losing ground steadily midway on the far turn. 47 seconds flat for Copius, who is tackled by Commerce. Commerce within a length of him. And now Hadrian's Wall will start to march into contention with work to do at the top of the stretch. It's Copius and Ricardo Santana Jr. sprinting for home, has opened up a 4-length lead. Commerce second. Hadrian's Wall grinding away on the outside, has to get to Copius late, but Copius still has something left and maintains a comfortable 4-length lead with a 1/16 of a mile to go. Hadrian's Wall cannot get to Copius, and it will be Copius to win by 3 lengths. Second went to Hadrian's Wall. Luz de Guia was third, and Commerce finished 4th.
Well, the blinkers off. Let us see that big blaze, and a great ride there by Ricardo Santana, taking Copius to victory in career start 7.
Just a amazing stock and pounce kind of ride, Michelle. We've seen the last couple days that this track has been very speed favoring. He made that middle move at the perfect time. Blinkers off was just great as well. I almost think the blinkers off a lot of times just settles a horse in a bit more, Michelle.
I also think it allows them to see their competition,
Yep.
right? So when he was trying to make up some ground, there were horses around him. He was able to utilize that to kind of propel him forward. Then in front here, with the blinkers off, allows him to kind of see that horse coming behind him the way horse's vision is. I think that was just a really smart move by Linda Rice.
Yeah, very, very sharp. And a 4-year-old that dusted some 3-year-olds.
You know, $75,000 claim back in February. He ran 3rd last time out, comes in with his diploma today. Sky's the limit for this horse, who seems to really wander out of ground. I mean, who knows what they're going to do with it next?
Yeah, it's exciting to see here, and the connections. Roddy Valente, he's very sharp. Oh, and there we go, Roddy. He's already got his nice tan going here. He's been sitting out at the pool.
I would like a nice tan from sitting by a pool. There's Linda Rice. Ordering her photos, I'm sure.
Yes,
Right?
exactly.
I'd take 10. What was our price on Copius? 9-1, so pretty spot on to that morning line. I mean, that's going to pay very nicely to kick off the day right here with a horse who was very logical. Again, you try to beat that favorite. There were a lot of horses in here that made a ton of sense with good prices.
Exactly, and Copius had a recency edge, and that really does help when you've got a race, and a recent race at least, especially one at Saratoga, and very fun for the connections here.
At what point does Hadrian's Wall just become a horse that you think doesn't want to win a race?
Probably pretty soon. So.
Maybe one more shot for
Maybe.
him. All right, quick timeout. We'll be back here with some prices and payouts on the 6 Copius.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the 3rd leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Justify comes roaring home. He's just immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner. An Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1. Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Welcome back here to America's Day at the Races. Race 1 is in the books here at Saratoga. A maiden no more for Copious as he goes second off the claim for Linda Rice, who's been clipping along at a 26% win rate for the year. Ricardo Santana aboard for that very savvy ride, Sam.
A great middle move in a race that had a very nice, good enough pace to be able to do so, and just took that confidence at the top of the stretch and was a beautiful finish.
Matt standing by with Ricardo.
Ricardo, you're nice and pumped. That was a terrific ride. You had to make your decision at halfway, and the tactics paid off.
Well, first I need to say thanks God. Thank you to the owner and Linda. Give me the opportunity in this horse. She be saying for a week already that horse wanna go long, and he never had the opportunity to go to turn. Today he go to turn. He broke short. Today he was much the best. I just was a good passenger today.
He felt strong under you.
He was. He do much all.
And means so much to win a race, obviously, with such an astute trainer of Linda.
Well, I'm being lucky with Linda. I'm so thankful. She gave me another opportunity, and today it paid off.
You got the first win on the board of 14 races. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So getting the job done in the first race, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Mentioning the relationship that he has with Linda. Last year they teamed together at 31%. When you get some of these trainer-jockey combos that just connect, they are absolutely worth backing, because check out Copious, returning $20.18 here for the win. Hadrian's Wall, your odds-on favorite, does finish second. Again, $2.58 for that under Flavien Prat. And then a 54 to 1 shot, Luz de Guia, coming in third. So your trifecta, not too bad. Superfecta is paying nice.
Yeah, it really is. You have that. That's a nice start to your bankroll on this 14-race card.
All right, page ahead to race number 2, because we've got more opportunities for you to go ahead and cash some tickets. It's going to be a New York bred allowance optional claiming race. We're going to cut it back to just 6 furlongs. A field of 8 going to be assembled here, Sam. And this is also a very contentious field. This whole weekend is filled with races of horses that have many, many opportunities.
Yeah, they really do. In this race specifically, there's one horse that's looking for 4 wins in a row and another that's looking for 3 wins in a row. And guess what? One of those winning streaks is going to be snapped in this race, unless there's a dead heat.
Oh, I love it. All right, let's take a look forward on the day, actually. Going to be race number 10, the Grade 1 Acorn. It's going to be 3-year-old fillies, 5 horses. So I know a compact field, but stacked with quality. Always a runner going to be highlighting this. She won the Kentucky Oaks in her last out. She's a perfect 3 for 3. And the second, third, and 5th place finisher, well, they're also in here, Sam.
Yeah, it's such a loaded field. And to be able to see these top runners coming out of the Kentucky Oaks, and now we'll get to see him here today. There's a lot of moving and shaking that goes on to these fillies after a race like this. Some of them grow bigger, grow stronger, get even more confidence. Is that the case with Always a Runner today, or does somebody else step up and knock her off her winning streak?
I mean, the way she won this race, you'd think that it's not going to be an option for her to get beat. I mean, she came from the outside. She had a beautiful, clear running path, meaning ran very well. And I thought she actually re-rallied after she was bested by Always a Runner. She came back and was like, hey, I need to catch her. She really jumped higher than her numbers indicated that she was going to run. Yep. So she could come back with a big effort, too. But I don't know what it's going to take to beat her. I would still have a hard time singling her just because, like you mentioned, 3-year-olds change at this time of year, and you don't know who's coming in physically better today.
Yeah, and that's tough to kind of measure in a race like this, especially with the condensed field, but just so much star power. And it's so cool to listen to trainer Chad Brown, just the way he kind of glowingly talks about Always a Runner. He's one that can be a little bit conservative with his horses as far as the way he talks about him. He's very just political and diplomatic the way that he talks about his runners, and he's just glows when he talks about Always a Runner.
Pre-Kentucky Oaks, he was really talking her up. I think that he said this week in an article that I read that she's one of the best to ever wear a saddle towel. So he has some high praise for her. And he's trained, what, 20-some-odd, 50-some-odd Grade 1 winners? I mean, talking big numbers here for Chad.
Yeah, that's big shoes to fill, for sure.
What about the fresh face, though? Maximum Offer for Kenny McPeek. Does she fit in with this quartet?
Well, sometimes in a short field, a lot of players like to take the longest price in a situation like this, and she's one that's going to have to take a big step forward, but anything can happen, Michelle.
All right, we've got horses in the paddock for race number 2. We're going to take a quick timeout here, and we come back. How about a sneak peek as Belmont returns home next year? They're going to be opening in the fall. Let's take a look at the brand new Belmont Park after this.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside. Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome. Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
Here at the new Belmont Park, history is important to us. That's why here at Big Reds, we have named it after one of the greatest thoroughbreds of all time, Secretariat. At Big Reds, you have direct access to the track apron to catch all of the live racing action. You can catch some of your favorite sports teams on one of the 24 television screens. And then, after a fun day at the races, you can take the walkway to a direct path to catch one of your favorite sports teams or concerts at the UBS Arena.
The new Belmont Park going to be opening up in the fall, Sam. And what a treat for you to get to go visit.
Oh, it was so much fun, Michelle. Just seeing the work in progress and the hard effort that the whole crew has been working day in and day out to make this fantastic for the September 18th opening, was truly special. The Big Reds was so amazing to be in, and of course named after the great Secretariat. And there's going to be this beautiful just kind of mural, just the stencil was on the wall of him, and just so much fun to see. There's still a lot of history preserved in the grandstand, and what a beautiful facility it's going to be.
Is there any facility that you can liken it to?
Oh man, when I look at it from far away, it's almost looking at like Royal Ascot.
That's what I was thinking. It looks very like Royal Ascot.
It's kind of like a little bit of a mirage too, because when you're standing outside of it, you don't really realize the size of it. And then once you step inside those doors, it is like Pandora's box of just space and just modern amenities. It is truly just going to be an amazing, amazing sporting venue. I'm so excited.
All right, well, I can't wait to get to go there. Belmont Stakes, take a look at the fall stakes schedule. September 18th, that opening day, the Jockey Club Gold Cup. That's going to be a phenomenal race. We've got big racing on September 26th for the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, the Champagne, the Frisette on October 3rd for those 2-year-olds, New York Showcase Day on October 24th, the Mother Goose on November 7th, and then November 28th, the Jockey Club Derby and Oaks, December 5th, the Cigar Mile, and of course gearing up for a Breeders' Cup in 2027.
Yeah, this is all like dress rehearsal, right, Michelle? They're putting on the finishing touches. It's kind of a provisional opening on the 18th of September, and then as we get closer to the Breeders' Cup, the whole building will be open, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I better see you there.
I hope so. Take note. All right, on FS2, we've got race 2 coming up here at Saratoga for this Belmont Stakes Festival. Once again, a New York bred allowance race, second level here, going 6 on the main track. A 2-to-1 favorite, Sam, in the 3, hit the post for Melanie Giddings. Very consistent. I don't really have any negatives to say about him.
No, maybe the only thing you could say is the win was in, or the couple of wins, none of them have been here, but has had a pretty good account of himself across this track. He's one that can be very, very forward, and that gives jockey Christopher Elliott a lot of options.
You know, you mentioned the fact that the track had been playing a little speedy yesterday. We saw a horse lay forward today and get the win. But I feel like I hate to always say there's a bias unless we see horses that don't make sense winning on the front end, right?
Yep, absolutely, and it's still just only the second race, so I think we'll be able to get a good feel of it here as we move through the card.
Now, the pick 4 does begin here, $123,000 in that current pool, and Sam, you have a pick 4 ticket for me. I'm just going to bet blind.
Okay, well, $27 is the ticket, and you can bet it, of course. That's it. Yeah, I'm starting off. I've got a pick 5 going, so I'm off to a good start, but here's my pick 4 play. This race, to be honest, I don't particularly trust it. As we move into the third race, what a good maiden special weight event. My top pick being the number 1 Hero Declared. Wow, we've got a lot to say about him a little bit later. Race number 4, just too deep for me. We've got Ways and Means in the grade 2 Better Roses, a horse that absolutely flourishes here at Saratoga and in race number 5. If you had a big budget, this is a race that I would go even deeper in, but Pray for the Wicked, the number 4 for Cherie DeVoe and Jose Ortiz Kentucky Derby winning connections, looks very interesting.
All right, there's a look at Sam's ticket. If you want to play along, you can use your phone and scan that QR code right there and bet it.
Can't make it any easier. It's great.
I love it. Let's take a look now at Kenny B, the 4 horse in this field for Dave Duggan in his last race.
I love this cutback from the 7 furlongs to now the 6 furlongs here. This was such a visually impressive victory, Michelle. Ricardo Santana Jr., he's got that confidence, already winning the first race on the card here. Do we move it on to race number 2 for an early double?
We've seen jockeys be able to double, triple, and quadruple up already with this meet only a few days in. Look, after a nice runaway victory like that, you have to say this horse is coming in with really good form. And both of his starts off the layoff have been really great efforts.
They have, and trainer David Duggan already has a win for this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and a couple of very live shots a little bit later on the card. He's got a very nice New York filly, Carly B, a little later I'm excited for.
I kind of like this horse's versatility as well. You know, he's laid pretty close, but he's also come from out of it. And while it wasn't as effective to come from a little bit further back, he has the capability there. And that, I feel like, means something on a race day, because if you're pigeonholed into one running style, it doesn't always work out. But when you can pick from a bag of different running styles, it might help you out.
Wouldn't that be nice? You just had a little button to press. I think that's what sometimes people think. You just have a little button on their necks you can press, and here we go. But that's why these jockeys are so important, Michelle, is they're able to read the race as soon as the gates open. Where are we going? You look at a horse to your inside, like hit the post. If he goes, do I just sit off his hip? Things like that go through your mind, and you just have to be quick thinking.
All right, we're 12 minutes before race number 2. Matt Hill is joining us, and he was here yesterday for the Belmont Gold Cup, a fees-paid berth into the Melbourne Cup. Matt, bring us back and tell us all about Tawny Port yesterday.
It was a terrific renewal of the Belmont Gold Cup. It was run at a brutal tempo for a 2-mile race here in the States, and there was quite a high attrition rate with a lot of horses battling before the home stretch. But it was the strong Tawny Port successful, Flavien Prat aboard, and of course Miguel Clements and his lovely wife Acacia, who's desperate to come to Australia, and we're desperate to have them as well. But in reality, warm conditions, firm track, hot weather, that's what you'll get in Australia, and a horse that blends into the race like Tawny Port. We're so hoping that he comes to the first Tuesday in November. It was a fantastic win.
Thanks so much, Matt. Tawny Port gets that fees-paid berth to the Melbourne Cup. You know, his last win was over 2.5 years ago, 17 subsequent starts. All he wanted was this crown. You don't really find stayers like this stateside.
No, you don't, which will make it very interesting if the Connections decide to go to the Melbourne Cup. But he's got a very fair shot because the way he stepped up yesterday, it was visually impressive.
Yeah, last year we had Parchment Party go on to the Cup, but I feel like it wasn't fair with it being rained off.
I know.
I mean, it was
It's
just a
tough.
whole, you know, this is a much better representation, I feel like, of a horse that could maybe get the distance.
And the way that he quickened, too, for a 2-mile race, to quicken like that down the lane and still show that kind of quick turn of foot is very impressive.
Look at all those horses.
Yeah.
I mean,
Loaded.
I'm glad I don't have to call that race. Matt Hill did a good job calling our race
Fantastic.
yesterday. If I'm going to call a race, I don't want 30 horses in the field.
No, that would, no, my brains would be like scrambled eggs.
Here come the jockeys out for race number 2. We've been waiting for this. Look at all these silks. Tell me why these guys are wearing Knicks jerseys, Sam.
All right, so tonight, game 2 of the NBA Finals, the New York Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs. They're showing their New York pride here. As an OKC Thunder fan, I am all in on the Knicks here. Get revenge on those San Antonio Spurs. And after a nice win to kick off the series, let's make it 2-0 now for the Knicks.
All right, this is very fun. I like the fact they're wearing jerseys. I want to know if they have names on the back or they just randomly held them out.
We'll have to check that out. I can't really see as well, but a lot of New York pride in the air, and it's so much fun. You look at the Belmont Stakes, you look at things like the NBA Finals, there is so much just sportsmanship, camaraderie, just something that we can all gather behind, Michelle, and that's what brings us together just in the whole world. It doesn't matter what language you speak, where you're from, we can all gather behind a nice sporting event like the NBA Finals and, even more importantly, the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
I like the juxtaposition of the jockeys and the basketball players.
Yes. the tallest people in sports and some of the most petite people in sports.
Guys making their way out right now to their particular mounts for this second race at Saratoga, where we're still holding tight on the favorite as the 3 hit the post. A stakes winner in his own right, and he gets in here for a second level allowance condition. I feel like, especially in New York, they're so savvy with the conditions. You really have to read the conditions in the race to know who is best suited. So for this one, it is New York breds, which haven't won $20,000 twice, other than a maiden claiming our starter. Or you could have not won 3, or in for the claiming price of $45. For example, the one Jackson Heights is a 5-time winner. But I love reading the conditions and finding the trainer who's been the savviest.
Yes, that really does play well, and I'm sure you probably guide your husband, Mr. Ryan Hansen, in the condition book a little bit, do you?
Are you kidding me? He told me I'm not allowed to read the condition book anymore.
Oh, man, that's a bummer.
I do for my horses.
There you go.
When I own a horse, I am that owner. I'm like, bring, bring. Here's the race I want to run in.
Exactly.
And
That's okay.
sometimes it works out.
Sometimes. But
I-
you can take the blame if it doesn't.
No, I never take the blame. Sam.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
Happy wife, happy life. Ryan takes the blame for everything.
All right, smart man, Ryan.
I thought the 6 projectability was super playable in here because I think he suits the condition perfectly. He's a 3-time winner, broke his maiden for 35, and then he won an allowance, and then he won the other allowance because he won a starter, and then he won the non-winners of 1X, and now he's in this non-winners of 2X. I mean, this to me is just a great placement by Linda.
Looking for 4 wins in a row. This is why trainer Linda Rice just has so much success, Michelle, is she is so sharp at reading these conditions, claiming horses, putting them in the right spots here, and every spot has proved to be a winning one since the claim, and this is a true 3-quarter horse.
I mean, you know, you're getting 6-1, so slightly over your morning line. We just saw what Linda Rice did in the opener. You're going to give me another price on Linda Rice?
Yeah, I mean, sign me up. 4 wins in looking for 4 wins in a row. That's a good thing to come into this race with that kind of record going on.
There's a good look at Elysian Meadows for Bill Mott. And before we get to a post parade, let's touch back with Matt Hill.
I've got Dave Duggan with me, and we're talking Australian horse racing here because you spent some time in Australia, didn't you?
Yeah, I spent 2 winters there. It was great.
Yeah, as
Really
a
stayed
rider.
there. Yeah.
And of course rode in Germany and India.
Did a lot of that, yeah. They didn't want me back in Ireland, so they sent me away.
You're loving your time, obviously, in the last 20 years in New York. You've had a winner already at this particular meet. So what about Kenny B here?
Well, he's stepping up in class. I mean, obviously you got some hardened criminals that we got to try and beat. But I mean, we can see. I think he's doing well enough to take this battle. We find out if we're good enough.
There seems to be a few horses in the paddock today quite vocal, but your boy was very quiet and relaxed.
Pretty good. Like I said, this is a different environment than Aqueduct, so you have to be careful how they react to it. But he's done well.
Handled the heat okay?
Oh, yeah. Not a bother on him.
Yeah. And the jockey's in form, won the first race, so there's plenty of green ticks there, isn't there?
Oh, yeah. Good man.
Good luck and lovely to meet you.
All right. Good to see you.
Good
Thank
luck.
you.
All right, thanks so much to Dave. Have you got to go to Australia?
I've never been. Have you?
No, I've been for fun.
Okay.
I haven't been for the races.
No, but I haven't been for either, but I gotta give myself a huge pep talk before getting on that, Matt, as we were coming out to the set, 28-hour flight? It was something crazy like that, 24?
I mean, from
23?
LA, it's easier, right? Because
Yeah.
you can fly
Oh,
a
that's
nice
true.
direct flight from LA. It's hard with it being around Breeders' Cup. It's very challenging to make the Melbourne Cup and the Breeders' Cup unless
Yeah.
you are bolting out of the Breeders'
They
Cup.
need to invent teleportation for us horsemen.
All right, let's get through the post parade here. We've already up to number 3. Hit the post, Sam. Here's the 4, Kenny B.
Kenny B coming off of a very impressive victory last time out, as we just heard from David Duggan.
5 is factually correct. Ruben Silvera aboard.
Going for 2 wins in a row, or 3 wins in a row now, coming off those 2 victories back to back. Tough ask here today in this spot.
Getting a little bit of play, 7-2 right now. Here comes projectability. This is going to be my pick in here. Linda Rice looks to go back to back.
Yep, looking for the 4th win in a row here. Has just been on an absolute tear. Very well spotted here.
The 7 is Russie. Hasn't won a race in a while.
No, has not, and they're trying a couple different things with this horse too. He has one on the grass. They tried back last time out, just had no chance after the break, Michelle.
Stablemate on the hill returns after a lengthy layoff. Looks like he could use a touch more conditioning.
Yeah, this is a big, heavy horse. The Fed Bizes typically carry that kind of weight, but yeah, it might be a race to get him into a little more condition here.
Sam also has a pick 4 that does begin here. That current pool, $216,000. You can use that QR code right there and play along. Sam, you do not have the favorite. Are you nervous?
Not particularly, just because I think that maybe he'll do all of the tough running up front here under jockey Christopher Elliott. And a race that if you have a bigger budget, maybe if you wanted to throw a couple more in. My strongest opinions are in races 3 and 4, Michelle. So I do think that races 2 and 5 are the ones that you can afford to spread a little bit more if that's the kind of ticket you want to play. And if you wanted to maybe single somewhere else, I do really like in race number 3, Hero Declared. So maybe if you wanted to go deeper here, single the 1 in the 3rd race and go down the road.
Oof, single.
Single.
It's so hard. I find it very challenging on days like this when there are so many horses that make sense that are good prices. I find it so hard to find that horse to single. I mean, I would struggle to single Always a Runner today.
I could not agree more with you, Michelle. It's a very tough and competitive field, and there's going to be other fillies taking another step forward. So you either take her and you go down with her completely and hope that it's a winning single, or you look elsewhere. It doesn't make sense a lot in your ticket structure to use multiple ones if you're going to use Always a Runner in there.
All right, what about Hit the Post here? Is he going to be lone speed, or are we going to have factually correct? being some pressure for him as well.
I would assume from that inside post under jockey Christopher Elliott that we're just going to go here. This is a horse that's very naturally fast from the gate, and the race he's exiting out of and across that sloppy track, there was a lot of changing conditions that day. Really hard to kind of get a grasp on how the track was playing. When it was harrowed and fast, the horses went on more forward were doing quite well, and then closers did well. When the track turned muddy, they had an interesting day of weather that day, and then speed held when sloppy. So the fact that this horse in the sloppy track couldn't really hang on to that, you wonder which direction he's going in, Michelle.
What about the two, Elysian Meadow in here? A 2 for 14, lifetime type. I feel like he fits at this. He's going to have pace to run in. He's warming up more aggressively than he actually runs.
Yes.
I feel like.
Well, last time out, he was very, very much so behind the 8 ball. And of course, like I mentioned, the way the track was playing that day and the sloppier track, just not as great. But what a great combination of Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott.
Yeah, the two of them teaming together at about 20%. And there was a look at their win last year in the Belmont Stakes on Sovereignty, eventual champion, who returned to the races this year with, I thought, a good leaping off point, and it didn't dissuade me from liking him at all.
Nope, not at all. You can't be upset with an effort like that. It was such a game race, and it's really fun. The older horse division this year, Michelle, I think that this is going to be a loaded division that we're going to get to watch right behind us, quite honestly, all summer.
I love the fact that it's starting off so good, and instead of dodging each other, all these horses are continuously going to these big races. I mean, wait till we see the Whitney here.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a freaky, freaky race.
Looking forward to that. And of course, Jockey Club Gold Cup, once Belmont opens on that opening day, going to be another phenomenal spot. I think Forever Young might be considering that spot to come over.
There's some talks, and could you imagine? I love what the Connections have done with Forever Young throughout his whole career. They're not afraid to ship him. They're not afraid to show up in spots, and when you have a horse like that who can show that to you everywhere you go, that's fantastic.
Bring the masses. Here's Hit the Post. Coming in with that third place finish, but he is a stakes winner. So from a class standpoint, he does have a little bit of an advantage on this field because he has been facing tougher competition in a bevy of stakes races. But I also feel like he almost has to get lucky when he wins because he'd run so many good races, but he only has the 2 lifetime wins.
Yeah, and that was all just as a 3-year-old, too. Now, he did win against Older in the sloppy track on June 6th, almost a year to the date here, but still, the stakes win was just against a restricted 3-year-old. So you wonder, when you make that step from 3 to 4, that the waters get very deep here, especially whenever you get in with this New York bred company. What a division of horses, older New York bred males that are so hard knocking, they're so sturdy, and they show up every single time.
Let's look at the outside horses just to play with some prices here. Both from the same barn, a 6-year-old and a 7-year-old. It's been a while since Russie has had a win. In fact, you got to go back to a grass race in 2024 for that last victory. But at this price, is he a horse that you could use underneath?
He's being ridden today by jockey Luis Saez, which to me is a jockey. Look, I know the last race, this horse tossed his head at the start, so it was kind of behind the 8 ball just the whole way. But jockey Luis Saez is very aggressive with his horses, so he's going to get this horse out of the gate and in the best position. But is it going to be enough for him in the end? His only 2 wins were on the grass course.
There he is right there. He is 0 for 3 on the main track, although he does have 2 runner-up finishes. And there's a good look at the 8 on the hill who comes in off that extended layoff. See what I mean by he could use some more condition? He looks a little chunky underneath. He doesn't have that nice tight line that the horses that have been running consistently have.
Yeah, the son of Fed Biz, which they typically do carry just a little bit more weight, but he's one that he's definitely going to need the race today.
Frank Miramonte with the rest of the lowdown, the call of race 2 at Saratoga.
Kenny B. Russie walking around behind the starting gate, and then on the hill will complete the line for race 2. On the hill comes up and in. They're in the gate. And they're off. It was a very even start. factually correct in the center of the racetrack, is out alertly, hit the post along the inside, flashing speed. Kenny B and Projectability are also up close. It's a gap of 3, back to Rusi outside of Jackson Heights, who's 7 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers on the hill, and Elysian Meadows is at the back. Half mile left to go, and Hit the Post takes the lead through a quarter in 22 and 1/5 seconds. Factually correct is now asked to keep pace with him in second. Projectability is racing third on the outside, and Kenny B is fourth, only 2.5 or so off the lead. It's a gap of 6 to On the Hill, followed by Jackson Heights with a quarter of a mile to go. And Hit the Post hugs the rail and goes for home. He's been prominent throughout and leads by a length to Projectability. Make it 2 inside the final 1/8 of a mile. Kenny B is in the center of the racetrack, trying to close the gap. A long way to On the Hill in fourth. Hit the Post, bounding away to blow them away under Christopher Elliott. Hit the Post wins by 7 easy lengths. Photo for second between Kenny B, Projectability, and Elysian Meadows, who was closing stoutly late.
What an effort there from Hit the Post. Went to the front and absolutely never looked back, winning by a widening 7 lengths at the end. I mean, they were in an all-out drive to catch him.
Yeah, I don't want to say it was over at the break, but a few hundred yards down the backstretch, it looked like he had this one in the bag. Jockey Christopher Elliott just stayed out of the horse's way. That's something that's so key as a jockey. Just let them find their rhythm, and he just turned in another gear. What a great prep in the slop that maybe just got a little bit tired last time out, and today, no problem for Hit the Post.
Also, probably helpful to turn back to 6 furlongs.
Yes, yeah.
Because I think that 7 was maybe just a smidge beyond what he can be best at when sprinting.
But it's great to see that they're not afraid to run in a race where a distance maybe is just a little bit too much for him to handle, but you get that fitness. These 7 furlong races, especially when you're in a sloppy track, that gets so much fitness into a horse and so much condition, and a horse that at New York Bred that looks like he's going to possibly take some dirt stakes in New York Bred competition later this year.
Love him finishing up here. You talk about the added fitness for him. I mean, he does not look an ounce tired coming down the lane.
No, not at all. Ears pinned back, just so much gameness, and what a nice finishing time for him.
All right, now we got the photo finish down for second. So the 4, Kenny B, who was your post-time favorite, does run second. The 6, Projectability in third. And then the 2, Elysian Meadow, getting up for that 4th place spot. Quick timeout. We'll be back here on America's Day at the Races.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the 3rd leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm. As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at naira.com/groups.
Welcome back here to America's Day at the Races. New York Bred program isn't just producing runners, it's producing champions. When you breed in New York, you're investing in the best state bred program in North America, an opportunity to compete at world-class venues, and in a program built to reward the people who make this game great. It pays to breed in New York. It certainly does. If your name is Hit the Post, a New York Bred here taking race number 2 for Mellon Giddings under Chris Elliott.
Beautiful ride by jockey Christopher Elliott here, a horse that just continued to kick on down the lane, and this was a great sprint effort from this New York bred. Big things to come from him, it seems like.
All right, speaking of Chris Elliott, he's standing by with Matt Hill.
He certainly is. Chris with me, that must have felt good. A big win.
Great win, you know, to be able to come here at Saratoga. I'm just truly blessed to be able to ride with the best riders against, you know, the best horses in the world, and I'm just so thankful for the support Melanie Giddings has given me.
So you're a young guy making a name for yourself in the sport. It's the Belmont Week. It's one of the biggest weeks of world racing. You have to pinch yourself.
Yeah, you know, I won on this horse. This horse was my first Saratoga winner last year, and to win on him again, it's just something really special, and I'm ecstatic.
And some very enthusiastic owners, some young ones here that idolise you. That's pretty special.
Yeah, you know, I'm just turned 20 back in April, and the crowds are great. The younger people look up to me, and I love it.
Can this horse go on now?
Yeah, you know, he's continuing to get better. He was a little short off the layoff last time, but he's very professional, and he's improving.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Great win. Chris here and the owners. Hit the post. How good?
Post, that's right, baby.
Fantastic. Getting the job done in the second race today.
Congratulations out there to Chris Elliott. Look at him giving hugs to the next generation of horsemen down there. Let's take out the prices for race 2. They are official. $7.10 for that victory. Hit the Post and Kenny B, co-favorites as they went off. And projectability got me a third. Come on, Linda, I needed another win.
I know, it would have been great, and I'm out of my pick 4 already, but that's okay because guess what? In race 3, we have a pick 5, so run it right back.
Love it. Speaking of this race, maiden special weight affair, $115,000 purse for this race. 6.5 furlongs on the main track. I thought I was going to be the smarty pants here with Hero Declared, but it looks like everybody knows about this horse who beat Renegade in his debut. Do note the rider changed to Junior Alvarado with Luis Saez off his early mounts today. Is it as easy as Hero Declared?
That's a great question. I like this horse a lot. He has just been breezing lights out, and a horse that had a lot of buzz, was kind of like the world's fastest horse before debut, but was turned away by a beautiful Tom Amoss runner first time out, and all the field was just chasing for second. But guess what? There's no in our time here today.
All right, well, we talked about Renegade just a smidgen right there, but let's take a look at another entrant for the Belmont Stakes. That's going to be Chief Wallaby. He's kind of the wise guy horse going into the Kentucky Derby. I feel like he's the wise guy horse coming into the Belmont Stakes. Everyone saw Junior and Bill Mott win this race last year with Sovereignty. This horse doesn't quite have the credentials, but he's on his way up.
He is, and a horse that I got to watch all winter long, and a horse that physically, he's not the strongest. Just in general, he's got a bit of a lighter frame, but he's one that's really starting to fill out. And every single race, he seems to take a step forward a bit mentally, and that's what's just so key with a horse like this. And it's been spotted very ambitiously from the very beginning and has showed up, answered the bell every single time, Michelle.
Look, he added those blinkers last time in the Kentucky Derby. They opt to keep him on. He's actually been working with them since mid-April.
Yeah.
Do you think they've made a big change for him?
I think they have, especially because I spoke with jockey Junior Alvarado a little bit before the Florida, or after the Florida Derby, and he had said he'd kind of already had it in the back of his mind, but a trainer like Bill Mott, he was going to wait for the call to make the change. He wasn't going to bring it up first. He said, Mr. Mott is the boss. I'll wait for him. And then when he called him and said, hey, Junior, what do you think about adding blinkers here? He said, you got it.
Now, I listened to Junior yesterday. I kind of think that they're considering a send scenario with him tomorrow. What do you think?
Yeah, it would be interesting, and he's a horse that could get brave on the front end, so that could be very interesting. But there's some other speedsters in the race as well. I'm not going to go down with him on top, but I do think he's been a very fun horse to watch all week long.
I feel like he's, right now to me, he's like Tacitus 2.0. So he's got to break through with a big win for me to elevate him up to like the Sovereignty level, right?
I would have made a lot of money if I ever caught Tacitus on the right day, but I was never one that could.
All right, good look there at Chief Wallaby. And it's time for me to leave.
So sad.
I'm going to bring you in a better host. Todd Schrupp going to be taking over this seat right here as we get closer and closer to race number 3 at Saratoga. Sam, thank you. It's been a great morning. I'm sure I'll see you later on in the afternoon. We'll take a quick time out when we come back and look at the Golden Mama, a nice feature on Carumba, who is the mama of our Kentucky Derby winner.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Kilwin, Ice Cream You Scream, AG Bullet, and Fian, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
So Carumba has gained a lot of notoriety this year. She's the dam of the 2026 Kentucky Derby winner, Golden Tempo. So it's been very exciting here at the farm. We take a lot of pride in the horses that we raise here, and just to get that kind of extra notch has been really exciting this year. I think like any great race filly, you're gonna encounter a little bit of added edge to them. And she definitely has that. You know, she was a very respectable racehorse, and she's been a wonderful mother. When you look at her, you can see she's got a lot of good size to her. Big hip, she has a massive shoulder. She's just not lacking in any size anywhere. Big horse. So that's kind of what we saw with Golden Tempo. He's a big, rangy looking horse. When he was a foal, he was also a big, rangy foal, and had some good-sized ears to go with it. So I think that's one of those things that people kind of love to see, his big ears. So he was just a pretty typical colt. He was very much a business doer, and I think that's what's showed in his race career, that he gets down to business, so to say, and he does what he's supposed to do, and he loves his job. And I think, you know, you see him and his ears are pricked, and you know that he's happy and he's enjoying what he's doing. I think she might have a slight idea. She's been kind of the diva in her barn. I think she's kind of bragging to everybody a little bit, so to say that she's got the Derby winner this year. I think horses do know when there's an extra added layer of excitement around them, and I think she's definitely picked up on that. Yeah, so the history of Claiborne and Phipps is one of those that just goes back, you know, generations, and it's just been interwoven throughout racing history. I don't think you can think of thoroughbred racing here in America without thinking of Claiborne Farm as well as the Phipps family. And I think what you see with a pedigree for Golden Tempo is just a true testament to their dedication to their breeding program. You're really seeing that in a horse like Golden Tempo. So, of course, we have our fingers crossed that everybody's going to have a safe trip. It would be a little added extra icing on top of the cake to see him win the Belmont as well. You know, you have a horse that wins 2 of the 3 legs of the Triple Crown. That's really exciting. It's exciting enough just to have a Derby winner, but also to have a Belmont winner is just that little cherry right on the top.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore the stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. And when you go there, you will find Jonathan Kinchin as he evaluates the Belmont Stakes field. You'll also meet the jockeys for the 2026 Belmont Stakes and the big race showdowns that are going on. Expert picks for the Jaipur, the Met Mile, and the Belmont Stakes. You'll see it all at americasbestracing.net. Welcome back to our set here. Belmont Stakes week at Saratoga. Look at that, taking you from the entrance now to our look on the main set here with the paddock behind us. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be with Samantha Perry. We saw in that ABR story they were talking about a diva. I would never call you a diva. I'd call you a queen.
Aww.
And it is nice to be here in the middle of the Triple Crown with the conclusion coming up with the Belmont Stakes. How would you categorize the Triple Crown thus far?
Exciting, unpredictable, and a lot of fun. There's just so much buzz in the air to close off this final jewel of the Triple Crown, and it's so exciting to be a part of it here with you, Todd, with the crowd, with the beautiful weather. You just can't ask for a better circumstance here, and a lot of fun.
Everything that you just described is the energy that we have with the crowd that surrounds us here. If you're fortunate enough to be here, congratulations. Hopefully many of you will be making the trip tomorrow. It'll be the final time that they hold the Belmont Stakes here at Saratoga before we go back to the reimagined Belmont Park. But as you talk about this Triple Crown series, you're right. It started out with a joyous celebration and the first woman ever training a winner in the Kentucky Derby, and Cherie DeVaux with Golden Tempo. They passed the Preakness. They end up here now. What about our Kentucky Derby winner? Is he getting enough credit? Horses that are returning, Renegade is going to get a lot of attention because of the rough trip he had. Chief Wallaby didn't have the best of trips either. Golden Tempo took advantage, and I think people are kind of downgrading his chances in the Belmont because pretty much everything went right in the Kentucky Derby.
It did, and to win a Kentucky Derby, lightning has to strike, and that's what Golden Tempo did in a fantastic way. And there was a lot of trips this race. Watching back this race multiple times, you could pick something out each and every time, and you couldn't even see Golden Tempo on your screen down the backside. So to make that run, and things fell apart late, I know that, but it was still awesome. And Renegade, a lot of tough trouble at the beginning of the race, Todd, and he was so game. And both of the Ortiz brothers just showed why they are top-class jockeys because their rides were fantastic.
Well, look, Renegade does have that trouble at the beginning, but it's a 1.25 mile race. You have time to recover, and at the top of the stretch, he's kind of on even terms with Golden Tempo, and he gets out finished. Are they getting carried away with that trouble early for Renegade?
I don't think, it just depends on how much you really take stock into that. I do think that Irad Ortiz, his pilot that day, was trying to get a position from himself, and you have to do that when you're in a field like that. You have to establish position early, and he couldn't quite get there, but he was a horse that came from off the pace anyway, so it actually could have been a big help for him.
We're bringing you all the action of the Belmont Stakes Festival of Racing this week. But the big day is tomorrow, and it will be the big Fox Sports out here covering the big race. The Belmont Stakes, presented by Naira Bets, is scheduled to go off at 7:04 local time. Going to be so many big races leading up to that. We mentioned the Jaipur as well as the Met Mile. So many anticipated showdowns, and then the biggest race of all going off at about 7:04 local. We're also hoping to keep the rain away. It's been so perfect all week for this festival, but there is the forecast of maybe some rain late in this area. All right, let's get back to this beautiful day. As we said, it is the Belmont Stakes Festival of Racing underway, and this Friday card has some big races yet to come. The upcoming third, as we look into the paddock, is a 6.5 furlong maiden special weight event. And you were talking about this horse, the one Hero Declared earlier, SGP, and the fact that this horse came out of what looked like a real live race when this one was here at Saratoga last summer.
Well, he was bet like an international good thing, and off of his OBS March Breeze, where he was purchased for $575,000. He was very athletic, looked great that day. I'll admit, It's Our Time did kick me out of all of my multi-race wagers. I went completely down with Hero Declared. And
you remember races how I remember races.
when you get beat, yeah, that's never fun. But this was window dressing for It's Our Time, as he absolutely laughed at that field, and Hero Declared was able to hang on for second. He had a couple of setbacks, and now he is going back to this home track where he made his debut.
Well, one horse that he did finish in front of, like we showed you there, a runaway winner, he was ahead of Renegade. Yeah. So obviously Renegade coming out of that maiden race to accomplish what he has in this Triple Crown season speaks well of Hero Declared, who was the favorite in that race. Now, with your eye for horses, how does this horse look having not raced since August of last year?
Could not be sharper here in the paddock, Todd. I got a very nice look at him coming in here, and he is such an athlete. It's amazing to see an animal like this to come off of shy of a year break and to be as fit as he is for a spot like this.
Taking a look now at the 6 criteria, comes in with 3 career starts and 3 different racetracks, Saratoga, Gulfstream Park, and Keeneland last time out. But the best effort was that debut here at Saratoga.
It was, and was it the track? Was he just an early runner? That was actually a pretty productive race too. Ted Nafi, multiple winner coming out of that race, who he finished second too. So a lot of horses that finished second to some very stone cold runners. Criteria to me though, Todd, is one that when I saw him back at Gulfstream in February, he didn't really take a step forward physically from 2 to 3, and that's what worries about me here. I just feel like he is what he is last time out. I don't feel like he had much of an excuse. Maybe he didn't need to be as forward in a very hot pace like that, and he was very headstrong, but to me, I'll play against him.
Then there is Tab at Zanzibar. So we're talking about form at Saratoga, and 2 of your favorites in here have already proven they can handle it here. What about the Aqueduct form for Tab at Zanzibar? Pretty good in the debut, second at odds of 11 to 1, but how good was that field?
I thought it was pretty good. The first time starter was that won the race was a Chad Brown runner, and he was like a universal good thing. I thought that this horse ran a winning race, but he was just taken over by a horse that was won better. I do find the other Brad Cox a little bit interesting in here, Todd, the first time starter, Noble Edition.
And when you take a look at these first-time starters, does the tote board matter to you? Because the morning line on the 7, Noble Edition at 6 to 1, and when you look at the connections you just mentioned, the horse sitting there at 13 to 1, does that give you pause, or you look at it more of an opportunity? I get 13 to 1 on a horse I like.
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity here, and I like what the Cox Barn has done. You're going to put him in at 6.5 here. That's a nice fitting distance for a horse like this. He's been breezing great. He's just such a big, strong horse, and he's one that is bred very nicely for a nice sprint debut here for trainer Brad Cox. The Dam is a stakes winning sprinter, and this is the second foal. The first foal was winless, but I like the second foal angle. Sometimes the first foals can be a little bit smaller in size, and just you get the one sibling out of the way, and then the middle child's the golden child.
So I've heard second time blinkers. I've heard second time Lasix. This is the first time I've heard second time foal, but as you make the case, I'm going to watch that a lot closer.
All right,
that
there
makes
you go.
Good sense.
You've been around a long time, so the fact that I have said something, hey, that was not an age thing. No, no, no.
How long have I been around?
A while.
Don't answer that question. Yeah.
I won't.
I've been here
I'm
since
stop
opening
talking.
day of the festival.
Oh, gosh, we won't say your age. Don't worry.
There is the 5 holding power Holding Power 34-1. Now taking a look at the 2-1 pack, who seems to be at least trending in the right direction. I guess figuring out what this horse's best running style is a little difficult because this horse did show some versatility the last couple of starts. 2 starts ago, rallying for third, and then last time out getting to the lead, and then holding on for third.
Well, this is a 4-year-old taking on some 3-year-olds, as we saw in the opener. Now, as we're getting progressively into the 2026 season, it's not as tough to take on these older horses, but you do hold a slight edge shot. I really think you do, and this horse has recency edge and a very quick, natural gait speed.
There's a look at the 8, Accost, and right now up on the board at 5-1.
Accost was a bit of a problem child at Keeneland. This horse just didn't want to load in the gate, just didn't break too sharply at all either, and just was kind of wrapped up on it. Just had no chance at the break. So do we get a better show of himself today?
We have a call for riders up here in race number 3. Field headed out for the post parade, the wagering menu on the 3rd at Saratoga. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering, and a reminder about the mandatory pick 5. There's a lot of pick 5s sprinkled in this card, and 3 through 7, so 14 races on the entire program. And these middle pick 5s have returned some good odds on your investment. Yesterday, the middle pick 5 coming back 3,600 with some moderate upsets, at 10-1 and 6-1 sprinkled in there. And we get our stakes action also starting in this sequence because the Bed of Roses will be coming up in race number 4. There's a look at the 3 Tab at Zanzibar. We talked about the good debut at Aqueduct, and you made the point, don't undersell that maiden field at Aqueduct. What about the track itself? Because I know Andy certainly was talking about opening day. He thought there was a pronounced bias on the rail. Have you bought into any of that and feel that there's been any bias on the main track?
Yeah, the first 2 days, absolutely. So now as we roll into day number 3, the first 2 races, I think it's hard to really tell so far, but hit the post, just hit the front. Was he that good? I still want to see a little bit more. And you mentioned the middle pick 5, Todd. That's what's great about so many multi-race wagers throughout the day is you can see how the track is playing and kind of adjust to your bets there. If you're in the early pick 5 and you expected the track to change or not change, you could run into some problems here. When you start with this pick 5 right here, like you said, it's very sneaky, a very underrated wager because it typically pays off quite well.
Let's meet our field now for race number 3 as they come out on to the track. And the first horse we're going to see is the one Hero Declared. And again, loaded race that this horse debuted in at Saratoga last August 16th. And it doesn't return to the races until today. Our current favorite at 2-1.
A horse that is very fast, has not had to breeze fast in the morning to prove it. He's one that looks very sharp, the one to beat.
All eyes on me. It's One Pac, not Tupac.
One Pac, not 2. That's the cousin of Tupac. A nice 3rd place finish last out, has recency.
And here is Tab at Zanzibar, who we were just talking about, sharp-looking chestnut.
Very sharp, one of 2 Brad Cox trainees in the race. A nice 2nd place finish on debut.
And Presidential Power has a first-time pedigree by Constitution. They can win at first asking, trained by Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, Whisper Hill homebred here, a horse that to me looks like a little more of a grass horse.
Then here is Holding Power, the first-time starter by Good Magic for trainer Miguel Clement. Are you concerned when a horse stops like that?
No, it looks like Miguel Clement is just adjusting something on the bridle. So maybe the groom didn't get the bridle tight enough. Maybe something just kind of shook loose. So that's okay.
There's the 6 Criteria. Right now, almost our second choice at 7-2.
A horse that I've just given up on a little bit, but the cutback in 6.5 maybe is the ticket.
Going through that Brad Cox Firster Noble Edition to get to the 8 Accost. Here is the 9. You can say it.
Oh, no, you can say it. A horse that has never been worse than 3rd, and a very, very quiet Mike Maker start to this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
Scratch the 10 Dark Moon. Here is the 11 Party Animal.
Was this horse named after you?
Oh, wow. How would you say that? Have you seen me about town? I finally ventured out last night, but I have to say it was a great thrill last night. Got a chance, and you were at the same event, to meet some of the members of the Fox broadcast team who will be presenting the Belmont Stakes. I'm a huge Tom Rinaldi fan, so getting some time to talk to him and also just tell him how wonderful I think he is was great. And don't miss what Fox has in store. It's going to be phenomenal. The Belmont Stakes coverage on Fox Sports coming up tomorrow.
They do a great job.
Yeah,
everybody behind the scenes, I mean, just hats off to you guys.
Horse racing is fortunate to have them involved. Okay, let's go back to criteria, and we're going to take a look at the race we were talking about. The best performance so far of his career was the debut at Saratoga back on August 2nd. Now, did return to the races in February, has been okay since then, seems to be rounding into form. But this race, if repeated, is it good enough to beat, say, the one Hero Declared?
He's going to have his running shoes on today, Todd. To me, this is just a horse that you can play against. That was a big effort first time out. He's just one that isn't taken that step forward physically. To me and mentally, he's going to have to show it today. But he'll cut back to his maiden unveiling distance here at 6.5.
Chad Brown looking for that elusive win in the Belmont Stakes, and he's got huge chances tomorrow.
Speaking of, this is a horse, sorry to interrupt you,
go
a
ahead.
horse that in South Florida was breezing with Growth Equity, who we're going to see in the Belmont Stakes.
How good does that ice cream look
I want
today?
some of that. That
you
looks
going
amazing.
cone or are you going cup?
I'm going cup because I
Really?
spill everything. Yeah, I probably couldn't eat it quick enough, and if I did, I'd give myself a stomach
I'm
ache.
going waffle cone dipped in chocolate.
Oh, that's the best.
Yeah,
that
very
is
good.
the best. Chocolate dip cone. I get them to turn it over in the cup for me.
Smart.
Yeah.
Speaking of great, and what a treat, become a Naira Bets account holder today. We are offering, in celebration of the Belmont Stakes, a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today, get that free $25 bet, that $200 deposit match bonus, but you got to use the promo code Belmont25. Great crowd on hand for this Friday card. It is the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Andy Biancone there off to the left with that lady. And here's a guy, very comfortable. It's about 80 degrees, and I love the picnic area. There's so many places you could go and sit and bring out the cooler, and everyone has their favorite spot. That's going to be the interesting thing tomorrow. Everyone's going to be here early, well before the first race, right when the gates open, to get to their favorite spot.
It's like a sprint. It's like the land run. It's fantastic. And what I love so much about Saratoga and being here for the Belmont Stakes is there's something for everybody.
Yes.
You've got the casual fans and the picnic tables. We saw the guy in the tank top there working on his farmer's tan. And then you can go into the turf club or the founders room and see some sharp dressed individuals, Todd. Like yourself today.
I like to go to the founders room because I've been here a while.
Uh-huh.
Look at the crowd that's on hand for this Friday card. There is the 8 Accost. Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground here.
Yep.
And you mentioned the first-time starter for Brad Cox, the 7 Noble Edition, who still remains at 13-1. What's the bottom line here, SGP?
The bottom line to me, Todd, is this is a horse that was breezing very, very well coming into a spot like this. Just a very nice, big, strong horse. The dam was so fast sprinting, just a stakes winning sprinter. It was a 9-time winner sprinting. So there's a lot of speed in the dam to back it up. And Irad Ortiz in the saddle, I think that's a great addition for this first-time starter.
Okay, as a former rider, when you're warming up a horse, and we're watching the 5 Holding Power first-time starter here warm up, is it different warming up a horse with experience, warming up a first-time starter, or is it just all the individual?
It's very circumstantial, Todd. And what I like about a first-time starter getting a warm-up like that is it keeps them moving. There's a lot of buzz in the air. As we mentioned, the crowd, it's buzzing. There's a lot going on, a lot of sights, a lot of sound. So a horse that you just kind of keep moving, especially a colt, with a hat like that, they might see that hat and not take a huge liking to it. I've had horses duck out from under me for far less types of views, but a horse like this, when he's just moving around constantly, just keeping those gears rolling, you don't have time for them to think about it and duck under the rider. Whenever you have your stirrups up like this at race length, they can dart one way and you're watching them run across the track without you.
Time to make your decisions and get your plays in. The field has reached the starting gate for race number 3 here at Saratoga. It's Belmont Stakes, Festival of Racing Week, with the Belmont Stakes tomorrow. And get ready by opening up that Naira Bets account and the special offer we have to celebrate the conclusion of the Triple Crown. And as they get ready to move in a line here for race number 3, checking the odds, our favorite throughout the wagering has been the one Hero Declared, coming out of that huge race August 16th at Saratoga, you had the winner winning off by nearly 18 lengths in a sharp time. And then while finishing second, Hero Declared finished ahead of Renegade, who is going to be one of your favorites in the Belmont Stakes tomorrow. So no doubt Hero Declared would be the favorite. There he is, moving forward at 5-2. As far as the rest of the tote board, there's 3 other horses taking much of the play. The 3, Tab at Zanzibar, 7-2. The 6, Criteria at 4-1. And the 8, Accost, currently up on the board at 4-1.
It's very exciting, this sequence, because next up we have graded stakes action. So this pick 5 is absolutely loaded, Todd.
Yeah, the Bed of Roses is next after this. The grade 2 Bed of Roses for fillies and mares going 7 furlongs, and then 5.5 on the turf in race 5, where we've seen some quick times, which was kind of the case last year when we came here for the Belmont Stakes. With a couple more to load, let's go up to the voice of the Belmont and the voice you hear on the New York circuit for all the big races, talking about Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Todd. We're just waiting on Party Animal to go to the outside stall. He walks up. And they're off. Pateki Teki and Party Animal are both out very alertly. One pack has speed, and Hero Declared comes through along the inside, a close-up 4th. Criteria is 5th. Accost is racing 7 lengths off the lead on the outside of Presidential Power. The 2 trailers are Noble Edition, and Holding Power is at the back of the field. It's one pack going to the half-mile pole, leading the way. Has it by a length and a half. Tab at Zanzibar is now prominent into the 2nd position. They're followed by Pateki Teki. At the rail, Hero Declared. Party Animal is outside of them. Accost 4 wide. The opening quarter went in 21 3/5 seconds. A big gap behind Criteria to Presidential Power, who is toward the back of the field. He was just passed by Noble Edition as they head to the quarter pole, and Holding Power has trailed throughout. Tab at Zanzibar, with a 1/4 mile to go between rivals, has taken the lead away from one pack as they straighten up for home. Party Animal is next. In behind them comes Criteria and Hero Declared, who are just brushing right together, trying to get to Tab at Zanzibar, who has a 3-length lead. Criteria picking it up on the inside of Party Animal. Tab at Zanzibar holding firm, hand-ridden by Manny Franco to score by 3. Criteria was 2nd. Party Animal finished 3rd, and Noble Edition from well back with some good late energy took 4th.
Tab at Zanzibar backs up what you said, that was a deep maiden special weight race at Aqueduct that he debuted in. He clearly took a step forward, and those silks are very familiar. You'll see them aboard Journalism in the Met Mile tomorrow on Saturday. How about this second out for Tab at Zanzibar?
It's very frustrating connections like this when you enter a horse. They've been training so nicely, and you just catch a horse like Sea Strike first time out, because this guy ran a winning race. This is a gelded son of Candy Ride. It was beautifully put together, and today got the win. I think having a race under his belt just proved so key, and a beautiful, beautiful ride by Manny Franco.
Yeah, Manny Franco just continues the momentum that he has had at this festival of racing, with 4-win day yesterday, and posted on the board. Tab at Zanzibar at 3-1 gets the win. 3, 6, 11, 7, 3-1 over 9-2, over 27-1, over 11-1. And there's trainer Brad Cox coming down to the winner's circle to greet Tab at Zanzibar, who finishes the 6.5 furlongs in a solid time, 1:16.1. Almost hard to believe what the half mile was. Ooh. The half mile was 43-4.
Blazing fractions here for what seems to be a pretty speedy track so far.
Yeah, thus far. And as you said, we're going to find out more about this track and how it may be playing with graded stakes races coming up and the grade 2 Bed of Roses. But we know this, Tab at Zanzibar beats a deep field here after a very good debut effort and puts on a show in the 3rd here for the Belmont Stakes Festival.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
.44.4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima, and a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
Rude Velocity, a sharp 3-length winner of the Pate Mile.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 2-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to the Belmont Stakes Festival of Racing at Saratoga. The Belmont Stakes is tomorrow. Get that NYRA Bets account, and you got great incentive to do exactly that. A free $25 bet and a $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code BELMONT25. And as you were playing today in race number 3 here at Saratoga, hopefully you put it on tab at Zanzibar, who dominates at 3-1. I'm Todd Trupp, very pleased to be with Samantha Perry on site here for Fox Sports 2, and a horse to keep an eye on moving forward.
Yeah, we're just getting started here, and that is a horse with a very bright future ahead, just getting started in his career as well.
And as you mentioned, we will have the Grade 2 Bed of Roses coming up next as we get to many graded stakes races on this 14-race card as we wait for race number 3 to go official. You have to say the big disappointment here was Hero Declared. You would have expected from the rail he would have been involved early, but look, this was a wicked pace, 43-4. Was there any excuse for the favorite?
A little flat-footed at the break, which sometimes when you're in that one post position, you load first, you're standing in there a bit longer. This was a horse that was coming off a pretty lengthy layoff, so we'll go back to the drawing board and see how it goes next time. I don't want to write him off just yet, but I'll give him one more try at the windows the next time.
Manny Franco bringing his tremendous form upstate here in New York. Catching up with him after race number 3, Matt Hill.
Thank you very much, Todd. Yes, Manny, you've been in terrific form of late. Fantastic to bring it to Saratoga with a nice win.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to get the W for Brad Coss and the owner. I mean, the horse I rode in the first time out, he showed that he got the ability on him. He finished second, and today I was really confident on him, and he delivered.
Yeah. And your confidence is sky high by the sounds of it.
Yeah, definitely. You know, when you ride good horses, good connections, your confidence level gets, you know, on the sky.
Any idea early on with this horse obviously taking a maiden how high it can go through the ranks?
I mean, the sky's the limit. I think the horse, like I say, he got a lot of ability. He just had to develop, you know, like races by races. But I think he got a bright future ahead of him.
And you've got plenty of ability too. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Manny Franco winning the 3rd today.
I feel like I've watched Manny Franco grow up, but if you were to describe as a former rider what makes him great and consistent, what would you say?
His ability to try hard on every single race, Todd. Every single race he gives his best effort. It doesn't matter the odds. He's riding for 3rd. He's riding for 4th. He's filling out your superfectas. When you need him in that 4th spot, he's there.
Congratulations to the connections of Tab at Zanzibar, owned by Robert LaPinta and Mataket Stables, trained by Brad Cox. Manny Franco aboard. Chestnut Gelding by Candy Ride out of the Union Rags mare Union Maiden was bred by Natoma Bloodstock Limited in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. As promised, graded stakes action coming up. It is the Grade 2 Bed of Roses presented by Bolden Networks. 7 furlongs for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward here. No surprise who is taking the play early on. At 2 to 5, it is Ways and Means.
A mare that loves this racetrack. 4 wins out of 5 starts here, and a horse that's just been so consistent and very cool to watch just develop for the connections.
You know what I love?
Tell me.
Working with you.
Well, it is very mutual.
Okay, when are we going to see you next on the show?
We'll be up a little bit later in the paddock for some reporting.
Samantha Perry,
yes.
You're a wonder. Thank you so much.
You are Todd with 2 Ds.
When we come back, he's Andy Serling. Does he even repeat any letters in his name? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
He will be next when we return on America's Day at the Races. And we will also talk about some of the backstretch heroes in the world of thoroughbred racing. That's all ahead on FS2, America's Day at the Races, here from Saratoga.
New to Darley.
We're over here at the Cherie DeVoe barn, and you have Kentucky Derby winner Golden Tempo right behind us, and I'm so proud to be here with somebody that knows him very well, Enrique Miranda. You've been riding this horse pretty much since the beginning, Enrique. Talk to me a little bit about how he's developed and how he's come along leading into the Belmont now.
Well, he's been developing really well. Kind of feels like he's getting better every time, and yeah, he's gotten, he's been a very quiet horse from the beginning, very easy to work with, and just does everything you ask of him. And, after the Derby and just before the Derby, he's been getting like a lot more aggressive and kind of digging into the training a lot more. So I like to see that.
Tell me about what the experience was like watching the Kentucky Derby for you, seeing a horse that you've worked with and come along and winning the biggest race we have in America.
Oh man, it's just, I mean, it's hard to explain, I guess, because you kind of can't believe it, you know. It's just a dream, I think, for a lot of people that work here with the horses, and it almost doesn't feel real at the time, you know. And I'm kind of a soft-spoken person, but I was screaming my head off that day.
And how excited is the whole team going into the Belmont?
I got a lot of phone calls, you know, and, from our team back home at Keeneland, home base, and everyone's super excited that we're here, and you know, happy that we won the Derby, and just it's been really exciting and fun for all of us, you know.
Should enjoy it. Congratulations on the Derby win, and good luck in the Belmont.
Thank you.
So nice to get a chance to visit with someone you don't always get to see in the spotlight, Enrique Miranda, but he is front and center when it comes to the success of the horses in his barn. Welcome back to our set here for this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga. I'm Todd Trupp, now joined by Andy Serling. We are on the eve of the Belmont Stakes. How would you categorize this Triple Crown? Every Triple Crown has its own unique story each year. Like, we'll look back 10 years from now and talk about what took place in 2026. How are you going to talk about this Triple Crown so far?
I don't want to be overly negative. I would say that, honestly, I think that the Belmont Stakes this year is an opportunity for redemption for a lot of horses. You know, obviously, if you're Renegade, you're looking to turn the tables. But I think an opportunity for horses like Commandment, Emerging Market, horses that were relatively high, Chief Wallaby, who ran a respectable fourth, they were highly touted going in. They were a bit disappointing. The question is, can they get redemption in this Belmont Stakes? And, you know, this sort of closes out the first half of the year with the 3-year-olds. And right now, we're dealing with a wide open division, and we got to find out more about them. And I think that's a nice thing about this Belmont. There's no leader at this point.
Yeah, there's a lot to play out in that 3-year-old division. You'll see it here on America's Day at the Races. And for America's Best Racing, our race of the week, well, that's an easy one. It is the Belmont Stakes, looming tomorrow, the conclusion of the Triple Crown. And we look at the field in the morning line. Did you quibble with anything in the morning line here?
No, I don't. When I disagree with the morning line maker, he ends up being right and I end up being wrong. And I'm wrong enough, Todd, that I don't need to lend too many other reasons to be wrong. And I think, personally, I believe, and listen, I'd be happy to be wrong for the Connections Golden Tempo. I don't consider him a major contender here.
So do you think the betting public?
They will. The Derby winner will spend their life over bet.
Yeah, that's right.
It just doesn't matter who you are.
So the 9-2 is probably right on here.
Absolutely.
So let's talk about how this played out down the stretch in the Kentucky Derby. Renegade had the trouble at the start, but he's pretty much on even terms here with Golden Tempo, and then he just gets out finished by Golden Tempo. Maybe people got to give Golden Tempo more credit than they're giving to Renegade.
I don't disagree with that. Golden Tempo had to alter course to get around him, number one. And the reality is, in my opinion, race dynamics dramatically outshine Minor Trouble. And when you're a deep closer like Renegade, your early position isn't as relevant as it might be in different situations when you have a meltdown. He got what he needed, and he still didn't win. Now, listen, I don't think Renegade is an unlikely winner of this race. I just don't believe he is more likely to win than Chief Wallaby, Emerging Market, or Commandment, and he's going to be an underlay. If Golden Tempo wins, I tip my hat to him. And I'll say one thing about both Renegade and Golden Tempo. They have performed well in the past without getting severe pace meltdowns. It's not as though they're absolutely pace dependent, but I think the other horse's advantage is they can be more forward.
So obviously it's the highlight to a spectacular card tomorrow, but let's talk about this entire schedule because there are so many good races that will precede the Belmont Stakes. Obviously one of the great traditions being that of the Hillendale Met Mile.
Met Mile has been my favorite race for many, many years, and I'm sure you and I could do a 2-hour show just reminiscing
Criminal
about
type, easygoer, housebuster, what a field that was.
I almost cried at the 16th pole when I realized easygoer wasn't going to go by.
That's me.
Garthorne, who won one of the most incredible runnings in 1986
Great
for Bobby
memory.
Frankel. You know, it's a tragedy. Congaree never won the Met. He won the Cigar Mile a couple times, and I think Congaree is one of the most underappreciated good horses of the last, 25 or so years. But the Met Mile is a race that is littered with some of the absolute greats of this game.
And we will have coverage for you leading up to the Belmont Stakes. Again, Fox Sports will have full coverage of the Final Jewel and Thoroughbred Racing's Triple Crown, the Belmont Stakes. But we got a lot for you here on America's Day at the Races, especially with this Friday card, the field assembling in the paddock here for the Grade 2 Bed of Roses. We'll take you back to the paddock when we return here on Fox Sports 2 for America's Day at the Races.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
The official Belmont Stakes Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Ways and Means. Scylla bumping with Irish Maxima as Ways and Means takes command and opens up 3. Now it's 4 coming to the 8th pole. Scylla trying her best, but is nowhere near Ways and Means, who towers over the competition in the bed of roses. Ways and Means opening up with every stride, strolls in by more than 6 lengths.
That was last year's Bed of Roses, and by every measure, it was the best performance of Ways and Means' career. And she's got a sparkling resume. Let's not forget, left in her wake last year was Scylla, who at the end of the year won the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
And even Jody's Pride, who was beaten about 14 lengths in there as a graded stakes winner. I think she won a graded stake in her prior start. You know, it's funny, I was talking with her owner a little bit earlier, and we were talking about as good as she is and as well as she's done, she's kind of a bit of an underachiever in the sense that she's got 5 wins and 11 starts. You know, she got hurt in the spin-away, and she didn't win a race she should have won there. She obviously had a big win in the test. Bit disappointing in the Breeders' Cup Sprint that time. You know, she hasn't gotten it done in some big spots while she's had some brilliant races. And make no mistake, she has a serious challenge with a horse on the rail. I tell you what, if Grand Job runs the race she ran last time, Ways and Means better run the race we just saw.
What about the race that Ways and Means most recently had? Churchill Downs, the Derby City Distaff. So we're going back to May 2nd here. Ends up kind of an okay second. Was handled pretty easily here.
Yeah, I would say if probably, and I've not really talked about him, but I don't think Chad wanted to engage early and wanted to rate a bit. I think if he had to do it over again, he would have told Jose to be more aggressive. And the reality was, well, our disaster ran out of her skin, and she hasn't worked even since that race, oddly. You let a horse like that get a 22-3 first quarter, and then she comes home in 58-1. You can't make up the ground. She was left with too much to do. In her second start, they need to be aggressive, and she needs to be sitting right outside of Grand Job in this race. Do not let your chief competition have a tactical advantage.
Ways and Means is very familiar with Saratoga, so there's no issue there. But what about Grand Job, who's coming in after an effort at Keeneland, first time to Saratoga? We need to know how that horse is looking, and we have the perfect person for that. Michelle Yu is here as part of our coverage in the paddock. Hey, Michelle, happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Todd. Getting a nice look at these fillies and mares in here. And I haven't seen Ways and Means since Breeders' Cup at Del Mar last year. And I have to give her a 2 thumbs up when I saw her here today. She is just a big, imposing woman of a horse. She is fully filled out. I really think that she has turned the page from 4 to 5 in a great fashion from a physical standpoint. Chad did bring her over here, and though she was being well behaved, he did hose off both her and Sense of Parole, but not because she needed it, because she was getting hot. Just to keep her cool, I would assume, but she looks fantastic. And, you know, she brought the same kind of running style in from last year into the Bed of Roses that she won so emphatically that you guys just showed. She was 3rd in the Derby City Distaff. This year she did one better, so hopefully we get a really great effort here. I agree that the best trip for her is going to be staying close to Grand Job. I just don't know if she's quick enough to do it. Grand Job is so fleet, and especially with the rail draw here, if she just kind of rockets out of there, it might put Ways and Means just out of her natural element to be able to stick as close as she needs to be to Grand Job, who is so fast. Grand Job also made a nice appearance here in the paddock. She's aptly named very big daughter of Justify, very robust with lots of substance out here, and he did saddle her down by the tree, so I didn't get as close of a look at her when she was untacked. But since she's been out here with the rider just getting the leg up, she is an imposing filly, and she'd have to be my top selection in here to try and take them gate to wire, guys.
And what an interesting cross. I can tell you I haven't seen many broodmares by Ishi Guru. Grand Job is by Justify out of the Ishi Guru mare Sure Route. Started over on synthetic tracks and turf over in Ireland, but comes to the States and has been brilliant on the dirt.
That was a pretty good segue by you, having mentioned Criminal Type, who started his career running on the turf over in Europe and came over. So I know you're going to pretend you were just lucky on that one, but Todd, I know that was your plan all along. I agree with Michelle that the 1 is faster naturally than the 3, but I think the 3 has the speed to be closer. And when you have, listen, anything could happen in racing, and any number of horses could win this race, but in general, you have to still look at the race logically and say, I have 1 horse to beat here if you're Chad Brown.
And you want, if you're in that situation where you think it is technically a 2-horse race, and the odds board is saying that, you want to be drawn to the outside of your rival, don't you think?
You do, except we've been dealing with a racetrack, and I think it's gotten a little bit more fair. It's still open, a little bit open, but we have been a track where the rail's been a good place to be.
Before we get to the post-parade, let's get to Matt.
Champion trainer Vilmot with me. Grand Job here in this 4th race. Looked pretty relaxed in the mounting yard.
She looked good. I mean, she saddled up well. We're happy with her. She was sharp enough, but yet, you know, no problem to get saddled. And we're hoping that she runs back to her race that she ran at Keeneland last time. It was a winning race. She just got touched off by half an inch, but it was a good effort for her.
And we were really happy to see the Wallaby wandering around here a couple of days ago, just getting acclimatized. How's the horse heading towards the Belmont?
He's good. He's very sharp, actually. A little sharper, you know what I mean, than he seems like he's been in the past. I hope that's a good thing, but he's quite alert and active on the racetrack when he goes out for his morning exercise, and seems to be moving well and doing well.
Good luck here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Vilmot.
Okay.
I have some Chief Wallaby questions for you, but we have a post-parade right now. The Grade 2 Bed of Roses, our post-parade will begin with the 1 Grand Job, who is now up on the board at 6 to 5 as our second choice.
She's coming out of a sensational effort. I don't know why she didn't come back in Derby City Distaff, but I will defer to Bill Mott, and she is the one that Ways and Means is going to have to deal with.
Scalable had a win streak come to an end kind of badly last time out in the Grade 1 La Trienne.
She's a pretty cool horse, though. I mean, she's been successful in stakes at 7 and a mile and 1/8.
And here is Ways and Means.
Listen, she's one of my favorite horses, and her best race can win it, but she's got a big task being the Grand Job.
Sense of Parole turning back in distance.
Yeah, she's a horse that looked like she was going to be the next Ways and Means. She broke her maiden, and she's been a disappointment.
Praying returning to Saratoga with a 1-for-1 record.
I think she's the most likely of the other horses in this race, and with a switch to John Velasquez, she'll get a better ride.
Had a chance to see trainer Jose D'Angelo last night. He said, every time I see you, I win a race. Can he win this one?
Maybe he was thinking about a different race when he said that.
He wasn't. Yeah, he'll have other opportunities, better opportunities than 28 to 1. Lots of opportunities when you have a Naira Bets account, and we're so sure you're going to love having a Naira Bets account. How about this offer? A free $25 bet and a $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and that $200 deposit match bonus. But you got to use the promo code Belmont25. Back to the one Grand Job. So we're talking about post position in here. That to me ultimately was the difference. Grand Job is going to have to run every step of the way because of the post draw. Now the race we're taking a look at was Keeneland in the Madison. More of a relaxed trip. I don't think it's going to be that type of trip today.
Well, I mean, they went 21-1 and 44 and 21-3 and 44 and 3, 21-4, excuse me. And the horse that she beat at Cloton was coming off a huge race at Gulfstream as she was. And what Grand Job did last time was justify how the big figure she got in her prior race at Gulfstream, and in fact increased on it. They easily beat Our Disaster, the horse who came back and beat Ways and Means. And I agree with Michelle. She is naturally faster than Ways and Means. She needs to break cleanly, but they all need to break cleanly, Todd. You know, it's not like if Ways and Means gets left, she's going to be as effective in here. She's the one Ways and Means has to deal with. And to be honest with you, I think this race is more of a coin flip than the 6-5 and 3-5 odds.
I have to ask you about what we witnessed in the previous race. A maiden special weight group going 6.5 furlongs. We're going 7 here, obviously, with accomplished fillies and mares. But they went a half mile 43 and 4. Do you trust that half mile you saw? And what does it mean?
No, I do. I think, you know, to be a little bit beyond handicapping 101, run up. The run up in a race is the distance between the gate and where they the gate and where they actually start timing the race.
So I think a lot of people in our audience who may be casual followers don't realize that's the case in horse racing. They think once they break out, we're timing immediately.
Well, in Europe they do, and in other places they do. But here we have a run up. And a lot of times because there's gaps or different things, the distances can vary. We have a much longer run-up in the 6.5 races than the 6s and 7s. 7s, you don't have much of a run-up because you know where the gate is. It's over by Nelson Avenue. It's literally right on Nelson Avenue. And so you're going to see faster paces in 6.5 furlong races. I think a 40, don't get me wrong, 43 and change, 44 is moving, but it might equate to 44 and 3 in this race.
There's a look at the gate that we're talking about, in position, going 7 furlongs. Watching the field from the paddock throughout the warm-up, Michelle Yu.
Oh, thanks, guys. Watching these horses all warm up. You know, I kept looking at the 4, Senza Pozzoli for Chad Brown, the other Chad Brown, and the price probably reflects the fact that she hasn't quite been up to par as far as a graded stakes performer goes. You know, last time she tried a grade 3 event, she was beaten 37 lengths by Claire Beret and Alpine Princess, but she did make a really nice appearance here warming up. She's another horse that back in the day when she was sprinting, she did lay relatively close. Now, as of late, she's been routing, and I love a horse on a turn back in distance. So while my top selection in here is the one Grand Job, who is really on tilt on track right now. You can see her jig jogging and flapping her tail around, which could be a negative. I don't know her well enough to know if that's her normal MO, but you heard Bill Mott say that he was pretty comfortable with how she was. So while she is my top pick, if you're looking for a horse underneath to round out those exotics at a little bit of a better price, I would look towards the other Chad Brown. She is going to have to vastly improve, and I don't think that she's anywhere near as good as her stablemate. But when you page through the remaining horses in this field, she does kind of fit with them if she really wants to go back to sprinting. And I love the fact that she has been an impressive winner at 6.5 furlongs, and that she won that 1-turn mile at Gulfstream by 7 lengths. Even if she wasn't beating anything, that's the configuration that you're kind of running with here. So sometimes horses, it's not necessarily the distance, but the way that it can be run in, whereas a 1-turn mile and a 2-turn mile will be so different. The 7 furlongs leans more towards that 1-turn mile that she had at Gulfstream. And once again, just a fantastic appearance here in the paddock as well as on the track, warming up very calmly. There's a good look at her stablemate, Ways and Means. You can see Flavien Prat with his feet out of the irons as she comes in looking for back-to-back versions of this race, Todd.
Michelle, beware Matt DeSantis photobombing you without his whiteboard. All right, the field getting close to post time here. So we're faced with, from a horse player's point of view, a 3-5 logical favorite and a 6-5 entrenched second choice. How do you approach a 2-horse race betting-wise?
It's easy for me. I'm just rooting for Ways and Means because I'm a big fan. But I think there's better value at 6-5 in Grand Job. I think it's a better bet at 6-5 and 3-5. I believe if somebody were to upset this race or maybe split them, it's going to be praying. Praying should have won last time. If John Velasquez was on Praying last time, she would have won. She broke on top, and that rider does not like to be in front for whatever reason, because speed doesn't win dirt races. And he dragged her back to last. And I don't think John Velasquez will see that advantage. She's not good enough to win, but she's good enough to be third in this race. And if one of them falters, Senza Parole is a frustrating horse for Chad Brown. He thought he was going to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies with her before her debut. And her debut was very similar to Ways and Means' debut here. And then she had issues. And she's just never gotten back to the promise that she had. Now, I agree with Michelle. She is much better in these one-turn races, 6.5, 7s, than other races, but she still hasn't run a race good enough to beat both of these horses. But, you know, sometimes the race, they hook up and one of them falters and someone gets in there. But for my money, if you're trying to get somebody else in there, it's Praying, who has won up here, winning our Prioress last year at 20-1.
And we saw Flavien Prat aboard our favorite Ways and Means. You saw the bounce that he has on the day. Can't smoke a cigar just yet because he has yet to win, but we anticipate many wins by Flavien Prat. You didn't get a chance to comment on this. I was talking with Samantha Perry. Manny Franco, obviously a lot of momentum out of the Aqueduct meet, but this has been an exceptional start to this week for him.
I liked a lot what Samantha said about him, and that he's always giving 100%, whatever price he is, whoever his horse is. And, you know, I've known Manny for a long, long time since he came riding here, and he's such a terrific person that you can't not root for him. And I don't mean that to criticize anybody else.
You forget early in his career, you know, he was taking off some high-profile mounts as well. He's had some ups and downs already, but when he is in the zone, he's in the zone. Flavien Prat is obviously perennial leading rider, and the guy they look towards here, he is aboard Ways and Means as the field moves in the line for the Grade 2 Bed of Roses. We talked a lot about time. What is going to be the winning time here?
Oh, I'm going to guess they'll be right around 121.
And they are a quality group to do exactly that. Our favorite Ways and Means moving forward at 3-5. Second choice is the one, Grand Job, at 6-5. Let's go up for the call of the Grade 2 Bed of Roses. It's Frank Miramati. You're watching the best Belmont Stakes Festival of Racing here on Fox Sports 2.
Here's Senza Parole, who, like her stablemate, began her career in tremendous fashion here at Saratoga Racecourse, and they meet today. Here's Praying and Vincy Girl walking up to the gate and in. And they're off in the Bed of Roses presented by Bolden Networks. And Praying is the first one out of the gate, but here's Grand Job. And Grand Job flies through on the inside to take the lead. Ways and Means is prominent as well, so the two favorites close to one another already. And Praying is suddenly 3 lengths back in third. Senza Parole is fourth. 5 lengths to make up in front of Vincy Girl and Scalable. The two grays are at the back of the field. 22 seconds flat, and Grand Job sets the pace. It's a 3-length lead over Ways and Means, and now 7 more to Senza Parole right next to Praying. Then another couple, back to Scalable and Vincy Girl. Grand Job, Ways and Means trying to move in now as they come to the quarter pole. Still 7 back to Senza Parole. The match race we've been expecting. 43-4, they sizzle to the top of the stretch. Grand Job confronted by Ways and Means. Grand Job has another gear, and Grand Job opens up 1.5 lengths on Ways and Means coming toward the 16th pole. Senza Parole is third. Mid-stretch, Grand Job clinging to the lead. Ways and Means trying to repeat in the Bed of Roses. Grand Job, Ways and Means, photo finish! Ways and Means surged right on the money to be in a dramatic photo with Grand Job. It's between those two in an amazing result of the Bed of Roses.
That just happened. We got a long way to go on this day, but you watched one of the best races of the day. Can you separate them on the wire in the Bed of Roses?
I think Ways got her in the angle that we just showed. I wouldn't want to bet $1 billion on it. I'm going to tell you, I don't know what the second best race is going to be this weekend, Todd, but you and I were here at 1:33 at Saratoga on Friday, and we just saw the best race that was run this weekend. I mean, I mean, is there anything better in horse racing than a throwdown between horses? And then to be horses at this level, legitimate Grade 1 horses, and Ways and Means got the nod. I mean, there's no loser of this race. This was absolutely remarkable, and Ways would never give up.
If anyone asks why we love horse racing, I just point them to the Bed of Roses today. That's what we love. Great call on the time as well. 121 flat here, and those fractions we were talking about, even if you take into account what you said, a half mile 43 and 4, a 6 furlong split, and 107 and 3. But here was the point where if you liked Ways and Means, you thought,
You were
not
done.
today.
It did not. Like, you rarely see this case. Like, Ways takes her shot at her, right? She makes the run up to her, she gets to her, and Grand Job just kept finding. But in those last 50 to 100 yards, Ways and Means found just enough to get up. And, you know, I'm happy that Ways won, I'm not going to lie. But you got to feel bad for the loser of this race, whoever it was, because this race does not have or deserve a loser. I almost wish they had dead heated. That was, I mean, Todd, it just doesn't get any better than that to see horses at this level put in a show like that. Man, you never know when you're going to see it, but a little after 1:30 today, you saw an incredible race.
I have to imagine the owner is very relieved talking about Ways and Means. Let's find out more with Michelle Yu.
I think that he's very happy with that outcome. What do you think?
I think we're happy with that outcome. How many different moves did she make?
I mean, at least 3 that I saw.
I think, yeah.
I mean, at the last surge at the wire, did you think she got it?
I thought she got it based on, I was watching the TV, so she hit it, but she's just a fighter her whole career. She just is always right there.
What does it mean to have a horse with this kind of a gumption that can just throw down like that?
Not just that, but we bred her daddy and we bred her mother, or we owned her mother, so she's homebred all the way through. She's a very special horse. We knew when she won her maiden here way back, a 2-year-old at Saratoga, and she's, you know, overcome some issues. She was very sick last year, but she's a fighter. It's great to have her in the barn.
Well, back-to-back Bed of Roses handicaps for you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Amazing.
You and I both love historical references. I haven't felt this way about a race under these circumstances, a sprint like this with 2 top horses, since the 2002 test when you beat Carson's Hollow. And they hooked up and did not give anyone else a chance. And you didn't know who was going to win until that final jump.
Yeah, I'm used to Mig being the guy who would come up with that reference, but that is a great, that is really a great example to use. I mean, these are the kind of races that you'll be talking about for years to come. When we run the Bed of Roses next year, we're going to say, well, we're looking forward to today's race, but I don't think it'll be as exciting as the one in 2026. And it's not just, you know, listen, horse racing, as you know, being the fan that you are, you can see $10,000 claimers battle down to the wire, and it's thrilling. But to see them at this level run like that, I mean, I don't know what to say. I feel I'm just buzzing here with excitement. This was an incredible race, and I'm glad people got a chance to see it on a big day like today.
Also want to point something out. We're talking about the interior fractions here. That 3/4 split, the 6 furlong time, 107.69. The track record for 6 furlongs is held by Imperial Hint. That was set 7 years ago, 107.92. So these two went faster than the track record to the 6 furlong mark of this race and still went on another furlong and went 121. That was remarkable.
It was, what a race it was.
Yep.
I mean, you knew it was exciting going in. You knew you were looking at 2 exceptionally talented horses. But let's face it, in racing you see that. You see upsets or one of them doesn't show up. Both of these horses showed up with absolutely stunning efforts. And, you know, as great as it was by Ways and Means, let's give just as much credit to Grand Job, who ran an incredible race to lose by a Zop.
I got to ask you one other question. Who's got it better than us? Nobody! Wow, what a performance. And the Bed of Roses, she's coming back for more. Ways and Means, catching Grand Job on the wire. And we're just getting started here at Saratoga for the Belmont Festival of Racing.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kingsbarns was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 2-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kings Barns, where the line of kings continues.
There's a lot of talk in the world of thoroughbred racing. How do we market this amazing sport? You show moments like this, which you watched live on America's Day at the Races, one of the most dramatic finishes in the history of the Grade 2 Bed of Roses, and what a performance by ways and means. Just when you thought it was not her day, she came back for more and caught Grand Job on the wire. Matt has our winning rider.
Terrific race, wasn't it, Flavien Prat? You were a big part of it. How much energy did you think you had on the home turn? Did you think you had enough to chase down the leader?
Well, I thought I was going to make a run. It was just a matter of if I was going to push the leader or if she was going to come back at some point. And, I mean, she did come back, but very late.
It was a terrific performance. When you're in a race like that, do you pull up afterwards and just think, geez, I've been in a terrific horse race?
I mean, yeah, I thought, before the race, that's what it looked. It looked like a two-horse race, two very good mare. I mean, they battled to the wire. I'm sure it was nice to watch.
And after 24 hours, have you had a thought about maybe a trip to Melbourne?
Yeah, I mean, obviously very excited. I hope the horse can make it and be part of it as well, yeah.
Well, you've been a part of one of the most spectacular races we'll see all week. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Flavien Prat, terrific performance.
I mean, you obviously go back and watch these races and have a Dallas, so what could have maybe gone differently? I mean, like you said, Junior Alvarado did everything right with Grand Job. Sometimes you just, you know what it's like? We were talking about the NBA Finals. We got Everett Dobson coming up here, Oklahoma City Thunder. Sometimes someone plays great defense, there's just better offense.
There's a very funny post-race with Pat Beverly talking about trying to guard Kevin Durant. Nobody's ever watched it. Look up He's Kevin Durant on YouTube, and that's what it's about. He scored 50, and they said, we tried. And sometimes you do everything you can, and I agree. Junior rode the one as perfectly as you can ride a racehorse. Flavien obviously rode the winner incredibly well, and it was a nose of the wire. It could have gone the other way. Honestly, I wish it was a dead heat because that race did not deserve a loser.
And while you're looking that up, take a look at the latest picture of Kevin Durant hiding behind the bushes at Nobu. He's not hiding from anyone. Everett Dobson going to be here of the Jockey Club. Looking forward to that. We look ahead to race number 5. You know, speaking of fast times, this turf course has been yielding really fast times. It used to be if you go 5.5 furlongs on the turf in 101, that's saying something. Now everybody's shading a minute.
Yeah, I think one of the things that people have started to get used to is the fact that turf racing, especially when it gets very firm, and we're very firm. Fortunately, we haven't any rain, but the courses are very firm. You're going to see times that are much faster on turf than dirt, and the sprints are wildly faster. You know, 107 in a 6 furlong turf sprint when the turf gets super firm, it ain't fast.
I am going to step away because we have a very special guest coming up. You've known Everett Dobson for a long time before he took his current position. He loves the sport of thoroughbred racing. He's obviously well known in the NBA. What about Everett Dobson coming up next?
I think it's a great thing for horse racing as well as the Jockey Club to have somebody like Everett with his experience in life, whatever it's been, obviously, as you mentioned, part of the Thunder, but somebody who's enthusiastic and involved as he is. To have him in charge of the Jockey Club as the chairman right now is really great for the sport, and looking forward to hearing Everett talk about some stuff going forward with the Jockey Club.
We'll have that interview with Everett Dobson when we return after this.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Now bid at $410,000. There's your winner, $410,000. $400,000.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. An absolutely gorgeous afternoon here in Saratoga, the day before the day, but it's turning out to be quite the day as well. Race number 4 was an incredible race, but I'm very excited to be joined by Everett Dobson, the new chairman of the Jockey Club, of course, part owner of the Oklahoma City Thunder as well, and excited to be back in Saratoga.
Oh, I am, Andy. This is my happy place. We've been coming up here, my wife and I and family, for 20+ years, so great environment. I love racing. I love it. I love Saratoga.
And of course, for people who aren't familiar, Everett's also an owner. You have a very, very nice turf filly this time. You got some horses you're looking forward to seeing in Saratoga this summer?
Yeah, you mentioned one, Ozara. She has turned out to be quite the filly. Rhetorical is in the Manhattan tomorrow with a couple of friends, so very excited. You know, anytime you got action at Saratoga, it's you're living good.
Yeah, Rhetorical's not a bad horse. He has a
Rhetorical
little
is
bit of a shot. You have a little competition though with some people that you're friends with in that race as well.
Yeah, some of my best friends are my competitions in that race, but that's okay. That's what racing's about. I enjoy it that way.
Yeah, no, it's one of the great things about racing. How are you feeling in general, taking over the chairmanship of the Jockey Club, about where the game is and looking towards the future?
You know, I've never been more energized about what this industry and future of our sport holds right now. We've got so many exciting things. You guys were talking about, in a race, that last race. That was a wow moment. I mean, I've been, you mentioned the NBA. I've been involved in the NBA for 20+ years as well. And I've sat near the court for so many games and seen a wow moment so many times We just had it here at Saratoga, and it's going to happen this weekend. So I can't wait. This is just this is a great time to be a participant in this sport. Whether you're an owner, whether you're a breeder, whether you're a bettor, it's just an exciting time for our sport.
24 races left to go this weekend, and we just saw a race like that. Talk about some of the initiatives you're working on with the Jockey Club. I know you're working on doing some stuff with marketing.
Yeah, I'm a big believer that we have an opportunity to engage better with the on the fan development side. We had at peak viewing, we had 25 million people watch the Kentucky Derby. That is historic. Those numbers are off the chart. They're better than virtually any sporting event outside of the NFL in North America. We need to take those fans and bring them into the rest of the year. I mean, the rest of the sporting racing year. And but we have an opportunity to do that. We're working through what I'm calling a national marketing initiative. We're going to use very solid principles around identifying the target market, which is frankly is the 25 to 40 set, the Gen Z crowd. I think the initiatives are not only going to bring more fans into the game, but we're going to increase the betting experience for them and improve the betting experience for them. So it's a tall order. You know, I've been saying I think big. I'm in this role because I want to see big things for this sport, and that's at the top of the list.
And I'm glad to hear you mention betting, and obviously we've taken a lot of steps here, as you know, at the New York Racing Association on that front. Also talk about the data. There's a lot of conversation about your involvement at the Jockey Club with the data. Where are you going with data? And also try to explain to people what exactly you control and maybe what you don't control.
Yeah, well, the first thing I can tell you is the Jockey Club is the custodian of the predominantly most of the industry's data, whether it's the pedigree side or call it the betting side. We have an opportunity again to repackage that data and formulate that data, and it's called an API model. We're going to create a data lake. We're going to invite innovators, creators, in to access that data. We're going to partner with them. We're going to assist them. We hope that we're going to revolutionize the dating or the betting experience through the use of our data. We hope we're going to do the same thing on the pedigree and breeding side, but we've got an enormous opportunity, and the good thing is we've got an enormous amount of data that we can harvest from.
And I know you very much want to hear from people out in the sport, and I think I don't know if we put up your email address before, but you want to, at the risk of getting it out there and getting them, but I think you really do want to hear from the fans.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the Jockey Club has a history of working really hard in the kind of their own little environment. We want to expand our environment. We want a bigger audience to talk to us, and this is a good way to do it. There's the email that I'll respond, or I'll have. We will respond to every single email we receive in some fashion.
No, glad to hear that. And I have one other question before we let you go. I've been a Thunder fan since before I knew you. Should I be optimistic going forward?
I wouldn't trade places with anyone.
All right. All right. Evers, thanks so much for coming up and joining us here. Looking forward, obviously, tomorrow, but seeing much more of you this summer, and so much good stuff happening at the Jockey Club.
Thank you, Andy. Good to be here.
With that, we'll take a little bit of a break. A lot more left to come, but let's talk a little bit about yesterday and talk about a trip to Melbourne Cup, perhaps for the Clement Stable, and Tawny Port, the big winner of yesterday's Belmont Gold Cup.
They're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornoch, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornoch. Dornoch in an absolute thriller. Dornoch and Mindframe. It will be Dornoch and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
The best way to play the Belmont Stakes, truly the best way to play any day in horse racing, is through NYRA Bets. And we are back here for the Belmont Stakes Festival of Racing and getting ready for the Belmont tomorrow. And if you sign up now for that NYRA Bets account, free $25 bet, $200 deposit match, that bonus you can unlock with the promo code Belmont25. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be with Andy Serling. And the two-day wagers, there's a number of wagers starting today, crossing over into tomorrow. Which one are you most intrigued with?
You didn't really just do that, did you?
I did do that.
Whichever one I can hit. I'm just glad you're back hosting. I actually had to do some heavy lifting there. I'm not signed on to be a host here. You're getting the big bucks being a host, and then you just skirted away and left me here as the
I'm an
host.
independent contractor. I'm a freelancer. I can't have those responsibilities just yet. I'll have to raise my day rate. But I do say this, and it's not just because you're sitting here. I did an interview with you. Was it at the Parting Glass? Where was it?
Yeah, years ago.
Yes, and it was the best interview. I've been interviewed by a lot of people.
Oh, thanks.
You are phenomenal at that. You literally are James Lipton inside the Actors Studio. You get people the best out of them with the questions because you have insightful questions. I enjoyed that interview. The only thing with me, with Everett, I'd want to talk more about the NBA because I love the NBA. Obviously, Oklahoma City Thunder look like a possible dynasty that had a setback this year.
I think they are a dynasty, but there's another dynasty in their division with the Spurs. The first time I met Everett was at a dinner at the Clement's house, and we were talking about the NBA, and I didn't know he was on Piece of Thunder, and he asked me what teams I followed. My friend Craig Milkowski, who makes the Timeform figures and also is the unofficial timekeeper for racing, had moved to Oklahoma City and become a fan, and I was sort of in transition of my fandom, and he said, you got to start watching the Thunder. They got Westbrook, they got Grant, they were young, so I became a fan. I said, believe it or not, I actually watched the Thunder a lot, and that's how I found out he was part owner.
I get in these conversations with people like Everett Dobson who come in our sport who are successful in other sports, and I want to talk to them all day about that sport, and they'll look at me and go, and I want to talk to you about horse racing. It's like this is their escape, and I'm bringing them back to their daily life. But overall, Everett Dobson, we should be very pleased that he wants to take the level of involvement in our sport that he has, considering his considerable schedule and being obviously integral part of the Oklahoma City Thunder in the NBA. Meanwhile, this is the field leaving the paddock here for race number 5. So many great betting opportunities on this card. We just saw a spectacular finish in the Grade 2 Bed of Roses. But as far as this race, it's not as easy to identify the key contenders like we did in the previous race.
Yeah, but I mean, there is a massive horse to beat in here, and that's the 7 Di Natale, who's currently the 8-5 favorite. The thing that's about Di Natale is she's faster than these horses in the races that she's run in turf sprints. The problem is she's 0 for 3 in this country.
Yep.
All 3 losses are narrow defeats, 2 of them at very short prices. And sometimes with a horse like that, you start to worry, does she not want to win? And Wesley Ward is not a trainer that loses a lot, especially in ships to New York, and he has not had the success with her he's had with so many others.
Let's meet our field for race number 5. And we start with the 1 in Blaze.
This is a horse coming out of a restricted 3-year-old race, racing against some tough older horses that is taking an enormous amount of money. When that happens, they usually run better than I expect. I have no idea why she is 5-2.
Scratch the 2 Shore War. There's the 3 Princess Andy.
Yes, her dam Andy's Kitten was named for Chad Brown's daughter, Andy, who's here today, and now Princess Andy as well. She is not as good as these unless she improves.
Pray for the Wicked tried the grass for the first time last out at the fairgrounds.
She ran well enough that with improvement, she has a chance.
Ratu Jawa, one of the longest shots in the field at 44-1.
Yeah, she obviously would have to improve dramatically.
Pillar of Beauty, 22-1. Realistic chance at a number here?
You know, I kind of wanted to make a case. The problem with her is her best race was her first race, and she seems to be getting a little bit worse with each race.
And then there is Di Natale, you talked about, has not come through as the post-time favorite in all these 3 starts stateside.
If she loses another photo here, she will officially join the Equine Chandelier Club.
Hanging, right? Curtains, that's a good one too.
You don't need to
Chandelier.
explain the joke, you know, Todd. It's not funny. If it bends, it's funny. If it breaks, it's not.
If it's a good joke, I don't need to explain
exactly.
it.
Exactly. That was my point, but
thank you. Scratch the 9, Triskaline. Here's the 10, Paula's a Star.
Tom Morley's going to try the turf with a horse. It doesn't have a ton of turf pedigree. Man, she ran too well to lose last time. Tom Morley is owed about 5 wins. He's taken more tough beats than any other trainer in New York over the last couple of months.
The 11, Silsby, finishes off our post parade.
I believe she should be second choice in here as she leaves the New York bred company having run through her conditions, and I'm always rooting for her owner, part owner, Reagan Swinbank.
Well, it's never too early to start thinking about the next Belmont Stakes. So 2026 will bring to an end a historical era where we've had 3 in a row here at Saratoga, but now next year back at the reimagined Belmont Park, and you can already start lining up those tickets. Again, belmontstakes.com/2027. Ticket sales are open, and as we said, everyone's excited to see the reimagined Belmont Park. Why not see it with the Belmont Stakes itself? And check that out online and get your tickets now. Going to be a much sought after ticket looking ahead to next year. Okay, back here for race number 5. The field continues to warm up. So Di Natale, that last start at Aqueduct, we were there for that April 17th, race 5. We were used to this horse being like a lot of the Wesley Ward, sharp out of the gate. Did they try to change tactics this day, or was she just outrun early?
Well, there was a strong speed in this race, but she also had a stablemate or a barn mate who actually won the race, who had more speed. And she's not a horse who has been totally on the engine and loose in the lead. She showed the rating tactics. It was the other half who was a much, much bigger price that was able to hold her off. But you do have to start, I mean, it's one thing when you lose one photo, but when you lose a second one, and then a third one, and you were 4 to 5 two back, you were 2 to 5 in this race. These are horses that are supposed to win, and when there's trainers like Wesley Ward, Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, Brad Cox, Bob Baffert, trainers that win when they're supposed to win, and they keep losing races no matter how narrow the margin when they're supposed to win. Each one is a little bit of a knock against them, and today is the day. She better deliver, and she better deliver big today.
And Di Natale currently just a slight favorite at 8 to 5, nowhere near the favoritism that we have seen for her in the last couple of starts. The 11 Silsby sits up on the board as our third choice in the wagering at 7 to 2. A New York bred coming in with back-to-back wins, but the most recent win under curious circumstances weather-wise, and it was November of last year at Aqueduct.
Yes, the turf course looks good for November.
Yeah.
It's just a little cloudy out. She's a very, very nice filly as she makes her 4-year-old debut, and I think she draws well towards the outside. I like that draw for her. And I don't think there's a trainer, especially one that doesn't have as powerful a barn, say, as some of the bigger names of the game, than George Weaver as far as having success in Saratoga over the past decade plus. He was originally an assistant for Todd Pletcher, but I know there was a stat going back a few years that there were no trainer that had started more than like 300 horses over a 5 or 6 year period in Saratoga with a higher ROI than George Weaver.
I thought you were going to talk about his success with horses off layoffs, which is a really good percentage there as well. So when you make it Saratoga off a layoff, doubly tough, George Weaver.
Well, you know, everybody points to win in Saratoga, but everybody doesn't win in Saratoga. George Weaver does.
Yeah, I come here every summer thinking this is going to be my year.
Well,
I get reminded.
As my friend Harvey Pack used to say, they would say it was the graveyard of favorites. He said, no, it's the graveyard of bad handicappers.
I'm raising my hand on occasion.
We all have been there.
On the inside is the one in Blaze. And Blaze is clearly going to come from way out of it. I want to go back to what I was talking about with the fast times on the turf course, and you did answer that question. But is it realistic to think with the pace setup in this race, with this particular turf course and this distance, that in Blaze can come from out of it and win?
I don't think that we have seen an abundance of sort of illogical types winning on the front end.
Okay.
I think we've seen a lot of logical horses being effective, being towards the front end, and we've seen enough horses make runs and races to suggest you can make a closing run on the turf. You've just got to be good enough. So, yeah, I'd probably a little more favorable of the front, but I don't think it's anything significant, at least from what I've noticed over the last couple days.
Okay, let's go back to something yesterday, because there was kind of a setup to it, and that was Acacia talking to her husband, Miguel, and he said there's 2 horses that are working really well for me this week. One is Tawny Port, and the other is Deterministic. Tawny Port had not won in almost 3 years, but turned that around yesterday with the Belmont Gold Cup, and now can go to the Melbourne Cup of all races, a winning you're in for that. So shouldn't we take something away from him? Miguel said the first horse he talked about that's been working well delivers here. Don't you look at Deterministic a little bit differently tomorrow?
No.
No, still no.
I hope I'm wrong.
You were wrong about this horse.
I picked him second or third. I wasn't.
Yeah, but you did not like him to win.
I didn't like him because he hadn't won since August 23rd of 2023.
No, I was with you.
What you had pointed to.
Yeah.
I'm not shocked he won in there, and he loved the distance, and he had been effective in the distance before. I hope I'm wrong about Deterministic. His owners are good friends of mine. I obviously want to see Miguel do well, and obviously Acacia anytime they run horses. But we're trying to look at it objectively. He's got Rhetorical sitting outside of him, who might be a better horse. And there's a European coming in for that race that if he shows up, he will win.
So you don't let trainers' comments sway your opinion about a race going in?
I mean, I think, with all due respect to Miguel, who's obviously shown an enormous amount of talent, and he was doing well working with his dad, just not getting the recognition. But he's in a Grade 1 race. He's a multiple Grade 1 winner. He better be training well.
That's why I can't wait for this card tomorrow. I mean, the Belmont Stakes is one thing, but there's so many good matchups.
You've worked the Derby at the Works for many years.
Yes.
I don't want to hear about horses
I
pointing to
agree
the
with
biggest
you.
race in their life working well. I want to hear the ones that aren't working well.
Simon Bray's going to be here later. Don't tell him I
He's
said
playing
this.
hard to get, huh?
Yeah, but it wasn't like they weren't talking about Golden Tempo much on that show.
Right. You know, we always hear when that workout horse wins,
Right, yeah.
but it's
you
the
know
Derby.
What I want the workout that's not great. Someone tell me a favorite that's not working well. Okay, they're moving into line here for race number 5 at Saratoga, about set to go on America's Day at the Races. It's the Belmont Stakes Festival of Racing, live here from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2. Here's Frank Miramati with the call of race 5.
And they're off, and Pillar of Beauty is very quick away from there, and so is Di Natale. Di Natale now takes the lead. Silsby is sharp on the comeback and moves up boldly to take second, and Mischief Lady in the light blue colors is racing in fourth. She is joined 3 wide now by Paula's a Star, who is 2 lengths in front of him. Blaze down on the inside, some 7 lengths off that pair up top, and they are really going at it on the front end. Pray for the Wicked just went by a couple of rivals at the back of the field. Ratu Jawa and Princess Andy, 21-2 for the opening quarter mile, and Silsby cruising on the outside. Di Natale trying to cling to her, and just in behind them, Paula's a Star running a good race. They're followed by Pillar of Beauty with 1 furlong to go. Di Natale fighting back inside of Silsby. Pillar of Beauty trying to pick up the pieces in the middle of the course. Here's Pillar of Beauty and Junior Alvarado storming on by late. Pillar of Beauty wins it going away. Silsby was second, Di Natale third. Photo for fourth to Paula's a Star over an oncoming Ratu Jawa.
Big balloons in the 5th here at Belmont at Saratoga. It is Pillar of Beauty at 27-1.
Getting it done in those West Point silks for Bill Mott. And listen, I had said before the race that she had been running a little bit worse with each race, and I don't think that was wrong, but it certainly changed today. Did she get a good setup up front? She did, but she still got it done and beat 2 very nice race mares or fillies. I think Javier Castellano did the absolute right thing with Di Natale. When you've got a horse that's not passing, make it easy. Make them have to pass you. She got dogged by Silsby every bit of the way. Silsby was ready for George Weaver and got the best of her. They simply could not hold off the long shot. Pillar of Beauty, the first big upset today, and a horse that was able to make up ground.
And if you were just looking at connections, you might be surprised that you can get trainer Bill Mott with Ryder Junior Alvarado at 27-1 for West Point Thoroughbreds, who had a very sharp maiden winner yesterday.
And one race after, Junior and Bill took a very, very tough beat. They come right back and win it almost 30-1.
Pillar of Beauty shaking things up pari-mutually here on this Friday for our racing festival. Finishing second, the 11 Silsby, 6-11, 7-10, 27-1, over 3-1, over 3-2, over 13-1 here in race number 5. As we look down the stretch and drone on, the final time here, 5.5 furlongs in 101, and those early fractions, you know, as we talk about fractions and set it aside for a moment, as it's been said in the sport, it's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. There was a legitimate duel here to set it up for anybody who wanted to make a big late run, but the only one who did was your eventual winner.
I agree. The second and third horses both ran very well. Weaver had Silsby ready. She took a tough beating here, and I know, listen, fast times are created by racetracks more than they're created by horses, and we understand that. We have still seen 3 in 5 races sub 44 halves, 1 on turf and 2 on dirt.
What a day here for the Belmont Stakes Festival of Racing. The exciting tight finish in the Bed of Roses of the previous race, and then a race that pulls a shocker, race number 5 here at Belmont at 27-1. Pillar of Beauty, the daughter of Caracaro, getting the win out of the point of entry mare, Port Marazon. When we come back, you're used to hearing her comments in the paddock, but we sent Maggie Wolfendale on the loose here, and we'll be back with what she found.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Monmouth Park's Haskell Preview Day on Saturday, June 13th is bigger and better than ever. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus Stakes plus 3 graded events, all on the road to Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Plus, play the $2,000 Pick Your Prize Handicapping Challenge for the chance to win huge prizes. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park.
Tickets to A Day at the Track are on sale now. Reserve a table or secure seats for a historic summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Summer begins with opening day on Friday, July 3rd and runs through Labor Day. Book now at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Something for everyone on this Friday card. And welcome back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. I'm Todd Trupp with Andy Serling. We've been treated to great racing, close finishes, and now a big upset here in race number 5 as the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival continues along. Let's get more about race 5 with Matt.
Tom Melhouse from West Point Thoroughbreds. It's always a party when you're involved. That was some win.
You know, it's you know, the people always say West Point horses don't pay much. Well, 27-1, there's a lot of happy people here right now, and you know, Junior Alvarado, Belmont, just a thrill for everybody to have a victory today.
Well, particularly Belmont Stakes week, but that's just that winning feeling. You can't beat it.
Really can, and you know, this is a filly that's you know, won her first time out at Gulfstream, and she's kind of been in and out, but Bill had a real good feeling that she'd run well today, and it was just wonderful.
And Terry Finlay as well from West Point. There's badges everywhere, winners everywhere. You're delighted.
So I got stuck in a meeting yesterday, and I saw this guy on the TV. Did a great job, though. The two of us have been together 20 years. But thank you to all the partners. It's a great to win anytime, but especially on Belmont Stakes winner at Saratoga. Let's go.
Always happy to be surrounded by winners. Have a look at their faces. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Matt Hill joining the party there in the winner's circle with the West Point Thoroughbreds partners, and they're going to have fun tonight on Belmont Stakes Eve. This race has now just gone official. 56.86, your Wind Mutual on Pillar of Beauty.
And rounds out a very, very juicy pick 5. And if you are alive in any multis going forward, good luck. That's a nice winner to have.
Yeah, and one of those multis is that middle pick 5 with the mandatory payout, and so race number 6 will be big for that. But look at the pick 5 that ended there, $12,425. Next race will take us on to the Inner Turf Course, a maiden special weight event in here for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upwards. Scratch the 1, Isadora Duncan, and then scratch on the also eligibles the 14 Fango Creek, the 15 Amicable Farce, and the 16 Majestic Moonlight. Big draw in here, I thought, Andy, with the 13 Sweet Little Lila.
Yeah, I agree, and I actually end up putting her on top. I do think the 4 is going to be tough in here, but I think Sweet Little Lila is very dangerous off the layoff despite the posts, but the early favorite is the European Shipper for trainer Chad Brown.
We are 24 minutes away from race number 6 here at Saratoga. It was mentioned by Maggie Wolfendale at the top of the day. The greatest racing fans are right here in Saratoga Springs, New York. They're here year-round on the New York circuit, so we decided to send Maggie on the loose to talk to those fans about the upcoming Belmont Stakes.
This is the pathway that the Belmont Stakes horses will walk down for the 3rd and final Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, but there's no better place than the Spa, and there's no better fans. So I want to hear who they like. Hi guys. I got to know, who do you guys like though? It's you. Who do you like for the Belmont?
Oh gosh, don't ask me. I don't even.
Golden Temple.
Ramp likes Renegade, oh.
Were you like about to sprint here? You got the right shoes on.
Yeah, I could do anything today, and this is Saratoga, so it's perfect. I like Renegade.
I'd say Renegade. I like Renegade.
Probably Commandment, but I haven't really focused totally, but
Okay.
Chief Wannabe maybe.
All right.
Even though this is not the place to take favorites.
You said it.
Belmont, I'm going Emerging Market.
I really like Emerging Market.
I like what she likes.
Up.
Renegade.
I like Renegade.
I'm a Chief Wallaby guy.
I'm rooting for Golden Temple, but I'm betting on Renegade.
Oh my gosh, an exclusive with this year's Kentucky Derby winning trainer. Well, who do you like in Belmont? Oh, Golden Tempo. I thought you'd like Renegade. Nah, I'm gonna stick with Golden Tempo. I think that's probably smart.
Well, look, we get to walk through the picnic area here up to the set, and I love catching up with a lot of the fans. I'm surprised that, because Simon Bray is going to be here later, how many of them have been able to watch the coverage that I was doing on a former network. But overall, people want to tell the stories about the many years that they've been here and the big races they've seen. We'll have people telling stories about what they see tomorrow.
And today's Better Roast as well. And that's the great thing about Saratoga, the memories that people make in Saratoga. And whether it's, horses and races, but also the friends you make.
Yes.
People come back every year. And once somebody comes to Saratoga, they're going to come back next year and the next year after that. And I've made a lot of great friends here over the years. You see them every year. And, in a time when not that many people go to the racetrack the way they used to, now people come to Saratoga. And that's the one thing, people play online, they watch the races on TV, they watch online, but they come to Saratoga for the magic of it. You get to see them year after year. And that's one of the many great things about this place.
Andy,
it's a pleasure.
are you my friend?
I'm happy to be your friend. You have to have at least one, Todd.
We thank you for being our friends on this program. And we are going to have, are you leaving now?
I am. A couple professionals are coming in.
Paul LaDuca, 4-time Major League All-Star and the All-Star of the network, talking about Greg Wolf. We'll continue on here from Saratoga on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Count down to the Belmont Stakes right after this.
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
And they're off. Hit show. Breaks first. National Treasure is looking for the lead again today.
You know, people said, boy, that must have been fun. No, it's not fun. It's work, okay? It's not fun. It's fun when you're over with it, okay? Maybe to some certain degree, but it's not fun. It is really stressful.
Arcangelo rides the rails around the first turn, third. Forte's up close there.
The first race on the card, first race I had called in 10 years was 14 horses going 6 furlongs on the turf, okay? It don't get no harder than that, folks.
There's 5 furlongs to go in the Belmont.
I did make it through. I had to go down to Belmont for about a month before that and prepare. The first week, I was calling into my iPhone and played those back, and it was horrible. I almost called the folks up at Fox and said, this is not gonna fly, because I was forgetting names, I was stumbling, I couldn't see the horses well. It was, the first week was really, really bad, but I got it together by the time post time came around, I think.
Arcangelo is fiercely determined. Arcangelo coming to the 8th pole. Forte's coming late. Oh, he's got a chance. Forte coming out the outside. Tried to catch Arcangelo. He couldn't do it.
An absolute legend who we were lucky enough to have on set just the other day. The reunion tour continues. I don't know if this trio has ever been on the set together as a group. Greg Wolf, Todd Schrupp, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul Lo Duca. Great to see you both as we move along this week. The races, they get more important. The bigger stars start to come out. We're going to see that today.
Paulie, how great was the Grade 2 Bed of Roses? I mean, you watched it as well. Going to be hard to top that for the drama that we saw there.
Yeah, 3 to 5 shot, life and death to get up. They ran so fast, 121 and change. It's kind of, I guess the picture so far today has been fast times early, 21 and change. Seems like the turf course and the dirt course is playing towards horses that are very fast.
Can I tell a quick Tom Durkin story? It won't take much of our time. I know it's not on the rundown. So it was his retirement. It was happening at Belmont Park, and I was there interviewing him. So we go up to the announcer's booth. I'm in awe of him. He's Tom Durkin. He's making espressos for everybody, putting us at ease. And so my first question is, Tom, you have your last call coming up this week. How do you deal with the gravitas of the moment? And he looks at me and he goes, by not using words like gravitas.
Did he put the little hearts in the espressos?
That's great. Wow. Great, yeah.
He's good at everything he does.
My name and everything.
Let's take a look at the big one coming up. Final time ever. The Belmont Stakes will be held at Saratoga. Final time at 1.25 miles as well on Saturday. Race 13, 7:04 Eastern start time. Vitruvian Man should be the biggest price in the field.
Well, you know, he's going to get a lot of attention because of the all-star connections, Run Fast Racing. We're talking about Lil Wayne, Lil Yachty behind that partnership. And so they're going to hear a lot about that on the major broadcast.
Distant third in that Santa Anita Derby. Power Shift comes off a maiden win.
I think he's one of the other newcomers in here besides the six growth equity that's going to take a lot of money. He's got Todd Pletcher in his corner. That's not a bad thing.
Chief Wallaby, he's been right there in so many big races. Is Saturday finally his day?
Yeah, he had a lot of trouble in the Kentucky Derby. For him, I just got to clear something up with Paul Lo Duca because social media was going nuts last night saying, did Paul Lo Duca suggest he'd be the favorite in the Belmont? Did you?
Who?
You. Did you suggest Chief Wallaby be the favorite?
I thought he would be.
I think there's a lot of people that feel that way. This horse probably will be the favorite. That is Renegade, who was the runner-up in the Derby.
Yeah, you know, listen, a lot of people are saying he was aided by actually not breaking well, but if you look at his races, he's never run a bad race, so beware of his late kick.
Chad Brown, he'll have 3 chances at his first Belmont. Here's a Tino.
This isn't the best of his chances. I think that's pretty clearly. Now, he was second in the Bluegrass Stakes. The problem is he was second, beaten 11 lengths, and what was behind, further ado, that entire field, questionable.
Here's Growth Equity, another for Chad Brown, coming off a big Peter Pan. Every single start for him, he has gotten better.
Yeah, and he's training well up to this start. Hasn't trained here at Saratoga. Comes off the Peter Pan win, but it seems like the races in New York been a lot better in 2026.
Commandment's 4-race win streak, it came to an end in the Derby. He gets a new pilot.
And that's too bad because it was a perfect spring up until the Kentucky Derby. He got bounced around. He's not the type of horse horse that if his momentum stopped, he's going to get going again right away.
Huge ask to run in the Derby and just your third career start. Emerging Market, he lost a shoe in that race.
Yeah, and I think he ran so well in the Louisiana Derby to win a Grade 2 in his second career start. Yeah, probably too much to do, but he was up on the pace in the Derby. He has worked well here locally at Saratoga.
Who are we forgetting? Oh, yeah, the Derby winner. That's Golden Tempo. Passed on a chance at the Triple Crown for Cherie DeVaux. Jose Ortiz, 9th rider ever to pull off an Oaks Derby double.
I'm shocked at the number of quality handicappers that I know who are like, I don't even know if he'll win a race again. I'm like, stop that nonsense. Golden Tempo is just off to the start of his career. He's going to win plenty more races. Not sure it's the Belmont Stakes, but he'll get a lot of attention, obviously.
Well, let's go back to the Kentucky Derby, particularly that start. And here's the big three coming out of that race. Renegade gets bounced around pretty good.
Okay, we need to stop with the notion that it didn't affect him. Any other race day, when a horse gets bumped sideways 8 times, there'd be an issue, okay?
There's 9 innings in a baseball game, Paul. If you strike out in the first but have 3 home runs after that.
He didn't strike out in the first. He got hit in the head and then got hit in the head again, and he was on first and second. The horse got jostled multiple times. That cannot be good for a racehorse to take the air out of him late in the race.
No, I agree with that. I think when we watch horses get bounced around, we forget the fact that it takes air out of them early. But it's a 1.25 mile race. If you're going to have trouble, have it then. He is essentially on even terms with the eventual winner, and he gets out finished to the wire. He had the advantage on Golden Tempo right here, and he gets passed.
He was never looking. You can see Irad Ortiz Jr. He was more worried about the horses to his inside. He kind of knew he had the big long shot pegged Oselli at the line, but his brother came a-calling. And you know, the other part about the Derby winner, the horse put blinkers on 2 starts ago, was a little bit up towards the pace. Fairgrounds did not play towards horses that launched from way out of it. Wasn't his running style. You never know what's going to happen tomorrow, but I still think he's got a punter's chance.
So the 1, 2, 4th place finishers all coming back. What about these new faces? Who do you feel of horses who did not run in the Kentucky Derby have the best chance to win this race?
Do you remember when the Peter Pan mattered going to the Belmont Stakes? It still matters. I mean, it's different times that we live in. But if you watch Growth Equity and Belmont at Aqueduct and the Peter Pan, I watched him very closely. This is a horse that is coming to hand. He is improving from start to start. And Growth Equity, off that effort, deserves consideration. I know, Paul, you're looking at out of the Pletcher barn Power Shift, but here is Growth Equity. And when we saw him, did we say downstate? Yeah, because we're upstate right now. We saw him downstate at Aqueduct. He won over the good racetrack there in the Peter Pan, but it was his first time around 2 turns, so the time doesn't matter to me. It's what he's doing. He's got another move forward. He should be great. Nyquist had some big races here at Saratoga. If it's not going to be a horse out of the Kentucky Derby, Growth Equity is my horse.
Paul, we'll pose that same question to you.
I went with a 2 Power Shift, and then the reason why Todd Pletcher's success in the Belmont Stakes is only matched by the great Woody Stevens. But Power Shift, a Constitution colt, lost first time out to Emerging Market, kind of got ripped at the wire. They actually went to the wire together. For Todd to put this horse in the Tampa Bay Derby, he lost to the Puma. Further ado, I think the Puma might have been the favorite if he would not have scratched in the Derby. Then came back, won a main special weight like he's supposed to do. Young horse. I kind of think him and Growth Equity are kind of similar. I'm with Todd. The 2-turn experience and a win against better competition, probably better for Growth Equity, but the 2-turn experience for Power Shift has happened from the beginning of his career. He's been a horse that started around 2 turns. They paid $500,000 for this son of Constitution, and if you look for Constitution, his progeny, they seem like they get better with racing. I would think this horse would like it. I just don't know if he's fast enough. Obviously, you got the 1st, 2nd, and 4th place finishers from the Kentucky Derby. It's going to be tough to crack those 3.
Here's the lineup on Belmont Stakes Day. It is loaded, one of the truly great days of racing anywhere on the planet. We hope you join us for our coverage. It's going to be a long afternoon, but it is going to be a special one as well. Of course, Mike Rapoli. He'll try and get a big one with Renegade. Let's go to Michelle Yu.
Thanks. I am joined by Mike. Before we talk Renegade, let's talk this horse in here. I scream for everyone. You told me this is Joya's horse.
Joya's horse, and really our horse, because I always say if you have a tough day or you get a bad loss, just go for ice cream, and ice cream makes everybody happy. So ice cream for everyone.
What kind of ice cream do you get?
Chocolate, brownie, or chocolate peanut butter. Those are my 2 flavors.
All right, chocolate. I like. What about this horse? Come in, try and grass for the first time, stretching out off the layoff.
You know, she could run. Obviously, last year we had high hopes for her. So I think this is definitely a race. She definitely wants to go longer, and this is a good spot. And, you know, it's not like, there's a lot of turf in the pedigree, but you know what? She's a 3-year-old. She's got a lot of talent. We're going to see what she can do today.
Speaking of 3-year-olds, let's talk Renegade very quickly here. They were talking about on the set, how much did it take out of Renegade getting bumped out of the gate of the Derby? What was your input there?
I mean, my input was he probably ran the greatest Derby for a second-place finisher ever. And Irad probably had the most incredible ride. So, you know, between getting bumped by not only the 2, but the 6, the 5, the 4, the 3, the 2, 1, and Irad courageously riding him out of there. He did everything right. So proud of the horse, so proud of Irad. You know, you can debate who was the real superstar between the 2. The horse was great. Irad, how you doing? I'm saying nice things about you. All right. So there's Irad. If he loses this race, he might be off Renegade tomorrow. We'll make the decision then, okay? But Irad was incredible, and you know, it was it's honestly it was the toughest loss of my life, but maybe also my biggest accomplishment.
All right, let's talk about Power Shift very quick too, because you're going to go two-fisted into Belmont.
Yeah, you know, he's been working with Renegade. They go head-to-head. Todd loves him. Todd's not going to tell us to enter a horse that does it. He's a future Grade 1 winner. Whether he's a future Belmont winner, we're not so sure. But, you know, Luis is going to be on him. There's not a lot of speed in the race. His race in Kentucky on Kentucky Derby Day, you know, he was a 3-year-old colt that won on Kentucky Derby Day, but he didn't win the Derby, unfortunately. But maybe he'll win the Belmont.
All right, well, best of luck here, and we'll look forward to tomorrow.
Thanks a lot, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the time, Mike. Guys?
Mike Rapoli's had a lot of big wins, a lot of great horses. He's had a lot of bad luck in the Kentucky Derby as well, with horses who didn't even get a chance to line up.
He's had numerous seconds in the Belmont Stakes as well. On the Triple Crown Trail, he's been agonizingly close to having some ridiculously good numbers. But it is amazing, even though he's won in this spot, it's those close beats that you think about.
Yeah, listen, whether you like Mike or not, he's a very polarizing figure. He wants some action. I mean, that's the bottom line. He loves to be in the game. You know, just think about, you know, he's got a legit horse in Renegade, and he sends another horse in that race at Growth Equity. Obviously, that's very talented. Power Shift. Very talented horse, but UFL owner now, he likes action, man.
Yeah, owns the Louisville franchise, but obviously he's a big part in the direction of the league overall as well.
And look, it comes across, he loves this sport.
Yeah, he does.
And he'll have, in this race coming up, Ice Cream for Everyone. That is the 7 in here, who has had 2 starts, Todd, on dirt, and there is the 7. Irad Ortiz Jr. will ride. There is some pedigree for the grass here with this horse. The Dam was 0-2 on the turf, 6-time winner on dirt, but did produce a turf winner. And another one who would run on the turf didn't win, ran 3 separate starts, 80-plus buyer figures on the grass.
Also, it's a nod to one of his traditions when things don't go well for the Rapoli stable. They go out for ice cream afterwards. He and his daughter love to have some ice cream and talk about the day that was. So Ice Cream for Everyone, a nod to that. As far as what you were saying with the pedigree here, I don't want to pigeonhole him because he's one of the greatest sires in the world, but name me a lot of gun runners who are great on the grass.
Yeah, you had mentioned that yesterday. I was thinking about that. I kind of think, listen, he's such a great sire. I think it's kind of the last thought for them to go to the turf.
Right.
Mark Casse already having a terrific week. Had a terrific summer here last year. Let's go to Michelle.
Thanks, guys. Talking here about Secretly Delighted. Were you delighted with her debut, or was that expected from you?
I was absolutely delighted. We thought she'd run well. I didn't at the time realize how good a race it would be with the winner, and she ran great. Unfortunately, after the race, she had some setbacks, but she's ready now. Hopefully have her tight enough.
Let's look forward to the Acorn as well. You have Counting Stars. How can she turn the tables on Always a Runner?
That's a good question. She can like this track maybe better than she liked Churchill. You know, it was a funny run race. Yeah. There's, you know, I think 4 out of the 5 fillies can win the race, and I feel we're one of those. So we'll see. We'll see what Irad has up his sleeve.
What's the challenge with coming into a compact field filled with quality like that?
I don't really. I have one of the best riders in the world. I'm going to leave that to him.
Excellent. Well, best of luck here.
Thank you.
Counting Stars will have post 2 in that rematch with Always a Runner. Has 2 1/4 lengths to try and make up on the Kentucky Oaks winner later this evening. Here's Madeline's Agenda, first-time starter to kick off the post parade.
Yeah, big long shot here for Jorge Abreu, a filly by known Agenda.
Miguel Clement Barn, here's Deference.
Yeah, I thought this horse kind of figured out in the second start and will move forward again today. Makes sense at 6-1.
Here is Mark Cassey secretly delighted.
I thought this filly ran well first time. I was at Kentucky down, so those are really tricky races. Castellano's really been riding well.
Some speed with a 5-home record.
Yeah, needed that last race. Was off from August to April.
State's debut for Shug McGahee's Lisa Joy.
Yeah, we'll get Lasix here. Andrew Rosen, a filly by 2 darn hot.
There's Mike Rapoli's Ice Cream for Everyone for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, sitting up on the board at 8-1. I wouldn't be tempted at that price.
State's debut, and in the 9-5 favorite, Chad Brown, Madakat Stables, Flavia Pratt, Shelzawa.
She actually ran in February, and over synthetic, she will get Lasix for a North American debut.
61-1. It's a first-time starter for Tony Dutrow, reconnected.
Yeah, I didn't mind taking a look at a first-time starter in here, but seeing longest price in the field, 61-1, I can't grasp it happening.
History-making trainer, first-ever female trainer to win a Triple Crown event. That was with Arcangelo in the Belmont. New rose for Jenna Antonucci.
She had a second-time starter. Really impressive yesterday. You're getting a big price today.
Junior Alvarado on River Empress.
What is the right level for this horse? Was up against it against the maiden special weight group at Keeneland. Prior to that was maiden optional claimers here in New York.
Wow, that's a big price on Jordan's Love.
I thought this horse actually, I would give this horse one more look. I can't believe she's 40-1.
And sweet little Lila draws in for Brittany Russell 9-1.
Yeah, before Andy Serling left, we were talking about this horse, that this is a big draw in off the also eligible list. He made this horse his top pick, and I like the move here. And, you know, a lot of times with those AEs, Paulie, they're bigger prices than they should be. 9-1 is a great number here.
Pick 4 coming up in this race. We still have the pick 6 ahead, multiple pick 5s. You can play it all at Naira Bets, Belmont 25. That code to use at sign up. Get a $25 free play in the Belmont Stakes and that $200 new customer deposit match right there at nairabets.com, and play with us all summer long and beyond. As we get set for the 6th race, again, we'll kick off a pick 4, and Paul, you put together a ticket for us.
Yeah, a little pick 4 ticket, middle pick 4. There's so many different plays today, but I'm gonna use a $48 variety 3, 4, 8, 13. I'm taking my shot in race number 7. A really difficult race, full screen, probably be your favorite. I like Ben Duke. I know that he likes to check in second a lot, but I think he's set up today for a nice race. Deep in race number 8, and then race number 9, 2, 3, 5, and 8 in the Wonder again. I'm going to give Time to Dream one more shot.
All right, so coverage races 6, 8, and 9, and see what Ben Duke can do. He's been very good, probably going a little bit longer, better for him.
Yeah, I hope, you know, and that's my thing about full screen. Although he's been so impressive in his last couple efforts, you know, does Ben Duke catch him at his right distance? We'll see.
Miguel Clement had a pretty good day yesterday. Booked a trip to Melbourne.
Yeah.
Should Connections choose to go to the Melbourne Cup with that golden ticket?
Well, he made a comment to Acacia that 2 of the horses in his barn that have been working the best this week, Tawny Port, who delivered in that race, and Deterministic, whom we'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, and the Manhattan try and go back-to-back in that race. He'll send out Deference here, making career start number 3, Paulie.
I thought this was a really good effort. You know, first career start's one of my pet peeves. When you go to the front end, you kind of get lost, and she got past that day. Reversed a little bit. I think she's really green, Todd, because she kind of runs in spots, goes back, runs. She gets a little bit more focused with racing. I think she'll be a major player.
Yeah, and there wasn't much of a pace that day either, so it was an awkwardly run race, and she was in the middle of it trying to figure it out. So yeah, I give her some credit there. She sits up on the board right now at 7-1. I think that's probably the right price.
We know these connections. It's Chad Brown, Flavia Pratt, Shelzawa, the 8, 9-5 favorite right now, State's debut. They're always going to take attention, especially in a race like this, a maiden special weight on the grass. Is it mainly connections, or is this one legitimate on form as well? This will be the turf debut coming up.
Well, those races in France are in the provinces, so it's not the best of French racing. It's on the synthetic, but, you know, you look at the weight this horse was carrying, 128 in the last start over there, but I would not look at that European form in France and go, wow, that towers over anything in this field.
Right now, though, the 9-5 favorite. Post time coming up for this 6th here on our Friday card from Saratoga. Let's go back to Michelle.
Well, guys, Melanie Giddings already had a really good day today, and she's got a big price horse in here in the 11 River Empress. And she returned to the races last time out at Keeneland with, I don't know, I guess a flat effort, kind of. But I think the stretching back out for her is really going to work in her favor. She's had multiple attempts going the mile in a 16th, and she's run well in all of them. Also, even though she's been coming from further behind, I do think that she's got the capability to be a touch closer if need be. So this could be, just a trip situation that she needs. I just thought she'd be a really great price, and she has recency, which I think is key. When you're looking at a horse like Shilzawa, even though she's got the class, she hasn't tried grass before, and she hasn't run in a couple of months. So I just think that a horse with a more recent race under the belt going this far on a surface that she's tried is going to be a positive for me at this big price. The other horse I thought was intriguing was the 2, Madeline's Agenda. I don't necessarily back her on paper. Her works really show to me why she's running a route of ground, but I just thought she made such a lovely appearance in the paddock for Jorge Abreu. She's not a very big filly, and she didn't necessarily look like a turf route type, but I think that he's just looking for that ground because she's not super quick, but she has done everything right since coming over. I thought she looked fit enough, and she was super interested in everything going on. I thought she warmed up really nice. Here she is on your screen. Really just a lovely individual at a massive price in here because she's really going to have to improve off these works if she wants to be any part of the top 3 in here. But from a look standpoint, 2 thumbs up.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Making their way to the gate as we get set for the start of a pick 4 coming up. So it sounds like you feel this is a lot more wide open than anyone on the board at 9 to 5.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to go to the second choice after saying that, but there's 2 horses that drew my attention. The 4, Secretly Delighted, because one thing in my personal handicapping toolbox, I love playing Mark Casse second time out. Now the horse is coming off a long layoff, but you heard him. He says, I think we're cranked tight enough in here. So, yeah, lead me to Secretly Delighted second time out for Casse, and beware of the 13th, Sweet Little Lila, drawing in off the also eligible list.
There's Secretly Delighted stepping in for the Mark Casse barn. Javier Castellano will be aboard. The favorite States debut for Shilzawa with Flavien Prat aboard for Chad Brown. That is the 8th, start of a pick 4 on this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival Friday with 3 grade 1s still to come, the Acorn, New York, and Ogden Phipps. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Ice cream for everyone. New Rose. River Empress. And then 2 more. Jordan's Love and Sweet Little Lila will complete the line. Sweet Little Lila going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Ice cream for everyone. Had a very smooth beginning, but it is Deference who's the quickest and takes command early. Home Wrecker comes away in a good spot second. They are joined by New Rose, who goes right into second. Ice Cream for Everyone is now 4th. Secretly Delighted is on the hedge in 5th, followed by Reconnected, and Sweet Little Lila is just outside of that pair. Has about 5 lengths to make up as they round the clubhouse turn. Just inside of that rival. On the inside, Shilzawa is covered up. Jordan's Love has passed a few of them now up into the 6th position with 5 to come. On the far outside, it's River Empress who's next as they swing on to the backstretch. Lisa Joy is toward the back of the field through a quarter that went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. In behind them comes Madeline's Agenda, who races on the inside as they head past that half-mile point. And the leader is still Deference. It's Deference in front. One right at the back, Lisa Joy now, who is just outside Madeline's Agenda. So the lead belongs to Deference into the far turn. The half went in 49 and 1. New Rose has been up close most of the way and goes to engage now in second. They're followed at the rail by Home Wrecker in 3rd, heading to the quarter pole. Ice Cream for Everyone is next. Shilzawa still a long way back. Jordan's Love in the yellow is on the far outside, and Deference leads with 1 furlong to go. Challenged now by New Rose. Home Wrecker coming through along the inside. These 3 line up, and Shilzawa is kicking in. Does she have the time? In the meantime, New Rose has opened up a 2-length lead coming for the wire. It's New Rose over Home Wrecker. New Rose scores by 2. Home Wrecker second, photo for 3rd between Shilzawa and Secretly Delighted.
New Rose on the eve of a race where Jenna Antonucci made history in the sport, becoming the first female trainer to ever win a Triple Crown event. That was the 2023 Belmont with Arcangelo. wins with his second-time starter.
And we have another significant upset on this card. It comes in a turf race, but this horse getting the win. But Paul, there are going to be some unlucky trips talked about here. 22-1 on your winner. There was a lot going on in behind. Cleanest trip won here, New Rose.
Yeah, and listen, Homewrecker ran well too, but Jose Morales gave this horse a really good ride. Kind of stayed completely out of trouble. You see the happy connections. He's going to be 3 wide. Now watch the 3 horse here, and Jamie Rodriguez tries to get this horse to switch leads, and she gets a little squirrely on him, and the 10 goes by. Now here comes the unlucky horse. Maybe they ate a little bit, but you look back, Todd, you know, we had the 4, the horse kind of had a chance to explode, but really didn't explode at the right time.
He's not going to get to the winner. Maybe he'll definitely finish up better. You know, just that pause was a little something. But you're right. It's not like there was a big acceleration afterwards. Let's drone on, and you see the 8 now in that pocket there in third. I mean, this horse should have wrapped up third at that point with big acceleration. Instead, may have been caught.
You just got to be. This is a horse that did not break well first time out. Debuted sprinting at Keeneland. I know, Greg, you like this horse. Good call, 22-1. And like you said, Jenna Antonucci had a winner yesterday. These kind of barns can get hot, and these are really happy connections. But Jose Morales getting busy at Saratoga.
How about that? Not a lot of opportunities here, making the most of it. 22-1 over 19-1. 10-5, 8-4 finish. And there is Jenna Antonucci rooting this one home. We saw her and what she could do in the Belmont Stakes. She could really root one home.
And she has a statement that will echo through time. If you don't have a place at the table, make your own table. She's been doing that ever since. She's been a great ambassador for the sport as well. A lot of people inspired by what she did in the Belmont Stakes, and she has made herself accessible to the racing public. And that can also be said of Cherie DeVaux and what she's done since her Kentucky Derby win.
Yeah, just incredible first female trainer to win a Kentucky Derby. Take a look at all the action we have ahead on multi-day wagers Friday and Saturday. You have a lot of choices to make.
There are a lot of choices. You go to NYRABets.com or go on your NYRA Bets app, and there's going to be a prompter for all these plays. Responsible wagering. Have fun.
You can place all those wagers through NYRA Bets. All this talk about the Belmont Stakes and who you think the best 3-year-old is at this point right now. The best 3-year-old, there's been a lot of talk, maybe in a race earlier on the card tomorrow in the Woody Stephens. What is your take on Crude Velocity?
Well, I just love the fact that we get to renew the rivalry that started in the Pat Day Mile between Crude Velocity and Englishman. We talk about horses ducking each other. These two come back. They were the stars on the undercard that day. Everybody was wondering what would happen when these two would meet because they had been so impressive to that point. This was the acid test, and it turned out Crude Velocity getting the best on Englishman this day, but there is some thought that Englishman will be even better tomorrow.
Did you notice, Paul, he avoided my question?
Yeah, he kind of did. Englishman gets a better draw, but these two horses showed that they're much the best. And the way this kind of racetrack's been playing, if it stays that way, they might cruise away. Now, I think the interesting part of this is Taj Mahal throws a nice little wrench in this because he's pretty fast early.
Come on.
We'll see if he can run early. I don't think he can run late with these two, but he might be able to run early with these two.
Back to Crude Velocity, though, Todd. He has a chink in the armor. He does not get out of the gate well.
No.
Is that going to cost him at some point?
Well, you wonder about this track. Now, I do think the track is more fair than we started the week. I'm not really caught up in all of that. He's just a good horse under any circumstances, and he has the ability to track closer if he needs to.
You don't want to answer the question, is he the best 3-year-old?
But here's what, is he the best? There was
in your opinion?
Well, there was talk that he should turn around from the Pat Day Mile and go to the Preakness. They do the right thing and go to the Woody Stephens. So the real question is, when will he get a shot around 2 turns against horses like we're going to see tomorrow in the Belmont
sounds
Stakes?
Like it's next. Assuming
rephrase your question.
He's good.
Is he the best?
No, he's not the best 3-year-old.
Is he the best 3-year-old going this distance? But the problem is, if you cut a lot of those Derby horses back, they're going to be pretty good too.
No, he's not the best 3-year-old.
Okay.
There you
Ultra talented, and it looks like he will get that opportunity. We'll see what happens. One step at a time, Woody Stephens, but then you would think Haskell would be the next logical spot for him. So we will see.
But as for tomorrow, well, here's the whole thing. If Englishman beats him tomorrow, then if I stood up here and said he's the best 3-year-old in the division, I looked dumb. I think he could get beat tomorrow by Englishman. I think that could happen in the Woody Stephens. So I could not sit up here and honestly say, oh, he's the best 3-year-old.
Answer this, Todd. Does anybody beat Englishman or Crude Velocity?
No, it's a 2-horse race.
Okay.
Well, you know, what did you think of Obliteration for Steve Asmussen?
That'd be the only other horse.
That'd be the only other horse. Yeah, he may not win tomorrow.
It's interesting when you have such an edge on other players when you know that He thinks it's a 2-horse race. We know it's a 1-horse race.
That's Crude Velocity? You think he's the best 3-year-old out there?
I think, he should easily win tomorrow. And we'll see what happens
going
forward if he can handle more ground. Back to the 6th. New Rose. Second start, stretching out. The debut was 5.5 furlongs on the grass. Wins at a mile and a 16.
So
you have any stubble, by the way?
Hold on
Get
a
him
second.
home, Jenna Antonucci.
Did you say Greg picked this horse? Greg liked this
Greg
horse?
liked this horse. He was rooting him home.
One of a few I used in a pick 5.
So you're not just a host.
Oh,
You're
he's
pretty
a good
handicapper, too.
By the way, this double, what did the horse pay in the last
I
race?
should have played the double.
27 to 1.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is some mid-card madness
Well,
here.
is it possible? Because it's a mandatory. That's right. It's a mandatory, so it can't happen. But there's going to be some huge numbers going to the final race of this middle pick 5.
And here she is again, New Rose. She kind of just tracked. The 3-horse kind of went to the front end. This horse just tracked and went on with it, and nobody really made up ground. The 5 home wrecker on the inside, you're going to see Shizawa probably wants a little bit more distance, Todd, first time in North America, maybe?
Yeah, no, that horse will be better next time out. But it is pretty remarkable. This is what's great about the depth of the racing up here, not just for the festival, then obviously the summer meet at Saratoga. This horse had a nice debut at the Keeneland Spring Meet, a deep maiden special weight race on the turf there, and is now 22 to 1 coming up here.
History-making trainer, as we've told you, Michelle with Jenna Antonucci right now.
Oh, guys, in the winner's circle, we're just talking about hair down here with Jenna Antonucci. Hey, congratulations.
Thank you.
That was pretty impressive.
She's such a cool mare, and I'm just, you know what? I'm so happy for Jose Morelos. He rides so much for us in Florida, and he's, taken that step forward. And so for him to get his first one up here, the team's just stoked.
Pedigree-wise, this filly really seemed like she wanted 2 turns. Was first out just a gimme race?
It was. We just needed to get her rolling, and just timing-wise and stuff to get her rolling at Keeneland and get that one under her belt, and then this was our focus.
I love it. Well, congratulations, big win there, and I heard you woohooing down there.
Absolutely. Let's, we don't cheer small.
There's so many big cheers going on. Congrats.
Thanks.
Breaking down barriers, and you brought up the key quote that Jenna Antonucci had after that historic win. I got to talk to her actually the day of that Belmont Stakes victory. Before it happened, I could not believe how cool and calm she was, just so relaxed.
And then, of course, the dream year kind of turned to a nightmare before the Breeders' Cup Classic with all the talk and then eventually the scratch. But going to be looking forward to seeing his babies on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, listen, as we get to race number 7 today, you see the scratch of 2, Bramito, the 4, the 6, and the 9. I will say this about Jenna Antonucci. Think about how many trainers have won the Belmont multiple times. It's kind of a niche. It is really tough to do. I think a lot of people say, oh, the Kentucky Derby. It's just as hard, maybe even harder, to train a Belmont winner. You got to give her kudos.
Paul, call on line 1. It's Woody Stevens.
5 straight.
Yeah, right.
Mile and an 1/8 on the main track. And this next race coming up, allowance optional claiming race, full screen. It's going to try and win this race off the bench. Hasn't raced since December 27th. Right now, the 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, the scratch has changed my view of this race quite a bit. They took out a number of contenders, including a horse I liked in the 9, Gould's Gold. So if you do that, it all leads to full screen. I know you guys are talking about Ben Duke, who at one time was an international star, now been at Belmont's barn for a time. He's just, I don't know. To me, there's a lot more seconds on the page than there should be for him. So I just don't have confidence in him compared to Full Screen, who's in dynamite form right now.
It's a short field. I think it's going to be a great finish, this race.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back 22 minutes away. This starts a mandatory pay pick 5. Still ahead tomorrow. Reigning Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, Ben Tornado. And the horse who decided to pass on that showdown in the Breeders' Cup, Bookham Dano. They'll finally go head-to-head in the True North and settle it on the racetrack. We'll have a preview when we come back.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Keeps coming. Explorers down toward the rail, but it's always a runner. She's going to do it in the Kentucky Oaks. Always a runner. She's always runners on top of the world.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Ben Tornado, straight low chaser. Imagination swings up on the outside. American Stage is running a big one too. Ben Tornado turns loose with 1 furlong to run. Imagination, second. Dr. Lincoln closing outside, but Ben Tornado and Gerard Ortiz have won the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Unfinished business taken care of. Ben Tornado, runner-up the year prior in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Just a 2-race campaign in 2025, but it included the Breeders' Cup Sprint, a race that Bookham Dano decided to pass on. He wound up winning the Eclipse Award as champion sprinter.
Okay, so can we have the adult conversation? No matter what they tell us about that, wasn't that the plan all along? We'll skip the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and that way we can waltz to the Eclipse Award. That's why I voted for Ben Tornado for the Eclipse Award, because he went to the race that defines the division. But didn't you think the connections of Bookham Dano kind of looked out there and go, there's nothing to gain to go to the Breeders' Cup Sprint? We're the leader in the division. Let's try and keep it that way.
I don't know. That's a question I might have to ask when I'm down in Jersey with the boys. They sit there at Monmouth Park, and a lot of times you talk to Derek Ryan. You know, I talked to him earlier last week. He said Bookham Dano's doing his best he's ever done, but he knows he's running into a nice horse with Ben Tornado.
Bookham Dano, the pride of New Jersey. He's been such a great story that we've been able to follow in this sport. Grade 1 4-go winner, although that figure when he won that race, Todd, he dropped off precipitously of what he had been doing, and his comeback race, the Carter. Is he the same horse when he was at the peak of his game?
Well, I just don't know that 7 furlongs is his best. Can he obviously win at 7 furlongs? Yes. You just gave us the example of the Grade 1 4-go, but I think he's sharper at 6 furlongs. I think his figures show that. I think just the performances that you watch in his 6 furlong races, like the Vanderbilt, but the 4-go at 7 furlongs, he conquered it, but I don't think it's his best distance. That was the distance in the Carter. I like him kind of in between. We go 6.5 in the True North.
I think he gets a good trip. Listen, him drawing outside of Ben Tornado is definitely better for Bookham Dano because he's the kind of horse that needs a target, but it's a dangerous target. Ben Tornado could be very, very tough. He kind of caught a little bit off pace when he was overseas, when he was in Maidan and Dubai. I just think this racetrack will suit him a little bit more, and I would think Paco Lopez has got to be very leery that I can't let this horse get away, and it's going to be very interesting how fast they go early because he's going to have to put away that horse, then hold off another horse. This is going to be a difficult race for Bookham Dano.
Imagine there's a lot of pace. It's easy if you try.
3 millionaires in this race. Yeah, Imagination would be the other one for Bob Baffert. And 10 of his 16 career starts, 4 wins, 6 seconds. He has done quite a bit of traveling of late.
But he is a horse who will benefit from a lot of pace up front. You look at his Santa Anita Sprint Championship where he beat Straight No Chaser, who was a Breeders' Cup Sprint winner. That effort is good enough to beat this group, and he's going to get that type of pace setup.
Yeah, when he ran the Woody Stevens in 2024, he just had a horrific trick with Frankie Dettori. Did not have the best of rides. So you give this horse a little bit of a 1-over. He's right. Imagination is the horse they're going to have to hold off.
But in your eyes, the horse to beat, is it Ben Tornado?
Yes, I'm staying with Ben Tornado. Look, even going overseas, I have no problem playing him back coming from Meydan. His Breeders' Cup sprint win was as good as any win anywhere in the division. He deserved the Eclipse Award. He didn't get it. I love what you said. This is unfinished business. Now we get him and Bookham Dano at the right distance for both these horses here at Saratoga. What a great undercard race.
3 superstars led by that man right there in that grade 3 True North on Saturday, Jose D'Angelo. He's got a long shot in the next race coming up. Brother Kenny, we'll see if he can make good when we come back.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile. In the 130th Belmont Stakes.
It was a 20-year gap from Affirmed to Real Quiet, and top of the stretch, man, he's home. People are on their feet, and I think if you listen back to the call and I say Real Quiet takes the lead, you can hear the crowd roar.
And as they arrive at the top of the stretch, Real Quiet is taking the lead.
And then here comes Victory Gallop at the 8th pole. Oh, it's going to be close.
But here comes his rival, Victory Gallop, as they come to the final 60. Ken Somo imploring Real Quiet to hold on. Victory Gallop, a final surge. It's going to be very close. Here's the wire. It's too close to call. Was it Real Quiet or was it Victory Gallop? A picture is worth 1,000 words. This photo is worth $5 million. Oh no.
Everybody's just on the edge of their seat, and they stayed there for 12 minutes while they posted that photo. The most thrilling finish, I think, of any of the Belmonts I called.
And as usual, Tom Durkin captured it perfectly. Second year in a row, Bob Baffert was denied a Triple Crown sweep in the Belmont. Stewart, probably a good thing, because the stewards had said afterward he may have been DQ'd Real Quiet after brushing Victory Gallop a couple of times in the stretch. Could you imagine if that had happened and the outcry that we would have had in this sport.
Paul LaDuca would have been burning trash cans out on the track apron. But I talked to David Hicks, one of those stewards. I knew him from South Florida. He said exactly what you did. If he had won the photo talking about Real Quiet, they would have disqualified him. The bump was that bad. But the finish, that makes Victory Gallop even more impressive. And with Victory Gallop, he went on to be a great older horse.
He's a really good horse.
Yeah.
I just think
won the Whitney.
When you watch that replay as a spectator, if you've never watched that race before, you never think Real Quiet's, that Victory Gallop's winning that race. That's what makes Tom Durkin so great, is that he kind of foresaw that and like, how's that horse going to make up that much ground in that little a time? But
Kansas Sormo said, I could taste it for a moment. I even felt it. He was that close to it. And it didn't come to fruition.
Well, they never rode another D. Wayne Lucas horse after that, I don't think.
Well, a lot of people talked about that early move out of the turn. I didn't mind it. I think at 1.5 miles, try and put the race away.
Yeah.
Race 7, mile and an eighth in allowance optional claiming field. Favoritism still to a 7-year-old who's not raced since late December. That is full screen coming off the bench for trainer Brad Cox. Let's go to Michelle.
Well, guys, the horse I wanted to talk about right here was Ben Duke. I want to take a look at the bit he's actually wearing. I asked Bill about it, and I called it a Houghton, and he said, I don't think we should exactly call it a Houghton. And when I got up close, I saw why. So a Houghton bit kind of sticks out to one side and gives your rider leverage. This bit sticks out to the outside and then gives the rider leverage because this horse actually lugs in. So if you can take a look at the bit, it's got almost a burr on the inside here, which a burr or a brush would kind of push into their mouth to keep them off of the side that they're leaning towards. This has more like a metal plate with more structure, I guess, holding it up. And then, of course, you use the outside for leverage to pull. So this is a very unique bit, not one that I've seen before, not one that we can give an exact name to. Bill said inside it's basically just a straight metal mouthpiece. So a lot of horses race in a snaffle bit, which is a single jointed metal mouthpiece. And this is just going to be a straight bar here. But because he lugs in, so he leans to the left, this has that extended arm on the outside, which allows the rider to pull to the right and kind of shift him using the pressure on his mouth to move him to the outside. Very unique setup here, and Bill said he's worn it for his last 4 or 5 races.
5-2 right now. Thank you, Michelle, on Ben Duke, 7-year-old who competed in the Dubai World Cup at one point in his career. He's won over $1 million, Todd.
Do you know, one of the horses getting play that we've been talking about full screen, he's entered for 110,000. You know, this is claiming conditions, and you have one of the favorite. Is it possible someone's going to claim the 7-year-old here?
That's a good question, especially as many horses have been claimed. But when you look at him, like, you know, he's 7 now, but last year he made $243,000. The year before that he made $200,000. Now the 7, Ben Duke, $1 million in the bank. That's kind of, his last win was the most he's ever kind of opened up. And I understand he was a favorite that day, but I thought it was impressive.
I don't know. That I watched that race at Oaklawn. I was aware of the company. All that back class that you talked about, Greg, he should have been able to beat that field by that margin. But up until then, you know, you talk about all the earnings that were brought up. It's those international races. But if you look at what he's done stateside, it hasn't been what they expected.
I would agree with that. He's probably not lived up to expectations, but those last couple of races seem like potentially a lot better than what this group has been able to put forth here. This horse, he has some huge races, particularly 2 starts back, and that was the last time he was on a fast track full screen. That race probably obliterates this group, but he's never produced it for, and he hasn't produced it since.
Well, and that was an optional claiming, 100,000, so you have similar conditions here. The fact that he is entered for the claiming price, he can stay essentially at the same condition in the same distance. I think that's a massive advantage here, and either one of his last 2 races are better than the most recent race of Ben Duke.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about a bargain. Canadian bred for $7,280. $640,000.
Well, and they claimed it for $100,000.
Yeah.
And look, these are connections. They'll drop horses significantly. This isn't even a drop in class. They're dangling the horse out there just because of the conditions in this race,
Yeah.
and I think it's going to pay off. But it would be fascinating if someone took a shot for $110,000 on a very consistent horse.
Meanwhile, here's Cook Creek, Mike Maker, Jose Ortiz, coming in off a victory at Oaklawn. That was at a mile. He is a 2-time winner at a mile and an eighth.
And I thought his win, if you're looking at an Oaklawn Park win last time out, I'll take it as much as I'll take Bindug, and you're getting a much better price, obviously. 9-2 versus Bindug at 5-2.
I guess 9-2 is your right price, right?
There's Brad Cox. He has the current favorite full screen.
We'll say something about Cook Creek.
And real quick money game as well.
Money
we'll
game,
get to the 8.
The 5 Cook Creek, since blinkers on, his numbers have gone up. Now, last 5 races, he's had the blinkers, and he's just gotten better. You know, 2 wins in that area, and he does like Saratoga. He does have a decent win here.
And when you say numbers, like Beyer speed figures, rags?
Thorough and rags.
Thorough and rags,
Yeah.
okay.
So post-parade coming up as they make their way through Champions Way. And we hear the call to post. We'll kick things off with the current favorite, 7-year-old, first start of the year, full screen.
And full screen, as you talked about with those back-to-back wins, sitting up on the board right now at 9-5. This is where I'm going. Me, the race absolutely goes through this horse.
Manny Franco aboard 4-win day yesterday for Manny. Here's Bourbon Day, Linda Rice.
Hear me out. Fast track. Decent number on the fast track. The last 2 races have been sloppy.
Okay, no, I buy that long shot. That's actually a very, very good point. And he overcame an off track just a couple of starts ago, but it's not his best surface. So
Here's
true.
Cook Creek, Jose Ortiz.
Well, you heard what Paul was saying, the addition of blinkers. I don't know that I buy that argument as much as I do on what he said about Bourbon Day.
Bindug, the millionaire, coming off a big win at Oaklawn.
Yeah, and I like the way he's come back working since. I don't really love the 5-2. I thought the 7-2 would be where he would sit.
Money game, his sister running later in the Acorn. That's Prom Queen. He's undefeated.
And he keeps running right through his conditions. If he wins today, then Graded Stakes Company will be the next stop.
And the trainer of Ben Tornado, Breeders' Cup Sprint winner. We'll see you in the True North tomorrow. Jose D'Angelo with Brother Kenny.
I mean, this horse doesn't have bad races. I mean, if you just cross out the last 2, the turf effort and just a bad race in the Pegasus Invitational, 16-1 looks okay.
So this one undefeated. Money game for Brad Cox. Again, his sister, half-sister. We will see line up in the DraftKings Acorn. Race 10 today, where she will try and turn the tables on the Oaks winner. Always a runner. How does she do that today, Todd?
I don't think you can. We were talking about how it's kind of a mixed-up 3-year-old Colts division. I don't believe that on the Philly side. I think always a runner. She showed her ability in New York, and then she put it on display in the Kentucky Oaks, and she's only going to get better. I don't see how those horses turn the tables with so many horses come out of the Kentucky Oaks where always a runner beat them on the square.
Paul, she did get shuffled back a little bit early on in that race. She's shown to, at least the first 3 starts of her career, like to lay a little bit closer. It's not as big a field, although you still could have traffic problems in compact fields. But could that be to her benefit today if she's more forward?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, she's a big horse. I don't think she's the best gate horse. She's obviously ultra talented. I just think in a 5-horse field, crazy things happen in those small fields, and you have 3 horses. If Prom Queen, Meeting, or Counting Stars, I think Maxim Offer would be the one surprise. If those other 3 fillies beat her, would you be really surprised?
Well, to Paul's point about the small field, you get more trouble trips in small fields because you know where everyone is and you can track where horses are. You talk about the Kentucky Derby, it's a 20-horse field. You can't keep an eye on where Renegade is or what's going on. You've just got to make your own trip.
Yeah.
But that's going to be the difference in the Acorn today. It truly is a rider's race because of the size of the field.
2 minutes to post here in this 7th race. So many opportunities to play this afternoon. You can do it all right there at NYRABets.com. Again, Belmont 25, that code to use at sign up for new customers. And obviously everyone there lined up along the apron, but these coveted picnic tables we're looking out on, and most taken. I would feel it's going to be a very early lineup tomorrow to get those picnic tables.
Oh, very early. Today was 11:30, and I think people were out there about 9. I would think tomorrow a lot earlier. I was looking at StubHub. It's still $80 some odd to get in. General admission, you can go on NYRA.com too as well to get your tickets. It's going to be a tremendous day.
Cannot wait. And you do not need to go to StubHub to get
I was
your
leaving
tickets.
that alone. I let it marinate.
I apologize. I apologize.
Can I just tell?
And if you can't make it out for some reason, we have you covered because we're going to have the action all day long.
So, Paul, before those ticket brokers, there was just people. There were scalpers. There were scalpers out there. So a friend of mine's at the races today. He told me a great story. They're trying to see Bruce Springsteen in Atlantic City, and it's the hottest ticket. So they find a scalper, and the guy's like, meet me there. So they get a hotel room. They agree to meet this guy. They get the tickets, they get back to the hotel room, they're getting ready for the concert, and they look down and the ticket says Bruce Springsteen. And they're like, I can't believe we got ripped off. It's like, well, we still got to try and go. Turned out it was a misprint. All the tickets said Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, dodged a bullet there.
Wow.
Bourbon Day. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, 8-1 on the board right now. Let's go to Michelle.
Guys looking for a little bit of a price in here, and that's where I landed on Bourbon Day. I thought he had a really nice solo warm-up, moving with really good energy, and he's got recency on his side. You know, the one horse is coming in off of the layoff, and even though he's put together some really solid efforts, he hasn't run as good fresh previously. Also, when you look at the 7, Ben Doog, as consistent as he is, he rarely wins races back-to-back, and he is coming off of a win, so I kind of give him a little grain of salt to use against him there. But Bourbon Day, he came in with back-to-back off-track races. He gets third stood off a layoff, which is a form cycle that I like. I think he wants more ground. He came in with a 7-furlong race last time. I think that's a touch too short for him. He just couldn't make up enough ground. And when he runs the mile and an eighth, he's capable of being closer. Last time he ran the mile and an eighth against Stakes Company, he was third to Full Screen and Crooked Creek, but didn't get the best of trips that day. So I think if he gets a cleaner break today, he certainly could be a force to be reckoned with here. You even go back to a 1.25 mile effort that he had at an off-the-turf event. He was a winner that day. So I just think the more ground, the racing recency, and the form cycle all teamed together here with a really nice price to give you a horse worthy of backing in Bourbon Day.
All right, Michelle, thank you. As we get set to load up here momentarily, this mandatory pay pick 5, close to $700,000 in this pool. Coming up the next race, by the way, if you're playing this, 5.5 furlongs on the turf seems wide open. What were your thoughts quickly on that race?
Yeah, I agreed with that. And one other thing, there's a pick 5 ending here, and some of the payoffs are $75,000. You got to be, in my opinion, on or near the lead in those races on the turf. We did have a 27-1 shot take advantage of a pace meltdown, but for the most part, I think you got to be close in there. Yeah. And so final verdict has a couple of seconds coming in, but I think the very firm going, the return to Saratoga could be good.
It's a tough race. Listen, we've had 2 long shots, both on the turf. The Grand Motion runner wired him yesterday from the 10 hole. So I'm with Todd. You have to have a little pace. It's very difficult, but you got to get through this race.
4-win day for that man yesterday. Manny Franco on board for Brad Cox. 7-year-old return to the races for Full Screen, and he has been favored throughout the wagering here, although he drifts up a little bit here to 2-1. We'll see how he fires off the bench, looking for the 8th win of his career. The lone millionaire in this field, that is 7-year-old Ben Doog, coming off a victory at Oaklawn. You're watching the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Thank you, Greg. There's Money Game, looking to remain undefeated in career start number 4. This is his 3rd different venue. And Brother Kenny. They're in the gate. And they're off. Cook Creek broke outward in a tad awkwardly, but is rushing up outside Full Screen and Bourbon Day is the leader into the first turn. Cook Creek now will move up alongside the challenge, and Full Screen gets a nice spot. He's tucking in behind them in 3rd. In the meantime, Money Game is 4th, but only 2 lengths off the early pace. At the back of the field, Brother Kenny and Ben Doog. It's a compact group that ran through the opening quarter mile with a head-and-head battle, 24.2 seconds for that first quarter. And it is Cook Creek in front. Bourbon Day along the inside is going with him in 2nd. 2 more, Money Game under a nice hold, 3rd. He is followed by Brother Kenny, and at the rail, Full Screen 5th, but only about 2.5 lengths off the pace. And Ben Doog is patiently handled at the back. They continue their run toward the half-mile pole. Bourbon Day and Cook Creek going back and forth. Bourbon Day asserts himself once again and leads by a 1/2 length. Full Screen traveling well at the rail in 3rd. Money Game in between horses in 4th. And then it's Brother Kenny tailing off. Ben Doog inside of him starts to gain a bit of momentum. Around the far turn, 48-1 for that 1/2 mile. Bourbon Day and Cook Creek continue to slug it out. They've set things up nicely for Money Game, and Money Game revving up 3 wide. Just in behind them comes Full Screen on the inside. Ben Doog will go widest of all there at the top of the stretch. Bourbon Dale on the inside keeps on going. Money Game trying to get by. He's within a 1/2 length of him. Behind that full screen, and Ben Duke coming to the 16th pole. Money Game, Bourbon Day. Bourbon Day just keeps on battling Ben Duke on the outside with a final surge, driving finish. Winners win, and Money Game remains undefeated. Ben Duke was a flying second in a thriller, and Bourbon Day ran valiantly in defeat.
Money Game refusing to lose. He's now 4 for 4. What a stubborn performance from Bourbon Day.
It was interesting how they stacked up the backside. When they turned for home, it looked like any number had a chance.
And you know, these two horses end up being the best. They did not have the best beginnings in this race. And we'll get back to the start. You could see the 1 was trying to squeeze in between horses. The 8 hits the front end here, and Ben Duke trying to lean in most of the stretch. You could see Junior Alvarado trying to encourage 1 late surge. We'll get back to the start. What happens here, Todd?
Well, watch the 5 here, because he's going to go outward at the start, Cook Creek, and just make it miserable for 2 of your main contenders late here. Money Game, your eventual winner, caught up in that, and Ben Duke, your second place finisher, caught up in that. It's remarkable after what Cook Creek did at the start to those 2 horses that it comes down to them late. And the horse that you suspected would outrun the odds, Bourbon Day, does that, but ultimately is third.
Bit of an assist, though, with his performance of what happened at the start.
Oh, for Bourbon Day? Yeah, he had every advantage. The fact that he finished third is actually a disappointment.
Ben Duke, huge in defeat. Money Game remains perfect for Brad Cox. Let's go to Michelle.
Thanks, guys. Joined by Brad right now. That was thrilling at the end.
Yeah, it was. He's a nice horse, obviously. 4 for 4 to start his career as a loose horse.
Oh, loose horse coming up, so we'll keep an eye on him. Is this the most unheralded, undefeated horse?
Well, he's obviously, you know, it's taken us a while to get him there. Obviously, 2 different stints at the races last year and this year. And look, I feel like we got him going the right way. He had a big breeze last week at Churchill, and sent him up here with a lot of confidence and perform well. And you know, I'm hoping now he can step out into graded stake company.
How nice has it been to be able to have the advantage to be able to develop a horse using allowances like this?
I mean, it's what you need. I mean, it's step by step, and obviously want to congratulate the West. They're very patient with their horses and do the right thing by them all the time. And you know, he's a good colt. I gave him a great ride and very proud of the effort.
And then little sister has to go postward.
Yeah, it's you know, we'll see how things go here in a few, but she's doing great. I expect a big run from her.
Congratulations, Brad.
Thank you,
guys.
A lot more work to come for one of the top barns in our sport. Prom Queen later in the Acorn for Brad Cox. He's going to savor this one, though, for now. Money Game, perfect 4 for 4. And even though this was not a stakes race, it had the feel of a stakes race.
It really did. And the bottom line is, Todd, you look down at the PPs, and Ben Duke, you kind of look at that replay, like, was the 7 the best? Well, then you look at the past performance, you go, well, Money Game, now 4 for 4. Ben Duke, now 12 seconds. She just does that a lot, or he does that a lot.
Paulie, your dad taught you well, and you passed that on to me. Your dad always told you, always respect an undefeated horse. And you heard it in the call there from Frank Miramati. Winners know how to win. But I would say to that point that you brought up, Greg, Graded Stakes Company has to be next.
Certainly he's earned that shot. And after going undefeated to this point, we'll see what's next. For Money Game, Rad Ortiz Jr. for Brad Cox wins it 5-2 here. 8-7, 3-1 finish here in this 7th race. And Brad Cox, some very big things still to come.
Yes, and I mean, Commandment is the horse in the Belmont that's kind of like, right, 5, 6, 7 to 1 in between. I think a lot of people who like the Florida, you know, kind of trail to the Kentucky Derby, kind of like Commandment.
Yeah, and look, he had a flawless spring until the Kentucky Derby, and a lot went wrong there. Better trip tomorrow, he's right in it.
How much credit to, I mean, do you give Money Game here for grinding this one out and getting this win?
I thought he was giant, because I know the 7 and the 8 kind of got bounced to start, but the 8 was wide most of the way. I thought Ben Duke kind of sat behind and was able to kind of, I guess what you call the shake and bake and try to come rolling on the outside. I thought the 8 kind of did a lot of the dirty and the heavy lifting.
Let's go to Michelle.
Guys, during my interview with Brad Cox, you heard him talk about a loose horse. It was the 7 Bendug, who was easily apprehended by the Outriders. Junior Alvarado said that he just took a stumble, and Junior came off. He did make the walk back. Junior's right here. He's fine. Gave the thumbs up, and Bendug right behind us as well, getting hosed off by Bill Mott. So no worse for the wear, just a little trip after the wire.
All right, well, that's good news. They caught up to him. Of course, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, they will team up to try and go back-to-back in the Belmont. It was a different story last year. They had Way the horse to beat and became Horse of the Year Sovereignty this year. Chief Wallaby still looking for that big breakthrough victory.
And again, just to be clear, you're suggesting Chief Wallaby could be the favorite in the Belmont?
I just thought off of everybody's he was the buzz horse going in the Kentucky Derby, and the way he ran in the Derby, I thought a lot of people would play him, but we'll see what happens.
Well, that man will be aboard. Meanwhile, Rat Ortiz Jr., he'll savor this victory here. We're going to take a timeout. Rad's brother, 9th rider in history to pull off an Oaks Derby double. Can always a runner remain atop this 3-year-old filly division after the Acorn battle later today? Stay with us.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at NYRA.com/groups.
Back with you on our Friday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Acorn, New York, Ogden Phipps, all still to come. Wonder again as well as you take a look at the Whitney viewing stand where you can catch the morning workouts, the Oklahoma training track. What a game performance from Money Game for Brad Cox, Gary and Mary West. Rat Ortiz Jr. aboard. Has not lost now, Todd, in 4 starts.
And usually when you see a great handicapping angle, when they run through their conditions like that and step in a graded stakes company, they win right back. Parimutuel, if you're a horizontal player today, Paul, there's some nice payoffs. Look at the dollar pick 3 here, 4,600. This middle pick 5, 37,000.
Crazy numbers. Turf racing's been where it's at for the big price, but Money Game gets the job done. You know, Money Game was 9-2 in the morning line, was not your favorite, so good ride by Irad, too, to get this horse home.
Race 8.
Can I point something out parimutually?
5.5 furlongs on the turf. What is it?
The 3 final verdict, who's 6-5, you would think is probably the favorite in the pick 3s. No, the favorite is Antisocial, who's 16-1 and paying $3.98 for $1. The 11, nothing in the win pool, but a lot going on in the pick 3 pool.
Very strange.
Yeah. Colts Neck Farm, about 15 miles from Monmouth Park. This horse has been blazing all over the turf. Lascano and Jorge Duarte.
Allowance to optional claiming field, sprinting on the grass, 5.5 furlongs. It is final verdict, Eddie Barker, Flavien Prat. He had a 4-win day yesterday as well. Right now, the 6-5 favorite.
Well, this is my final segment with you guys. I'm going to miss you. This
had
was
fun.
a lot of fun. Getting us all back together. I wore that blue jacket yesterday.
I know. Before you go, we're going to get selections from all of us, actually. But, Tom, we're going to start with you. Who do you like in the DraftKings Acorn?
I liked always a runner in the Kentucky Oaks, and when you have 4 horses come out of the Kentucky Oaks back to the Acorn, why wouldn't I stay with the horse that I like to begin with? And this is not a question of will always a runner regress. I think this horse moves forward. She's a dynamic 3-year-old filly. Hate to say I have the favorite, but that's the horse to beat.
I think we get our say later.
That's fine.
Okay. Keep the drama.
Can I keep the hockey puck?
You can keep the puck. It's great being on with you.
The best.
And
appreciate it.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Simon Bray going to be joining us shortly. And we're going to hear from Samantha Perry with more on our brand new home we're set to move into after the Saratoga summer season on September the 18th. And we'll open up with a Jockey Club Gold Cup. Stay with us. T-shirt giveaway time. Nice throw. Welcome back to our Belmont Stakes Racing Festival coverage on Fox Sports 2. 4 graded stakes still to come, including 3 grade 1s with the Acorn New York and the Ogden Phipps. Joined by grade 1 winning trainer Simon Bray, who steps onto the set here at Saratoga. I don't think I've worked with you since 2014, maybe.
Don't think I've had an intro like that since about 2014. So, yeah, pleased to be here. Looking forward to it.
Great to see you.
Yep.
And to have you on for obviously an incredible week of racing, but these next 2 days, particularly what's to come on this Friday and what we'll see on Saturday, 2 of the very best days all calendar year anywhere in the sport.
What do we have, 10 grade 1s this weekend, I think? And, I mean, we've already seen arguably the best race of the weekend. We saw in the Bed of Roses, thrilling finish. But, yeah, looking forward to it. Great conditions. It's so good to be back here, Paulie.
It's good to see you, man. It's good to be here. I haven't worked with him in about 8 or 9 years as well. This has been a set that sort for Son Eyes. Listen, seeing Todd and seeing you here as well, Been a lot of fun, and like we said, the racing is going to be great too. As well, I wanted to ask Simon, the pressure on the Belmont, leading a horse in from the Kentucky Derby. What's that like coming up here and having that pressure on you? It's
a lot of pressure, especially when you got the whole world rooting against you. Everyone's against Golden Tempo,
Right.
and I understand why. But the way I look at it is, if you didn't bet 23-1 in the Derby, why are you taking 5-1 in the Belmont in a scenario that looks, I don't think, very favorable for Golden Tempo?
It was last, still midway point through the running of that race. Going to be coming from very far out of it once again. Of course, when we wrap things up here this summer at Saratoga, we move into our brand new home, $500 million new project, that reconstruction of Belmont Park. Opening day, Friday, September 18th. And with more on the new surfaces we will see at Belmont Park, let's check in with Samantha Perry.
At the new Belmont Park, NYRA has invested $100 million in 4 racing surfaces. For the first time ever in New York, a 1-mile Tapeta track. We have 60 acres of turf with a brand new irrigation and drainage system, and ending it all off, a 1.5 mile main track where legends are made.
Samantha, incredible. We can't wait to move into that new facility. The countdown on, I think, of the entire industry for September 18th. You've been there on site. What can you tell us about it?
That it's absolutely amazing, Greg. This is a facility that is top class, and it's so exciting to see all the hard work that goes behind it. There's still a lot to get to before the provisional opening on September 18th, but what is finished and what is getting done is just so beautiful. It will blow your minds as soon as you step into the door. There's so many different areas to watch the races, just to get different perspectives on these beautiful thoroughbred athletes that we have and their jockeys on their back. So excited. I loved the tour. They let me keep the hat as well.
It really is incredible what has gone into putting this together. About 400 construction workers. I believe it's over 2 million man hours to put this together. The irrigation system they have, incredible as well, just completely state of the art. And it's so needed in this industry. We have not had a new racetrack, shockingly, in this sport since Lone Star in 1997.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to believe, but we're consolidating, right? Getting rid of Aqueduct. I think the right move to have a synthetic track there to run throughout the winter months. The sport, unfortunately, is shrinking a little bit, but Belmont's doing it the right way. Consolidating in one place. I love it. Looking forward to it.
I think the key part, the irrigation, because we used to praise, or do praise, about the Keeneland irrigation system, because you get a really fair racetrack when it comes to the turf and the dirt. Mig raves about that. I think that's going to be one of the big keys when it comes to the Belmont racing.
All right, we look forward to it again. September 18th, they're going to open with quite a bang. Jockey Club Gold Cup will kick things off, and we're hoping the reigning horse of the year, Sovereignty, will show up. Race 8, 5.5 furlongs, sprinting on the lawn. And this allowance optional claiming race. And of course, Mike Rapoli trying to get a big one with Renegade. The most frustrating 2 minutes in sports in the Derby. You can certainly say that for Mike Rapoli. 2011, Uncle Mo, Friday morning, the day before the Derby, announced scratch. Couldn't even pinpoint the nature of the problem. Stayed thirsty, did not compete, or did compete, I should say, in that Derby. He finished 12th, but the big one was Uncle Mo. 2013 to 2022, 6 starters. Best finish was Mo Donegal, who ran 5th. Of course, he'd return to have a big moment in the Belmont. 2023 Forte, morning line favorite, scratched on the morning of the Derby with a bruised right front foot. Fierceness. We thought he was another level type of horse, 2-year-old champion, just did not run his race. Finished 15th in the Derby. He'd, of course, redeem himself with wins in the Jim Dandy and the Travers. Grande, 2025, scratched with a foot bruise and a cracked heel the day before the Derby. And then Renegade looked like for a moment he might win it. Winds up the runner-up, beaten a neck by Golden Tempo. So a lot of frustration in the Kentucky Derby for Mike Rapoli. Came oh so close with this horse, Simon. Will it be his day in the Belmont Stakes?
Well, first of all, if you're introducing anyone to horse ownership, Greg, just play that piece. That's a snapshot right there. The ups and downs. I mean, that's what it's like. He plays at the high level, but those ups and downs happen at the lower level as well. Now, as far as Renegade goes, Polyman, I think, look, a lot of horses had bad trips in the Belmont, in the Derby. I think Renegade and Chief Wallaby had 2 of the worst trips. He had some foot issues. It's well known. He's got glue-on shoes, etc. going into that. But again, look, I don't think he's going to need the setup that Golden Tempo has. I think he's going to be laying a little closer. I think he would have been closer in the Derby had he not got slammed in the first 120 yards.
I think his PPs kind of speak to that, right? Because no matter what the pace in, he's come with his late charge. He's never been off the board. He's done really nothing wrong. And after he won the Arkansas Derby, we all kind of said, wow. And like, we're kind of like a little upset that he fell into a good trip in the Kentucky Derby. I don't know if he fell into a good trip. He still had to come running.
I want to get your take, Simon. It's a lot of debate on how much they could have taken out of him, being bounced around out of the gate early on. He still ran a huge race. Is it hard to tell what it did take out of him? Or when a horse gets bounced like that, does it always take a little something out of them?
I don't think it does. I mean, look, you don't really know until you run the horse back. That's where the bounce theory comes, right? When you run horses back quickly and they regress, it's called the bounce. And trainers wouldn't do that if they think the horse was going to regress. So you don't really know until you get them under racing conditions. I don't have any issue with him getting smashed around and knocked around early. That's going to affect him in the race. He's had plenty of time since then. The key for him is getting a clean break and getting positioned a little closer.
Well, here is Mentee for Todd Pletcher and a homebred for Mike Repole and a half-brother to a horse who, as we showed you, went into the Kentucky Derby as a favorite. He wound up 15th that day. Fierceness, former 2-year-old champion. He'd come back to win the Jim Dandy and the Travers that summer. Right now, Mentee, 4-1 on the board. Let's go to Samantha.
Thanks, Greg. And Mentee, yes, the pedigree is very strong here. And I always wanted to see Fierceness on the grass. Of course, he was so prolific on the dirt track, but neither here nor there. I do think the fact that Mentee is getting a third race under his belt now. The return at Gulfstream was not that great, but he was coming off such a massive layoff. Something went awry after that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf and was off for a very long time. So now he's back. I would love to see him going a little bit longer. I think this is a bit sharp for him here, but the way that the pace might shape out, he might be okay here, and he's taking some money as well, and John Velasquez has been his regular rider. The 12 Determined Kingdom I find a bit interesting. This is a tough post position for him here. I like the price quite a bit, and trainer Michael Trombetta just had such a banner summer last year here at Saratoga, and I think whenever this is a barn that's on go, it's one to really pay attention to, and this could be a very sneaky horse. He's very tactical in the way that he runs, and he's got a lot of experience. He does have 2 races over this Saratoga turf course, albeit not wins, but pretty solid efforts. I think he's very well spotted in this spot here today, guys.
All right, Samantha, thank you. Right now, 12-1, Determined Kingdom for Michael Trombetta. As we go back to the 5 right here, Straight Arrow, who has not quite lived up to one he is related to, but related to a pretty good one. Disco partner, back-to-back winner of the Jaipur. This is the 2018 edition. The year prior, he set a world record, 105-3 for 6 furlongs on the grass.
Yeah, and that was at Belmont Park, right? 11 wins, well over $1 million in earnings. The problem is, just because you're related to a good one doesn't mean if your mom's a lawyer, dad's a lawyer, I'm not sure you're definitely going to be a lawyer, Greg.
I would have been a tremendous lawyer.
I'll tell you what, Straight Arrow, he hasn't run since December 2024. He does got a 100 buyer in his holster. That was on the mud. It's crazy that they really didn't sprint him on the turf till late in his career so far, and now he's back on it. 7-year-old, his daddy ran a pretty good race here too as well, Arrogate.
Yes, he did. Everyone's jaws were on the floor. Could not believe that Travers
forget
performance.
American Freedom ran second as the favorite. The other Baffert runner about 12 lengths behind.
2 greatest performances I've ever seen. Arrogate in the Travis, Arrogate in the Dubai World Cup.
Yeah, 2 just incredible performances. If you've not seen them, worth looking up and watching as we get set for a post parade coming up in here. Flavien Prat, he had 4 wins yesterday, guys. This runner, and here is the one he is aboard, final verdict, deserving of 8-5, Paul?
I think the horse to beat. Now, hasn't won in a couple years, did not win 2025, 1 for 7 here. The races are pretty good here. I think we'll be in the mix. The issue with this horse, Simon, he kind of gets squirrely in the gate.
Yeah, the issue for me, I mean, if you're playing trifectas, he's the horse to use because he loves to run third. If you look at his pattern, Greg, this is exactly the same as what he did last year. He debuted an allowance race at Aqueduct, and then he came back up here at Saratoga. Trainers 0 for 9 second off the layoff. To me, he's a massive play against as the favorite. I'd be fading him all day long.
Let me ask you a quick question. What do you do with the 2 horse in here, both of you guys? A horse getting on the turf for the first time, obviously he's kept some pretty good company.
Yeah, he's got good company. Ben Tornado, Nakatomi, first-time turf, dialed in. Doesn't jump out on the page 12% with first-time turf horses, but you've got to respect Wesley Ward. I'm surprised he hasn't been on the grass before today, to be honest with you. Knowing that barn.
Is that a red flag that Wesley Ward's gone this long before putting him on the grass?
I thought that, but then I go, this horse is New York bred. Why didn't he run this horse on New York bred day? I mean, does he really want the turf that bad? I thought that was interesting.
Could be. 5-1. He is getting support.
Yeah, he is.
It was 12-1 on the morning line. Jose Ortiz will be aboard for, first time on the turf and career start number 13. So we'll see if a surface switch is the future for what you're talking about. Our post parade, we begin with a long shot from the inside, Mischievous Angel for Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, he's turning back in distance, like the fact he's coming out of a mile race at Laurel back to the one-turn configuration. He's faced some good horses. He's faced the winner of the Troy. He's faced Joe Shiesty, very good runner.
So here's the Wesley Ward runner trying grass for the first time.
Yeah, it's wait and see. We'll see what happens. Obviously, been keeping good company on the dirt.
9-5 favorite, Pratt for Eddie Barker.
I'm going to play against. Public says yes. I say no. Don't like the statistics off the layoff.
Spiced up, it's Belmont Jr. Alvarado. They'll team up with Chief Wallaby in the Belmont.
This horse ran his best race in the Mahoney last year. Third time having the blinkers on.
Here's the brother to Disco partner. He hasn't raced since December 24.
Mike Deaney's got a couple. He's got the 47-1 shot here. Long layoff, though.
Should see some speed out of long shot Gold Trust for Mike Deaney.
Yeah, I mean, a New Jersey bred trying open company.
Dylan Davis aboard this long shot, so stablemates right next door to each other in the starting gate. Voltage, Paco Lopez will ride.
He's an interesting horse underneath at 26-1. Could definitely fill out a superfecta trifecta.
I don't know if we've seen this in a decade or so. Brad Cox at 39-1 in a race.
You know, and this is also another New York bred where the best races were those 287 buyers, but she's really good. He's really going to have to jump up here.
Twisted Filigree, Manny Franco rides for George Weaver.
Been working well. Big layoff into, well, I won't say a big layoff. Comes in off a little bit of a freshening here for George Weaver.
Here's the half-brother to 2-year-old champion and Travers winner, Fierceness, Mentee.
You know, they kind of rated him last time instead of on the full send, which was kind of his running style before. See if he's in between today.
And this is the horse that Todd Schrupp had said, strangely, is taking all that money in the multi-race wagers antisocial.
I could see it. First start versus older horses, though. He's been running against his pair group. Well-bred, a half to a grade 1 winner in California.
And Determined Kingdom, Luis Saez for Michael Trombetta.
Yeah, one thing about Determined Kingdom, he does have some really good races. The Troy here was very good. 2/3, Lasix back on.
So 4 minutes to post here in race 8. Simon steps onto the set just moments ago and immediately going to work here with a wager.
Taking the rubber bands off for me, $20 right here, Greg. You know, the first surgery I ever had was the one to open my wallet. So we're going to do it this weekend. 1-4-7-11. The top pick, real quick, is the 4 for trainer Bill Mott. That's spiced up. I'll get to the reasons why I like that horse in just a second, but I think coming back to 5.5 is going to be key for him. And then Bullet, the 2, fits right. If you watch the replay of Chap Brown's runner in race number 9, visually one of the most impressive wins. Big jump up in class, but I think fits right is the real deal for Flavian Pratt and Chap Brown.
So not only do you not like Final Verdict on top, you don't like this horse at all.
Right.
Not on your ticket at all.
Correct.
9-5 favorite.
Chuck him out.
Wow.
I like it.
All right, so Simon taking a swing. And, yeah, that next race, by the way, fits right. That will start the pick 6, mile to 16th on the turf. That's the grade 2 wonder again. Certainly, Lion Lake is, I would say, probably much the horse to beat in that race. But there's several contenders.
Brendan Walsh dominated the 3-year-old filly turf division. Imagination the Lady, Lion Lake. He had the horse that beat Call on Me. He has a good beat on these 3-year-old fillies on the grass. But I think Fitzwright is improving at the right time. 3-year-old fillies this time of year can improve leaps and bounds.
Trying to win a 3rd in a row. One of the memories of Silver on a yielding turf course at Aqueduct. And here's the 4, spiced up, who you said is your top choice.
My top choice. And now I get, look, when you look at this horse's form, you think it's a little disappointing. Couple of things to note, Greg. Horse coming out of a stakes race was beaten by a horse called Warreloo, who's won 4 out of 6. The runner-up's a $600,000 earner. And if you look at Spiced Up's best races, to me, they were at 5.5 furlongs. I think this configuration fits this horse well. She won the Mahoney Grade 3 here, likes this turf course, like the price at 8-1.
Yeah, to his point, Paul, the best race this horse probably ever ran, talking about the 4 Spiced Up, was here at Saratoga, probably that Mahoney. It was a huge effort. But is he that same horse now?
I think you gotta forgive the last 2 efforts. Now, they put blinkers on him the last 2 starts. And he kind of, it says lost footing. He just kind of broke flat-footed in the last start.
I would agree with that.
I think with a better beginning, Lasix go back on. He's not without a chance here.
2 minutes to post here in the 8th. Let's go back to Samantha.
Thanks, guys, and a good-looking bunch of turf sprinters here out on the track in the warm-ups. And the number 9, Twisted Filigree. This is a horse that has a little bit of recency, at least, and does have a win across this turf course. Now, this is a horse that I watched at Gulfstream over the winter quite a bit, and the last race at Gulfstream, the last 2, the horse didn't really look like he was into it too much. He got a little bit hot. His mind looked elsewhere. Today, it looks all business for him, so I am happy to see that, because he just was one that it was a bit disappointing, I'll be honest, at Gulfstream, especially the first race coming back. I like this field for him here today, and I think that he's definitely going to appreciate an extra half furlong in the distance. Now, the number 3, a lot of this is jockey Flavien Prat money. They cannot bet enough on him in a very short price in what seems like a pretty wide open field. Now, the second place finish last time out on a yielding turf course at Aqueduct was pretty sharp, at least, because the winner, John the Beerman, he was making his 3rd victory in a row, and we'll actually see him here tomorrow. So maybe put an ear marker on that for whenever we return to the races tomorrow for Belmont Stakes Day. And this was the only turf race that day where anybody did any running out of the back. So you could argue he was probably on the best type of flow for that grass course, so he was playing that day. So to me, a little bit of a play against here. And I'm going to take a shot with a big price in the number 12, Determined Kingdom. If he can work out a post from here, I feel like getting Lasix back on and back to company that seems a little bit softer than he's been facing is a nice little price to seal the deal.
All right, Samantha, thank you. We'll finally see Luis Saez get to work on this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Of course, he won a Saratoga riding title a few years back, had an incredible summer. This horse, go back, he's a 7-year-old now, back as a 6-year-old. He had a lot of races that probably rate among the best of anybody in this field. It's just those last 2 starts coming back not near as good.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't won 6 October 24.
Yeah.
He's been facing tougher. And to Greg's point, Polly, I'd be more disturbed with the last 2. He's just not the horse he was, at least so far this year.
He hasn't won under Michael Trombetta's care. And Michael's a very good trainer. Phil Schoenthal led this horse before. Although the outside posts have been okay so far in the turf sprints, I do think he's a player, I don't know, on the win candidate.
9-5 final verdict.
This is a tough race, man.
Again, we'll kick off a pick 4 coming up. And this horse, Paul, you picked him if he is going to win. How aggressive is Flavien Prat going to be early?
I think, here's the thing about final verdict. He probably will get the best trip.
Yeah.
But that's the way he is all the time. He's so he's got very, very good tactical speed. He just doesn't have that winning punch. But I thought the way this race course is playing, as you see, if you carry your beers or cigars in there, maybe, I don't know. I just think he's going to get the best trip. Now, did I think he's going to be 9-5, Greg? I wouldn't play him at 9-5, not in this group.
9-2 morning line.
Yeah.
I think some of that certainly, Prat is just otherworldly talented. Had a 4-win day yesterday. I did think the races he'd been running are a lot faster than anyone in this field.
I get that, but if you like him, you got to like the Twisted Filigree's beaten him twice.
Exactly. And he only just finished in front of Menti. I mean, people looking at it, he ran against John the Beerman. He's in the Jaipur tomorrow, right? So, I mean, you see that form as well. But I'm with Paul. He can win this race, but at 9-5, I think that's a crazy price.
It's a crazy price.
Awfully short. That's usually what happens with that man who's aboard. Flavien Prat. For Eddie Barker here on final verdict. Race 8, 5.5 furlongs, sprinting on the grass. To start a pick 4 here as we continue with our live coverage on Fox Sports 2, the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Final time to be held here in upstate New York in Saratoga Springs. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Thank you, Greg. Great to hear Simon Bray's voice in my ear. Love that. Antisocial going up. And Determined Kingdom to the outside. Backs away just ever so slightly. back in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start. Twisted Filigree is the first one out of there. Gold Trust now rushing up to take the lead. Final Verdict is not far behind, down along the inside. A close-up third. Menti is now moving up, taking that third spot and putting pressure on the leaders. Determined Kingdom is on the far outside. Voltage is in between horses. Antisocial in the turquoise cap and orange silks. In the meantime, Final Verdict shuffle back a bit. Spiced Up has 8 lengths to make up, 21 and 2 for that opening quarter mile. It's another 3. What you talking about? Straight Arrow is the gray and the orange colors. A length and a half back to Mischievous Angel and Vacation Dance there at the top of the stretch. Twisted Filigree cuts the corner, confronted by Determined Kingdom on the outside. Determined Kingdom right to him, and down the center, Spiced Up is gathering some nice momentum. Real good momentum now, trying to get to Determined Kingdom late. Determined Kingdom also between Final Verdict. Final Verdict is splitting rivals decisively. A driving finish. Photo finish. Looked like Determined Kingdom might have just held on. It's very close. Final Verdict was right there with him, as was Spiced Up.
Incredibly tight at the wire. Let's take one more look here at the finish. As at this point, it's Determined Kingdom.
Yeah, the 12 holds on here.
In
Great
front.
Yeah, great
he'll
call.
get the win.
Great call here by Samantha. Listen, I put this horse right in the winner's circle. I said I thought this horse could run here, but the first win since 2024. And what a ride by Luis Saez. Everybody kind of got backed up on the inside, Simon. The 3 and the 4 were launching from out of it. This horse had enough late.
Yeah, this was a great thrilling finish. Yeah, Samantha with the call there at 10-1, and then Spiced Up. I thought he was going to make a big move. Just came a little wide with that trip from off the pace, gave up a lot of ground. He was involved in the mix here at 8-1. And then Flavien Prat bottled up in between horses down the backside, got the split late. As we take another look at the finish here. What a thrilling end to race number 8 here, Greg. 10-1 on top.
You know what, Greg? This is the kind of thing that is crazy because this is kind of what the 3 runs. You kind of look back and you tell yourself, kind of like Ben Duke, right? He kind of runs second and third, but kind of makes his own excuses. And Luis Saez, his first mount of the day is a W.
A lot further back, though, than Final Verdict usually is in the race.
If you watch back, if we go down the backside, he got really steady. He actually went for the front end. He was trying to get inside Twisted Filigree and the 12 Determined Kingdom. He could not. He had to drop back and re-rally, and it was much too late. He actually finishes third because he got the worst of the bobs.
Determined Kingdom with the victory. Luis Saez. Michael Trombetta third off the bench for this 7-year-old at 10-1. We have an inquiry involving the second and third place finishers. That sign just went up. We're going to talk Matt Mile when we come back. Brilliant winner of the Preakness last year. Journalism making its second start back as a 4-year-old. And Nisos set to do battle in a race for the ages. Stay with us.
They're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornoch, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornoch. Dornoch in an absolute thriller. Dornoch and Mindframe. It will be Dornoch and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners.
Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
The official Belmont Stakes Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.nyra.com.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at nyra.com/Saratoga.
Hello, everyone. So you guys stateside have just had the Kentucky Derby. But across the pond, this Saturday, it's all about the Derby.
And away they go in the Derby.
At Fox Sports, we want to bring you closer to some of the world's greatest events. Starting here, and what a start, at Epsom. First run in 1780, the Derby is the middle leg of Great Britain's Triple Crown, which also includes the 2,000 guineas, that's over a mile, and the St. Leger, over an extended 1.75 miles. It's a race named after the 12th Earl of Derby, and it's seen as the ultimate test of the thoroughbred.
But it's Galileo who's gone for home.
We see that by just some of the past winners, like Galileo, a brilliant horse, an even better stallion.
And August Rodin gains redemption in the Derby.
August Rodin, who won the Derby and the Breeders' Cup Turf. And it's not always the winners that take centre stage.
Saki makes the long run for home.
Remember Saki in the blue and white? He got beat in the Derby, but would win the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe by a street, and then went to America and took on the mighty Tiznow in the Breeders' Cup Classic. That was on dirt, and he almost pulled off a shot.
Findar wins the Vodafone Derby. Saki run out of it in second.
The Derby examines a 3-year-old colt's unique combination of speed, you've got to have pace, of stamina, got to stay the 1.5 miles, and incredible balance over a challenging, undulating roller coaster track. Just in the first half mile, the climb is over half the size of the Statue of Liberty. Then there is this tight left turn at Tattenham Corner. In the home straight, the camber, you know, this kind of thing, is out to get you. What do I mean by that? Well, up here, you are 6 foot higher than down here. After all that, the course levels out, but then there's an uphill finish. Crazy, huh? So what's going to happen this weekend at the Derby? Right, I've got 3 main selections I want to talk about. They're positioned across the track at the stalls. Post position, all important. Middle to high numbers usually best. Low numbers, historically, not so good. But you can win from low numbers. Before I get to those 3, though, a quick mention to a horse called Poker. He will be a massive price for those of you who like your cards. But he was once the most expensive horse ever sold at auction in Europe. He cost £4.5 million, and yet he'll be 150, 200 to 1 for the Derby. So I'm going to start with Benvenuto Cellini. Guess what? He's owned by an American, Peter Brandt, who once bred the magnificent Thunder Gulch. He won his trial in great style at Chester. He stays. He wouldn't want the ground to get too squishy, and there is rain around. Look at the clouds, but he should be okay. Second best, Maltese Cross. Now, he won his trial at Lingfield. He's trained by a man called William Haggis, who won the Derby a few years ago with Sharmit. He will stay, and if it does get very soft, he will go in soft ground. And the other one is Christmas Day. Now, Christmas Day didn't win his prep race at York, but he looked like a horse who would stay really strong, and his juvenile form has lots of muddy form in it. So maybe I can just end by saying, let's hope Christmas comes early.
Truly one of the biggest races on the planet, middle jewel of that British Triple Crown, which Simon, many don't really go after these days anymore, but certainly Benvenuto Cellini major player in this race, and then you have the undefeated item in here as well for Andrew Balding.
Benvenuto Cellini, many Americans will know the pedigrees by Frank Allowed, a newspaper of record, a horse that Peter Brandt had with trainer Chad Brown, so it can be tough for Ryan Moore. Very unique track. Matt Chapman explained it there. Very tight turns, the camber, but this horse had a win at Chester, and the Chester Vase, that's key because that mimics this track more than any other track in Europe, so he can handle the tight turns.
That is coming up tomorrow morning. Epsom Derby, 1.5 miles on the turf. Back to the 8th we just showed you. Determined Kingdom. Nice call, Samantha Perry, Luis Saez, Michael Trombetta, and an Animal Kingdom 7-year-old.
Wow.
Former Derby winner, former Dubai World Cup winner.
Virginia bred here for the state of Larry Johnson. Animal Kingdom out of the Fastnut Rock Mare, Philia. Now, 11 for 30 for a lifetime. That pick 3, 1,700. I mean, the supers today have been 10,000, 8,000, another one for 5,200. Balloons here at Saratoga.
There was an inquiry. There was no change involving the second and third place finishers, so result stands 12-4, 3-9, and now we get into our graded stakes action. Grade 2, Wonder Again, 1/16 over the inner turf. For 3-year-old fillies, and we talked about this earlier, Lion Lake, we expected to be the favorite. It is right now for Brendan Walsh, Simon.
No surprise there. She's got the best form. She comes out of the better 3-year-old filly stakes races. She hasn't won, but she's been right there behind some of the best fillies.
What are you thinking here?
Well, I think the bar is her, right? And I think everybody's got to get to her. She's run 2 races that are better than anybody in here. But like Simon said, I think there's a couple fillies that can maybe step up, but they got to catch her.
We talked going to break about the big matchup in the Met Mile. Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner Nisos, brilliant Preakness winner from last year. Journalism going head-to-head. First run back in 1891 at Morris Park in the Bronx. Fastest ever, largest margin ever. They both belong to Frosted 2016. What a performance. 132 and 3, 14.5 length win. Green Tree Stable. John Gavers Sr., they won it 6 times together, including 3 in a row with Devil Diver. John Velasquez, more wins than any other rider with 5. He'll be on board Antiquarian, trying to get number 6. 35 Met Mile winners have been crowned Eclipse Award winners, including 3 straight. National Treasure, Cody's Wish, and Flightline. Pretty good group right there. 14 been named Horse of the Year, including Cody's Wish from that list, who went 5 wide by that field to win by 3 1/4 lengths. 18 in the Hall of Fame, including the great Ghost Sapper, who was inducted back in 2012. It is always a tremendous group that will line up. This year, no exception. Nisos gets the rail. Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner from last year. And Journalism, start number 2 back as a 4-year-old who was just sensational in the Preakness last year, competed in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown, Paulie.
Listen, he is a very talented horse, and like you said, he competed in all 3 races and was very good in all 3 races. I think the cutback to the mile is going to suit him absolutely perfect. You know, his last race in the Oaklawn Handicap, Simon, he got a little antsy behind the gate. He was a little bit worked up. I think it was his comeback race. I think he's going to be really tough, but this is a really talented field.
I like the return to 1 mile, Greg, for Journalism. He had a big closing kick last year in his 3-year-old year at the longer races. I think it'll set up for him. The key to this race, by far, absolutely far, is the first 120 yards.
Yes.
The break out of the gate. This is a unique configuration at this kind of mile, 1 turn, 1.5 turn mile. The break is the key. Todd Pletcher said it this week. He said you can win or lose the race in the first 100 yards because they get jammed up going in that first turn.
Out of that Wilson Chute in Journalism, he has had some issues being fractious in the gate as well. Nisos, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, coming back from a recent trip to the Saudi Cup at 1 1/8.
He's what? A length and a bad trip away from being undefeated. He's a real racehorse, and he's done it in all different distances, Simon. So I'm with you. The draw is the one thing that's a negative for him, that inside draw. If he doesn't break on the button and get shuffled a little bit, it has to be used early. Maybe Journalism has the edge.
Yeah, I mean, he had a great race in Saudi. I think it was a little too far for him. Again, a 1-turn 1.8 miles, but, you know, he got ran down by Forever Young, who's probably the best dirt horse in the world right now. So there's no disgrace there. To Paulie's point, he's, half a length and a nose away from being undefeated.
Those two, obviously, deservedly so, going to get all the headlines. But
yes.
You have Antiquarian coming off a huge performance. Thought he was a 1.25 mile horse. He ran huge at 1 mile in the Westchester. Saudi Crown, Knightsbridge, who has maybe the fastest race of anyone. It came at Gulfstream. He didn't back it up, certainly at the Churchill Downs, but that talent is in there. It's not just those two, is it?
I'm going to fade Knightsbridge. I think 7-2 on him is a ridiculously short price. I think he should be somewhere around 10-1. If you look at his form, I don't know what the excuse was last time, but I just don't think he stacks up against some of these others. Antiquaring is kind of the X factor to me. I like what he did around one turn. I think that cutback really helped him out last time.
I think Knightsbridge has to go, and he has to get a little lucky that maybe Niceness doesn't break well from the rail, and he's got to push the envelope and try to go gate to wire. I think that's the only way he can beat this field.
The Met Mile, one of the most prestigious races in our sport, race 11 on Belmont Stakes Saturday afternoon. You'll see it here on our Fox Sports coverage. Grade 2 Wonder again. When we come back, we'll have the post parade right after this.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forego.
Complete package.
Jesta has just come up in between rivals, is in hand. Here comes on the grandstand side, Viv Vuv, also diving down towards the inside. That's side B. It's a scramble on here in the final 16th of the Wonder again. It's still Suggested trying to hold them all off. A challenge to the inside from side B and Viv Vuv. It's going to be Suggested to get the victory.
2024 Wonder again, and Suggested giving Chad Brown his 6th victory in that race. She would, of course, go on to become a multiple Grade 1 winner. We're going to see her in the Just a Game on Saturday. She's won back-to-back Grade 1s, including the Jenny Wiley.
Yeah, I mean, she's very, very good. Chad Brown's won every running of this race since 2017, but only 2 favorites have converted, Greg. He usually wins with the longer price, so we'll see. He's got Sandtrap in there as well, so looking forward to that. Suggest a 7-5 on the morning line.
Got an Invader as well. Mondanaba coming in the Just a Game.
And Classic Q on the rail brings a ton of speed. She was a really nice winner last time at Churchill Downs.
Back to the Wonder again, though. Race 9 here this afternoon. Again, mile and a 16th on the turf. And Chad Brown will have Fitz Wright and long shot Tax Holiday in this spot. As we're 13 minutes to post. Let's go to Megan Burgess.
Thanks, Greg. And a wide open edition of this Grade 2 Wonder again with a murky pace with the scratch of the number 6 soloist. But I will start with the number 7 at Call on Me, who has just, from the minute she walked into this paddock, really held that physical advantage. A strong, robust daughter of Twirling Candy. I can't get enough of her visually, as she's got just some size and scope to her. She's carrying good flesh and weight to her condition. She's dappled from head to toe. A filly that I've never been able to see, but I find her last race there on May the 7th was ultra competitive. The pace collapsed. She was closest to it on the day, where the 1-2 in front of her were well off of it, showing that speed where she was keener. And when discussing her running style with her connections in regard to that aforementioned pace dynamic in this race, they're hoping she can be a little bit more forward, but ultimately getting her to relax, settle into a rhythm. You can go through her races and see she can be a keener type early. That's the key, getting her to switch off and be able to come with that nice run. I think she's incredibly interesting up there currently at too big of a price. The number 5, Time to Dream for trainer Todd Pletcher, is a filly that we saw and be incredibly impressive as a 2-year-old. She came back with a little bit disappointing, you could say, those 2 graded stakes tries in her 3-year-old campaign. The biggest problem I have with her, being able to see her here in Saratoga last summer, is I find she just hasn't taken a physical step forward. I find it also shows in her form, as in that Edgewood last time out, she just didn't have the finish that she needed. But I will say, as Irad Ortiz Jr. angled her out off the turn, she kind of almost steadied a bit off of a horse, kind of closing the gap between, and she angled to the inside. And it almost seemed as if in that moment it zapped her momentum and she became more one pace thereafter. So she's, to me, too short of a price in this spot. I do wish she would have taken a formative step forward, at least physically. But the number 4, Tax Holiday, has played her way second off of the bench into this spot. And I will say she's kind of a more petite, compact made filly. She's not the most you could say the biggest, the largest in terms of going back to this 1.16 distance off of that race at Aqueduct, where it was an incredibly slow pace. She tracked along the inside early, and she did have that challenge by her stablemate and managed to prevail. I will say, I feel like she really did need that race off of the bench, and it was encouraging that she was able to do so here. And ultimately, an incredibly tough test. And Greg, I would not be keen on taking anybody at too short of a price, as this is an incredibly interesting race.
Starts the pick 6 as well on this Friday in the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival as we look at the favorite, 8-5. Thank you, Megan Lyon, like Brandon Walsh, John Velasquez, and this is the Edgewood race that she comes out of. Missed by an X. She had the lead in the stretch, Simon.
Yeah, she did. I mean, she was beaten by the stablemate. Imagination of the Lady is hers. So it was Brendan Walsh's, excuse me. So, I mean, look, this was a good effort. She did everything right. She just got popped late. I would say a solid race, and she's the deserved favorite fresh off of this effort.
That was a good effort. It really was. I mean, you just worry, is she kind of the horse that runs with her other horses? You know, when she won Here Comes the Bride, she won that race at about 11-1. Her last 2 races, they've both been blanket finishes.
I think the key for her, Greg, she's never going to win a race by 6-7 lengths. You've got to produce her at the right time, and I think, you know, dropping her head on the wire at the right time is the key to her. You've got to produce her exactly when it's right.
It doesn't seem like there's a ton separating these 3-year-old fillies in this spot.
Yep.
Most of them anyway. Obviously the 4 for Chad Brown's a huge price, but Fitz Wright, she's won 3 of her last 4. She comes in off a stakes win, and that was on a yielding turf course at Aqueduct.
This was visually very impressive. I love this effort. Just to look at it, sometimes you have to take your eyes off the clock and just watch the tape and see what she did. She quickened away nicely here, and she's still improving. Look, it's not the strength of the field that she's facing today, but look at the way she just rolls down the center of the track. She's beaten a Todd Pletcher runner here in second, wrapped up late. First start since January. It was on a yielding turf course. She takes a big jump forward today.
Third start back of her 3-year-old campaign. She's yet to lose this year for Chad Brown, and obviously this is a race we talked about earlier. He has owned, Paul.
He has. He's owned this race. Like Simon said, he's just been so good in these races, and he's been the benchmark. He's tough to beat, and, you know, when you look at the Fitz Wright, that was very impressive. And, you know, the race before, I think this horse was kind of still figuring it out. Listen, when Chad usually sends him to Meadowlands or Monmouth, they're kind of still figuring it out.
Yep.
But that last race was really good, and she's making a tremendous appearance too in the paddock.
5-2. Is she, obviously we talked about her record. She's won 3 of her last 4. Is she getting a little overbet because of connections?
Probably on class. She needs to step
guess.
up. But, you know, it's the Chad and flavor, Pratt factor here for Fitzroy. Absolutely going to drive the price down.
I think the 3's kind of getting dismissed, Coach Mazzulla, as you look at the 5 Time to Dream. Now, Time to Dream last year was the most impressive 2-year-old winner that we saw when it came to 2-year-olds on the grass. She was really good in the PG Johnson, a little unlucky in the Jessamine, but she just hasn't really taken that step forward.
She was in that Edgewood against Lion Lake, and she was well back, 7th in that race. Lion Lake, we showed you, finishing 3rd. Time to Dream right now, 3-1. But according to the betting public, giving her quite a big chance in here. She was 9-2 morning line, 3-1 right now for Todd Pletcher and Rapoli Stable.
Yeah, I mean, she just has to go back to a, 2-year-old form. I'm just concerned, is she, a better filly at 3 than she is at 2? Has she trained on? I mean, her second place finish at Tampa was okay in the Florida Oaks, but I still need to see more. The price to me, that's crazy. I know she's a long shot. The race is slow. The other Brown runner, 20-1, the 4, Tax Holiday. I mean, why does he show up here? Chad doesn't, he could find an A other than 4. The fact he enters it here, maybe trying to get black tie. 20-1, I maybe thought 10, 12-1, but 20-1 seems a huge price.
And just being completely dismissed. It was, for what it's worth, this is her 3rd career start, coming off a maiden win, Paul. It was a very slow mile race to break her maiden.
Yeah, but to Simon's saying, it's tough to ignore Chad in these races.
Huge price as they come down Champions Way. Let's go back to Samantha.
Yes, I'm with trainer Brendan Walsh, who sends out the number 8, Lion Lake. And Brendan, this is a filly that really just looks like she's physically grown into herself since her Gulfstream maiden win to now.
Yeah, she's done very well, Samantha. Hasn't done a thing wrong all year. Never runs a bad race, so she should be very competitive again today.
She gave you quite a thrill at the top of the stretch in the Edgewood. She looked the winner, and then here comes your other nice filly, Imagination the Lady. What did you learn from that race?
I think she kept improving because we hold Imagination the Lady in very high regard, so it was no shame at all to get beaten a couple of heads by her. If she comes back with that race today, she should put her right there.
All right, and as far as the trip goes for her, Brendan?
I think probably just in behind the speed.
All right, well, best of luck, Brendan.
Thanks, Samantha.
All right, trainer Brendan Walsh, she does not lack in filly turf star power, guys.
Yeah, and a budding star here in Lion Lake who's the favorite. We start with Quiet Street, Bill Mott Jr. Alvarado.
Yeah, 3rd start off the layoff here. She ran behind Fitzwright last time, made the lead, got collared late.
And here is Fitzwright coming in off that victory in the Memories of Silver.
Looks like she's putting everything together in 2026, and probably one of the ones in here.
Likely the one to catch, Coach Mazzulla.
Yeah, she comes out of weaker races. Brittany Russell, typically a 30% trainer. She's 11% at Saratoga. She's just 1 for 22 with the turf starters here.
The other Chad Brown runner. Here's Tax Holiday, Dylan Davis.
These are the same silks you're going to see in emerging market in the Belmont Stakes, and a long shot here.
Time to Dream, Arad Ortiz Jr., Rapoli Stable, and Todd Pletcher.
If you play horses for courses, she's the play, 2 for 2 at Saratoga.
I thought this one was way too big a price. Call on me, seems like she has a big chance.
Big chance, I would think. She's lightly raced. I think she needed the race last time out. Despite coming off a good effort at Keeneland, she improves again.
And you just heard from Brendan Walsh. Here's his filly, the favorite, Lion Lake.
The one to beat. This one for MC Stable, and she's the benchmark in here, and that's why she's 8-5.
So again, pick 6, it starts here. 244,000 plus in this pool this afternoon coming up. And here's the one who should be out in front leading the way. How far can she take him, Simon?
Well, that's the key. I mean, it depends. She's going to be on the lead, and it doesn't look like she's going to get a challenge. So that's going to help her plight here on the front end. She needs to step up in class, but sometimes horses, when they get loose on the front end like this, they may not be the best horse in the race, but with a favorable trip, they have the ability to go gate to wire and win the race.
Yeah, she got brave on the front end here. She's 3 other challengers going by her, and she just kind of stuck her neck out. When you watch this race, they were never going by her. You watch that again, they were never going by her. So, yeah, she gets brave on the front end.
And on that replay, Greg, the runner-up in that race was Ultimate Love. She was favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies last year for Michael Trombetta after an undefeated 4-race streak going into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. So it was a good race. Ultimate Love needed it, and she got the jump on her.
When you look on paper, Greg, it's like she's going to be in front. Like, it's almost like, some of these races are really murky when it comes to pace. it just looks like she is going to be the one to catch.
Could have an easy time of things, too. Really, yeah, none of these others seem like they really want any part of the front end.
I mean, who else lays off? I mean, that's where Chad can be dangerous because the 4 is a little bit of unknown.
Correct.
That could be the horse that lays in a really good spot.
Let's go back to Megan.
And I was able to catch up with trainer Chad Brown regarding the ultimate question mark in the number 2, Fitzright, is getting to the firm turf course for the first time. And he told me that's a question for us too, as he told Flavien Prat, as she does embark on that firm going, you could say, as she's been able to be successful with those 2 victories on a course with cut in it. Chad said we're going to find out today. He'd anticipate that pocket type trip, settling in her, tracking off of the speeds and making her way. But I mean, she looks incredible. She's kind of a burlier, robust individual, and I do find from a fitness perspective, she's going to benefit from this being the second race off of the bench. As far as the number 3, Coach Missoula, who looks to be the controlling speed, I agree. I really, really liked the visuals of her recent races, including in that Hilltop, and she's incredibly sharp. Shirley gives you the disposition in the paddock of a speed type, and she is absolutely gorgeous. She's fit, she's athletic, she's not over the top, bubbling over, as you'll see her there with the pony, not doing too much, but surely she will be on the lead. We'll see if she can ultimately wire them again today. But as far as the outside runner, it's going to take a significant step up from anybody else in this race to beat the current 3-2 favorite in the number 8 Lion Lake. As I had no problems with her physically, Sam, and I know you agree, it's going to be tough to get around her.
It really is. And you look back at her Edgewood, Megan, it was just a race where at the top of the stretch, she looked like the winner, and she just kind of finished in a blanket with 3 other runners that day. It was a big nail-biting finish, and her stablemate Imagination the Lady is a top-class filly. So the fact that she hung well with her, I thought, is great. Just from a physical standpoint, she's really taken a step forward. She was just kind of a smaller, gangly thing as her first start at Gulfstream Park over the winter time, and she's one that she actually looks like she's put on some muscle, and they got the tack on her. She kind of just blew up a little bit, and that's what you want to see, just a horse that knows when it's game time. Now this course, that's the big question mark. She does not have the experience across it like a couple of these others do, but I feel like her class edge really does help her here, and what a great trip she's likely going to sit under jockey John Velasquez.
Thank you both. Minute to post. Pick 6 starts here. In terms, if you are playing this today, Paul.
I played it.
And it feels like there's a couple of races. Certainly the Oaks, I'm sure, always a runner, going to take a lot of attention. Nitrogen probably going to take a lot of attention. In the Ogden Phipps, what did you think in terms of singles?
Okay, so I used 4 here. I just don't trust the 8, 2, 3, 5, 8. I did not single always a runner. I actually used meaning as well. You know where I singled, Greg? I singled in the last race.
Oh, wow, the toughest race of the sequence.
Oh, that is.
I singled the 6. Blinkers going on, Phil Antonacci. I'm going with experience, and I think a lot of people.
I thought that was overwhelmingly the one to beat.
Yeah, that's why I singled.
I have a price play. My longest price play of the day comes in that 14th and final. I'll be unleashing that a little later on.
I think Fully Subscribed.
Look at that tease.
Yeah.
You don't think Fully Subscribed's got a big shot today? Obviously she does, but you think she beats Nitrogen?
Of course she does.
Yeah.
Of course she does.
Oh, Nitrogen's a play against for me.
Yeah, so are you going to use, would you use 3 in there? How many would you use to beat Nitrogen? Just Fully Subscribed, or would you use Alpine Princess as well?
Alpine Princess.
Okay.
1-3. Alpine Princess, my top pick.
I don't think Nitrogen is a play against. I think she wins.
Okay.
But she's not a lock. I mean, look, yeah, there's some talent in that race, no question.
Yeah, there is. I mean, wherever you run into, there's talent all over this car.
But I feel like she's been knocked a little bit unfairly for the last 2 defeats because the Claret Beret ran off the screen.
True. Yeah.
And even the race before that, she still ran an incredibly fast race in defeat.
I mean, the other thing is the New York. I mean, Portfolio Duration, I like her, but that's another tough race. I think you got to use Jazora, the other Chad Brown horse. I mean, you got to go 4 or 5 deep in there.
And the European horse, too.
Kankora?
Yes.
Who was, third beat to Gazora in the Prix de Diane last year, but obviously showing then the kind of talent she has. There's some incredible action still to come. 3 grade 1s still ahead.
Okay, Greg, last 6 races, who do you think the most singled horse is in this sequence?
I think it's always a runner.
100, right?
No question.
No question, okay. I'm with you. You look at the Will Pays in the doubles, always a runner, little bit of a choice. Actually, over the 3 and then the 1 is taking a little money as well, which I can see. Prom Queen, right? Is that the one?
Yeah, Prom Queen's the one. And they think she's going to bounce back. I mean, she was too far back last time. I mean, she got shuffled back, and she came with a nice run. She's going to be a lot closer today.
I think Counting Stars is going to run a big race. I don't know if she can win, but.
All right, now it's always a runner clearly atop that 3-year-old filly division. Will she remain there after the Acorn later today? You will find out on our coverage on Big Fox.
Yeah, so you have the pick 6 here. You also have the 2-day pick 5 if you want to get involved in that too as well. You get these races. You get the True North, the Manhattan, and then the Belmont.
Pick 6 on this Friday of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival on Acorn and Ogden Phipps Day. Starts right here. Grade 2 Wonder again in 1 1/16 on the lawn. The favorite, Lion Lake. We heard from trainer, and there she is, Brendan Walsh. John Velasquez will be aboard from the outside post. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati to get us started in the pick 6.
Okay, Greg, here's Tax Holiday. She backs away. Those Klarovich Stables Silks earlier today, getting the Bed of Roses in a race that will be hard to top as the most exciting of the weekend. Ways and Means, winning for the 2nd consecutive year for these connections. Tax Holiday goes up and in. Here's Time to Dream, who showed so much promise last year to begin her career. She's back at Saratoga Racecourse. Call on Me and Lion Lake to complete the line for the Wonder again. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Wonder again, presented by Shift 4. Fitz Wright and Coach Bazula will vie for the early lead. Lion Lake is close up, moving into that 2nd spot now. Time to Dream broke well, but will settle off the pace just in front of Call on Me. At the back of the field are Quiet Street and Tax Holiday as the field moves into the first turn. Coach Mazula dictates terms, leads at 3/4 of a length over Lion Lake through a quarter that went in 24 2/5 seconds. And Fitz Wright is content to be 3 lengths behind the front runner. It's a gap of at least 7. Back to Time to Dream, who's by herself in 4th. 2 clear of Call on Me, Quiet Street in the blue, and Tax Holiday at the back of the field. Coach Mazula continues unopposed. The half went in 48 2/5 seconds, a length and a half in front of Lion Lake, tracking intently from 2nd, and Fitz Wright still in 3rd, has 4.5, make it 5 to find. With Time to Dream, another 5 behind her. They string out. Call on Me. Quiet Street still 2nd to last, and Tax Holiday at the back. Lion Lake can wait no more. 3/4, 1:11 3. Lion Lake attacks, and Fitz Wright angles out for the drive behind them. Time to Dream is picking it up as Coach Mazula drops out. Here's Fitz Wright with the perfect trip on the outside of a stubborn Lion Lake, and Fitz Wright forges to the front late. It will be Fitz Wright to win the Wonder again, presented by Shift 4. In front of Lion Lake, Time to Dream, and Coach Mazula.
Fitz Wright, we saw under Flavien Prat her making this huge move and rolls right on by your favorite to win this Grade 2 Wonder again. Again, it is Chad Brown in the Wonder again.
We didn't name you Lord of the Lawn for no reason, Simon. Good call.
Thanks, man. This filly fits right in this Grade 2 event here, sitting just off the lead and quicken nicely.
We missed that from Simon Bray.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those. Lion Lake, Johnny V has the toughest job, right? He's got to be able to not let the 3 go too fast. Got to put that one away, and then Fitz Wright is kind of right there. It's really tough. I thought the 8 ran giant, to be honest.
Especially considering what we're going to show you right now. Let's go back to the start. Keep your eyes on the outside post with the favorite Lion Lake.
Just kind of a little stumble, and she breaks in a little bit of tangle. She so athletic, she gets up, but that's got to take a little bit out of her.
It does. You know, you never know what it can do. Whether, you know, I don't think she pulled a shoe or grabbed herself or anything. You could see it there, but she just lost her footing, had to right the ship real quick.
Let me ask you, when she lost the footing, when Johnny asked her, did she get a little too keen early? That may have cost her, or not really?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the rider's aggressive on her back, trying to get her back up, and she might have jumped into the bridle. So, yeah, Fitz right. She got the perfect trip. She was sitting in third, just biding her time, went on about her business.
2-8, 5-3 finish, 3-1 upset of an 6-5 favorite, I should say, to start off this pick six. And it's Chad Brown in a race he has absolutely owned. Another victory in the Wonder again for Michael Dubb, William Lawrence.
Tell you what, Greg,
Flavien Prat.
Take $8 on a Chad Brown filly in a stakes race, 3-1. Great price.
I mean, this is the filly. Her first two races, a 56 and 54 buyer, kept on chugging, and she's turned into something special. And now she's conquered faster. If we already know she likes a little cut in the ground.
4 wins, her last 5 starts. I would expect we're going to see her back in some graded stakes this summer at Saratoga.
Yeah, I would think so. And how about the Sire Charlatan? A lot of his horses have been okay on the turf. He was so brilliantly fast, too.
See her in a race like the Garden City, probably. I think it's the greatest stakes race here for 3-year-old fillies on the grass.
And we have the Lake George.
Yes, the Lake George as well.
George, yeah. This horse is improving at the right time.
Yeah. Fitz right with the win. Flavien Prat on the board for Chad Brown. Prices when we come back.
First again and again and again. First Mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First Mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
This is where it all begins. These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x. Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
Monmouth Park's Haskell Preview Day on Saturday, June 13th is bigger and better than ever. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus Stakes plus 3 graded events, all on the road to Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Plus, play the $2,000 Pick Your Prize Handicapping Challenge for the chance to win huge prizes. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Grade 2 Wonder again in the books. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Just a gorgeous Friday afternoon for one of the best weekends of racing anywhere in our sport. Fitz right. What a roll this filly is on for Chad Brown. She's won 4 of her last 5.
A couple of things come into play here, Greg. When you look at her numbers and her races, she comes out of the lesser races. But the point you made, a lot of these 3-year-old fillies on the grass are all much the same. She's improving. I think what I did, I took away from a back replay last time out when I went back and looked at the race. Just visually, she was very impressive. Sometimes you have to put the time aside, Paulie, especially when it's on a yielding turf course. It doesn't mean much.
And the way she won that race looks like she's really going to enjoy a little bit farther, but she gets the job done. A Charlatan at the Henny Used Mare. I'm a looker, Fitz right, Mr. William Lawrence, and Mr. Dubb in the winner's circle.
Chad Brown, he'd won 3 in a row until last year. Pretty good 3-year-old filly by the name of Nitrogen would win this race, go on to become champion 3-year-old filly, primarily for what she did switching surfaces, moving to the dirt. Of course, we're going to see her later today in the Ogden Phipps. the reigning champion.
Still one of your Nitrogen's still one of your favorite. You like her. He's one of your favorite fillies on Bears now.
Yeah, look, I still think she's being dismissed a bit for those defeats, where I think she's still run very good in both, even though she got beat at odds on in both.
Yeah, I kind of think Nitrogen's now at the point where she's really not doing what she wants to do, which is, you know, I think she's kind of the one that wants a mile on the turf, and she's kind of doing what she does because she's so talented.
I was going to say, maybe if it doesn't work out today, switch back surfaces again, I think. Put it back on the grass.
Yeah.
You think they should consider that?
If it doesn't work out today. Absolutely.
I just think she's superior at a mile on the grass. I think you got to stick to one thing, but she's so talented she can do both. You got to take a shot.
She's running incredibly fast numbers on the dirt.
I know.
I mean, again, Clarette Beret, who beat her, that was an off-the-charts performance.
That was a freaky performance. You're right. The horse ran a huge number. I'm with you. It's just that, you know, you look at Nitrogen and she's just so talented. I just think that if you put her on the turf, I don't think she'd be like in the Tepin kind of, but I think she could be that kind where she could string a lot in a row.
Well, a man who has owned this victory, now 4 wins the last 5 years in the Wonder again, with Samantha Perry.
Oh, sorry. All right, Chad Brown here. Chad, she's come a long way from her Meadowlands maiden victory, hasn't she?
She sure has. You know, we gave her some extra time to develop. As a 2-year-old, she was giving us mixed signals. I was still trying to figure out what she was, turf or dirt or what class level. So we had her in AAA ball, and she made the most of it. She made a couple starts down on Jersey, got her feet under her, and then we gave her some time to develop. What a wonderful group of guys that own this horse. You saw them on the winner's circle. A lot of patience with this horse, and sure enough, 2 to 3, she got a lot bigger and a lot stronger, and we're seeing the best of her now.
Certainly paid off today and a little bit later. In just less than 30 minutes, we've got Always a Runner. You just glow when you talk about this filly. What are you expecting from her today?
I mean, look, it's a tough race. It seems like the very best fillies out of the Oaks came into this one. So it's like an elimination round or something, you know, all the best ones advance. So we were lucky enough to get a good trip and run a terrific race in the Kentucky Oaks. And yes, she's undefeated, but, you know, another tall order here in 30 minutes. These are nice fillies in the race. I hope we get a good trip.
Best of luck, Chad.
Thank you.
All right, trainer Chad Brown.
7th victory for Chad Brown in the Wonder again.
When you dominate a race like that, you just got to consider his fillies when they enter. And if you had to pick 5 from races 5 to races 9, my goodness.
Look at that.
$144,000. We'll see you tonight on Caroline Street.
Up next, you'll see this on Big Fox. DraftKings Acorn, $500,000 purse for 3-year-old fillies. And there she is, the Kentucky Oaks winner. She's undefeated. For a trainer we just saw win his 7th Wonder again, Chad Brown. Jose Ortiz pulled off just the 9th Oaks Derby double in history. She's, Simon, unquestionably the leader of this division. How good is she coming back again today?
I think she's really good. And Chad Brown, you know, he's an honest interview. A lot of trainers give you political talk. He doesn't. And he was so confident going into the Kentucky Oaks. I was at the Kentucky Derby for 10 days prior to the Oaks, and he kept saying, look, when she won the Gazelle, she was 75% fit. He goes, I can't believe it. He goes, I put her on a van, threw her up to New York, just hoping to get a race in there, and she won. He said the day she won that race, I knew that she was going to be really, really good. So, and I think she's still got a little more improvement in her. They went fast in the Oaks, 46 to the half, but she's also sat off a 48 half mile. So I think she's got some versatility, got a good outside post.
3 to 5 currently. Top 3 finishers from the Oaks return, but of course the undefeated, Always a Runner, the one to beat as we go to Megan.
Thanks, Greg. And a highly anticipated Grade 1 Acorn presented by DraftKings, and very pleased to be joined by Johnny Avello, the Director of Race and Sportsbook Operations for DraftKings. We've been able to catch up here, but can you tell our viewers a little bit about the current promotions for those horse players on DraftKings?
Oh, there's one that you just have to take advantage of, and that's where we're paying out $150,000, and all you have to do is bet a $5 bet, opt in on our app, and if your horse wins, you not only cash the mutual, but you also get to participate with all the other winners in $150,000. So that's a must.
It absolutely is. But off camera, we were talking about your memories of Saratoga, how you grew up just south of here in Poughkeepsie. But what was the memory for you that kind of stamped your love for this game?
Well, there's many through the years, but, you know, going back to family, my mom and dad and I used to come up. They used to bring me up here at a very young age, 5 years old. So we used to come to the thoroughbreds during the day, and at night we would go to the harness racing. And so that was where I kind of got my teeth cut up here in the game of racing. And so that's kind of where I got started. So that's my biggest memory for me.
Do you have a pick in this Acorn?
Counting Stars? Yeah. The track's playing for horses that are closer to the pace, so I'm handicapping this as Counting Stars being in the 1 or 2 position and maybe grabbing the race late.
As sharp as attack, the track is playing to that speed, but knowing that as we seek to that Grade 1 Belmont Stakes, do you have a horse in mind for that one?
Well, if there's going to be no rain, the track's going to continue to play the way it is. I'm going with Growth Equity, a 12-to-1 shot. I think that pretty much the same type of handicap, be close to the pace, and see if that speed continues to hold.
Fresh face indeed. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Megan.
Greg?
All right, Megan, thank you. DraftKings Acorn, 23 minutes to post. Of course, tomorrow, big one for Michael McCarthy and his Preakness winner from last year. What an incredible performance. Refused to lose from journalism. He makes his second start of his 4-year-old campaign tomorrow.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
What a sight for sore eyes that is. This historic racetrack in upstate New York for the final time, holding this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival before it heads back downstate next year to the new reimagined Belmont Park. Up next, DraftKings Acorn, Grade 1 for 3-year-old fillies, with the top 3 finishers from this year's Kentucky Oaks returning in Always a Runner, Meaning, and Counting Stars. 5th place finisher Prom Queen as well. Always a Runner, though, comes in undefeated. She is the 3-5 favorite. There's no question she is the one to beat, Simon.
She is the one to beat, and she's the deserved favorite. And I think she's just going to get a perfect trip, even though it's a small field. You know, you're getting a third of the size of the field of the Kentucky Oaks, and, you know, the pace was honest, but she was well meant this day. She kept on running, and Meaning ran a huge race. The California fillies ran great here to mid-stretch, Paulie, Explorer, and Meaning, but she just came and ran them down fair and square.
Yeah, I thought Meaning ran well. You know, the bottom line is that you can see the horse that runs in 5th was Prom Queen. is that I understand, as you see Torpedo Anna, who's pulled off the Kentucky Oaks Acorn double. That's a pretty good group there, pretty mischievous. Monomoy, Gora, Abel, Tasman for Bob Baffert. That's a heck of a group. Is that Meaning and Prom Queen, the ones that are going after, are kind of lightly raced too, kind of like Always a Runner, so maybe they can prove as well.
For much of its history, again, this race used to be at a mile. It's a mile and an eighth here at Saratoga. 3-5 favorite, Always a Runner. She has proven proficient at this distance in the Gazelle, obviously in the Kentucky Oaks, and now she'll get this distance again, but you're not concerned about being pace compromised today.
I'm not, listen, my only worry is it's a short field. So when it's a short field, like I thought Simon brought up a really good point. She's kind of the target now, right, is the 5 Always a Runner. So now you have all these other runners that are kind of going after her. I think that makes her a tiny bit vulnerable in here.
Yeah, I mean, that's everyone's job, Simon, right, to make life difficult for her?
Yeah, but when you look at, she comes from off the pace. She's drawn to the outside. You got speed and maximum off her. Prom Queen, I think, is going to be laying a little close. I think she's going to just set the trip. And I know they went 46 in the Oaks, but in her debut, they went 48 and she finished strong. So I think she can adapt to the pace that's in front of her.
17 minutes to post in a big one here in this 3-year-old filly division. Let's go to Megan.
That's right, Greg. A moment we've been waiting for, the rematch of multiple finishers from that Kentucky Oaks, and we'll start with the winner. And just her third start, the number 5, Always a Runner, and what an anomaly she has been. Now, in some of her races in the past in New York, is particularly in that Gazelle, she was incredibly aggressive in the paddock. She had to be saddled with the pony that day, and Sharp didn't bubble over too much, but you'll see here, she is, again, being saddled with that pony, just keeping her cool, calm, collected, giving her some love. She actually is incredibly easy to be around in terms of her disposition in the barn, as I find the mental maturity and the rapid progression you can see through her race is obviously being able to me, what was key with her was being able to be comfortable and settled behind traffic, as it seems she kind of had some hints of greenness earlier on in those 2 starts, and she really put it all together on the biggest stage in that Kentucky Oaks. But physically, she's got substance to her. I feel she's been able to put on some weight and kind of grow into her frame, as Chad Brown refers to her as one of the best he's ever laid tack upon. The number 2, Counting Stars, a filly I'm familiar with down at Oaklawn Park. I've always had a thing for, and according to her trainer, Mark Cassidy, doing incredibly well. As you'll go through her form lines and see some of those dismal performances, but she's been training forwardly. She's a filly that has continued to develop out of her steady diet of races, and especially keeping good weight and condition. And she's one, especially with her trip from the Kentucky Oaks. I'm very interested to see her potentially lay a bit closer to that pace, Greg.
All right, Megan, thank you. 5 will line up. And why is it, and we say this a lot, but small fields, sometimes you can see traffic problems. Why does that happen?
It becomes a tactical race. Everybody's worried about the pace. Jockeys, they're looking at each other, and before you know it, some horses ended up on the lead that you wouldn't expect to be on the lead. So it's usually the smallish fields have the biggest trouble and the biggest traffic sometimes.
I know it's just small and it's only a 5-horse field, but I think drawing the outside is a big benefit for her, because she's kind of the horse that the way she won the Oaks, she can maybe give up a couple lengths here and there and still get the job done. I think these other horses will fire a big shot, but the way she won, maybe she can be a little bit more cautious. That could get her in trouble at the end, but we'll see what happens.
Time for selections. Here in the Acorn, we're going to start with Megan.
Well, a filly I just described in the number 5, Always a Runner, a different kind of filly, as she does take on some familiar foes, and did have, to me, the best of the trips of those horses returning from that Kentucky Oaks. But her mental maturity, her natural ability, and her raw talent for me in this Grade 1 Acorn. And Samantha, who did you land on?
I went with the runner-up in the Kentucky Oaks, and that is Meaning. And Meaning is a filly, to me, guys, that is just steadily improving. I like to see that progression, especially with the trainer like Michael McCarthy. He's never going to push one completely over the top. And she ran a winning race in the Kentucky Oaks and just was defeated by one better. Now, she'll have to answer the bell again here today, but I like her chances. I like the way the race flow potentially on paper looks like it's going to set up for her with a nice little stalking trip, and one that has a lot of meaning to trainer Michael McCarthy here in the Acorn.
I don't see the Kentucky Oaks winner getting beaten here. I went with Always a Runner as well. Undefeated. She had a very wide trip in that Kentucky Oaks, and Chad Brown had said before she ever ran, this was his Oaks filly. Incredible to call his shot like that, and then she comes through. After that Oaks victory, he immediately brought her to Saratoga right away, and has said she's been training exceptionally well. I think she's going to be incredibly hard to beat today. Simon?
Well, when you got multiple horses coming out of the same race, I think one of the things you need to look at is, did anybody have an excuse? Can the tables be turned? I don't see that. Always a Runner was the best filly on that day. She had to come down the stretch and run down Meaning. She just beat her fair and square that day, and she does a repeat here this afternoon.
Well, I'm going to go with Prom Queen. I'm going to take a little bit of a shot here. I think Flavien Prat getting back aboard, and this is a filly. When you look back at the Oaks, I thought she had the worst trip. I think Always a Runner by far was the best filly on that day, but she got put way behind the 8 ball. I think she'll be closer to the pace, obviously with only a 5-horse field. I think Flavien can pull some magic.
Public seems to think this race is almost over. 3-5 on your Kentucky Oaks winner. We'll see if she stands tall and remains the leader of this division going forward. Obviously, when we get into the summer here, first things first, but Coaching Club American Oaks, yeah. Alabama, 2 major targets that these 3-year-old fillies will have to prove themselves.
I think at the end of the day, too, if Always the Runner wins very nicely and something happens in the Belmont Stakes where we don't get a staggering number, I think you're going to see her against boys a little bit later in the year.
Wow. Did you hear talk of that?
No, I just think she's that talented.
Interesting. Do you agree with that?
Wait and see approach for me.
One step at a time.
God, that's the trainer coming out of me.
Yes.
Yeah,
I know, right? A little more conservative.
Yeah.
We will see. Wow. So you're expecting very big things today.
I'm just saying, if she does what she did in the Oaks and improves like even more, you can't tell me she's not up there with the best 3-year-olds, boys or girls.
3-5 favorite. Always a Runner, putting that perfect record on the line. Coverage of this DraftKings Acorn you will see on Big Fox after a timeout. We have under a minute to go here on our program, and then swap over to Big Fox to see this Acorn coming up. Incredible action still ahead. We're with you all day Saturday as well, with the final Belmont Stakes ever to be held here at Saratoga. But up next on Big Fox, Always a Runner, 3-5 favorite. 3 for 3, Kentucky Oaks winner. She was dominant that day under the lights. Can she move that record to 4 for 4 for trainer Chad Brown? Jose Ortiz, 9th rider in history to pull off an Oaks Derby double. A lot of big work for Jose Ortiz still to come on this Friday and Saturday from Saratoga. 11 minutes to post in this 3-year-old filly showdown with the top 3 finishers from the Oaks set to do battle again. Enjoy.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Tickets to a day at the track are on sale now. Reserve a table or secure seats for a historic summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga summer begins with opening day on Friday, July 3rd and runs through Labor Day. Book now at NYRA.com/Saratoga. Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
New York Breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.